Okay na. The meeting of the Tri-Committee is hereby resumed. May we call on Representative Franz Castro for the prayer. All rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let us feel the presence of our Almighty God. We come together from many faiths, tradition, and paths, united in our longing for clarity, compassion, and peace. In a time clouded by confusion, falsehood, and division, guide our hearts toward honesty and understanding. Help us listen with empathy, speak with integrity, and seek truth with humility. Grant us the wisdom to discern what uplifts and unites, and the courage to challenge what misleads and harms. May we be instruments of light in the midst of shadows, and builders of bridges in fractured world. Together, may our shared values lead us toward peace, respect, and unity. This we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng sinanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhatit magsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please take your seats. The first item on the agenda is the reading and approval of the minutes of the March 21 TRICOM meeting. Any motion from the members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Ako.
may I respectfully move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting and approval of same, which was held on March 21, 2025. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Good morning to everyone,
Morning.
to my co-chairs, to the resource persons, members of the committee. We're gathered here today to continue our hearing on the critical issue of fake news, disinformation, and misinformation. This is the fourth hearing of the TRICOM, and as we convene, we find ourselves at a crucial juncture where digital landscape continues to evolve rapidly, presenting both challenges and opportunities for communication and information dissemination. The rapid evolution of technology and the rise of digital communication platforms have transformed the way we consume information. While these advancements have brought numerous benefits, they have also facilitated the spread of false narratives, manipulated truths, and an increasingly polarized public discourse. Today, we confront the daunting challenge of safeguarding our democracy and the integrity of our information ecosystem. Disinformation campaigns and the proliferation of fake news not only mislead citizens, but they also undermine trust in our institutions, weaponize public opinion, and threaten the very foundations of our democratic processes. Lalong-lalo na po sa panahong ito na kung saan ay naglipa na ang mga fake news laban sa mga tumatabong ngayong eleksyon. Nakakalungkot isipin na sa pagpapakalat ng mga maling impormasyon, hindi lang ang taong kanilang sinisiraan ang apektado, ngunit pati na rin ang ating bansa. Dapat tayo maging mapanuri. Huwag nating ipagwalang bala at bagkus labanan ang mga ganitong maling gawain. Together, we can confront the challenges posed by fake news and disinformation, ensuring a healthier public discourse. At sa hearing nito, we will continue our exploration of the multidimensional aspects of this crisis, examining the roles of social media platforms, the impact of algorithmic amplification, and the psychological mechanisms that make individuals susceptible to false information. We invited and will hear from experts, advocates, and those on the front lines of combating this misinformation epidemic, as well as those who have been adversely affected by its far-reaching consequences. Our goal for today is not simply to identify the problems, but to forge a path forward, developing actionable strategies for education, policy reform, and technology that can counter these threats. We owe it to ourselves, to the future generations, and to the principles of truth and integrity upon which our society is built. At gaya po ng sinabi ko nung nakaraang pagdinig ng TRICOM, as we engage with our witnesses and panelists today, I urge each and every one of us to approach this inquiry with open minds and collaborative spirit. It is only through this kind of thoughtful dialogue and a concerted effort that we can uphold the integrity of information and empower individuals to become discerning consumer of news. I hope everybody will engage thoughtfully and openly as we delve into this pressing issue that not only threatens our present, but also shapes our collective future. Let us work together to reclaim the narrative, restore trust, and uphold the values that define us. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. May I now call the COMSEC to acknowledge the presence of the members of the committee and colleagues in Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, Your Honors. For today's meeting, in attendance are the following members: Honorable Romeo Acop, Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Honorable Salvador Pleito, Honorable Francisco Pablo Ortega V, Honorable Franz Castro. Also in attendance online, we have Honorable Jordan Jesus Romualdo, Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda, Honorable Marie Bernadette Escudero, Honorable Zia Alonto Adiong, Honorable Ed Christopher Go, Honorable Ambrosio Cruz, Honorable Edgar M. Chato, Honorable Raul Buboy Tupas, Honorable Ching Bernos, Honorable Sunny S.L. Lagon, and Honorable Celso Resencia. For today's meeting, Your Honors, we're happy to have with us the following resource persons. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Patrick Arnold Tetanco, the Legal Officer of Investigation and Enforcement Department. And his accompanying Attorney Adrian Arpon, the Deputy Director. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Tobias Gavin Arcilia, the Action Attorney for Legal and Legislative Division. From the Commission on Elections, we have Director John Rex Laudanco, the Director for Education and Information Department. And he's accompanied by Attorney Maria Lourdes Fogoso Alcain. From the Department of Justice, we have State Counsel Kirshen Bautista. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Ms. Agrifina de la Cruz, the Assistant Chief of LS Legislative Unit. From the National Telecommunications Commission, we have Attorney Kathleen J. Luz Egipto, the Chief for Consumer Welfare and Prosecution Division. From the Philippine Coast Guard, we have Commodore J. Tariela, the Commander, PCG WPS Transparency Group, and Commodore Nelson J. Timbang, the Deputy Chief. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Bernardo Yang, the Acting Director of the Anti-Cybercrime Group. We also have invited several social media platforms. Your Honors, we have in attendance Director Rafael Frankel from Meta and Mr. Rob Abrams. From the broadcast industry, we have Attorney Rudolph Hularbal, the legal counsel for the kapisanan ng mga broadcaster sa Pilipinas, and Attorney Mark Tolentino. From the MBC Media Group, or the Manila Broadcasting Company, we have Attorney Rina Seco, the counsel for MBC. In attendance also are Mr. Miko David, President of the Digital Marketing Association of the Philippines, Mr. Gerardo Sandoval, Vice President of the Social Weather Station, Mr. John Hart Alawigan from the Press 1 PH, and Ms. Lei Jensen San Diego. From civil society organization, from Scamwatch Philippines, we have Mr. Josel de Guzman. And some social media personalities we have in attendance, Ms. Grisette Laureata Chu, Ms. Elizabeth Joy Cruz, or Ms. Joy de Vivre, Attorney Rose Beatrix Trixie Cruz Angeles, Dr. Ethel Pineda Garcia, Mr. Manuel Mata, Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata, Mr. Elijah San Fernando, Ms. Suzanne Batalia, Attorney Glenn Chong, Ms. Maria Florinda Espenilla Duque, Mr. Claro Ganak, Mr. Alvin Montero, Mr. Jonathan Morales, Ms. Vivian Zapata Rodriguez, and Mr. Darwin Salceda. That's all, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec. As per our House rules, all resource persons must take their oath, but for those who have taken their oath already during the last hearing, you need not to. But for those who are appearing for the first time on this committee hearing, please rise for you to take the oath. Comsec, please administer the oath.
Please rise and raise your right hand. And please respond with I do. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat. The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
The chair will give priority to the representative.
You'll be hearing from me in just a moment, but for the moment, back to my colleague, Raphael.
Okay. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here today. We look forward to talking about our content policies, how we moderate content on our platform, and I know there's specific emphasis today on how we treat misinformation, and I'm happy to walk the committee through that. I just want to also say that we really appreciate the opportunity to be here. We always wanted to be here. We absolutely appreciate the responsibility that Meta has in the Philippines. We know how important and essential our services are to the people, communities, government, and businesses of Philippines. We're very proud of the services that we provide in Philippines and the really wonderful relationship that Meta and the Philippine people have. We're proud of the support that we provide to Philippine businesses, in particular micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And so it's really an honor and a privilege to be here today. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we do have a presentation, and I think that will serve really as my opening statement. And if we could therefore proceed to that, I'd be happy to walk the committee through our presentation, and then we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
But before that, may I acknowledge the presence? Oh, is he present or is he in the holding room? Later, we'll acknowledge him. Okay. May I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Arlene Brosas? Okay, please proceed, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee, this is a briefing on Meta's content policies and our enforcement, and like I said, with a particular emphasis on how we treat misinformation. Next slide, please. To begin with, I just want to emphasize some of the investments that Meta has made in the Philippines. Since 2017, we have been heavily involved in promoting digital literacy and digital entrepreneurship in Philippines. We have a project called Digital Tayo, which we have engaged in with the DICT, the Department of Education, DSWD, and a number of international and local non-governmental organizations in order to train Filipino people, including youth, on digital literacy. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned in your opening statement the importance of empowering Filipino people to understand how to interact with and then digest information in this digital ecosystem. And so this is the point of this entire program. And through this program, we have trained over 6.5 million Filipinos in digital literacy, and we are now incorporating into that program elements on AI as well, and we'll get to that in a little bit. The other emphasis we've had here in terms of our training programs has been on digital entrepreneurship. And our digital entrepreneurship training has really been focused on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the Philippines. We give them tools and training programs to upskill and understand how they can better perform in the digital economy. We have worked in this regard with DTI, BSP, PCW, DSWD, DA, a number of NGOs. And in this program, we've trained over 60,000 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the Philippines since 2017. We're very proud of that work as well. And again, we are now incorporating generative AI and AI into those skills and upgrades. Next slide, please. The second area where we have made significant investments in Philippines is in digital infrastructure connectivity. These are mainly the subsea cable network, which we have built to connect Philippines both back to North America and further in other places in the Asia-Pacific region. There are 4 main subsea cables that Meta is involved in that touch in the Philippines. The first is the Pacific Light Cable Network. This came online last year. Indeed, there's a picture of myself at the honor of launching the PLCN with President Marcos a year ago. And like many of our other subsea cables, this provides a lot of digital connectivity and infrastructure to the Filipino people. We also have the Jupiter cable system that connects the Philippines with Japan and the United States. This was completed in 2022. We have our Apricot system, which will connect Philippines with Taiwan, Japan, Guam, Indonesia, and Singapore when that's completed. And we also have our Bifrost cable system, and this is going to connect, again, Singapore with Philippines to Singapore, Indonesia, Guam, and the United States, and again, when that's completed. And so through these cable projects, the best estimates are that this is going to produce an additional $34 billion of GDP in the Philippines and can create more than 380,000 jobs, on top of just the tremendous benefits that'll bring to Philippines who are trying to access the internet all over the country. Finally, I want to mention our most recent investments in Philippines, and this is really around AI. Only over the weekend, this is next slide, please. Meta launched our Llama 4 model, which is the most advanced, by many metrics, open source AI, generative AI model that's ever been released. And there's two main parts to these investments. In terms of Llama 4, what this means is that as an open source model, this large language model is free for people to use. Researchers, developers, academics, engineers, companies, they are free to download our Llama 4 model and use it so that they can create their own AI tools and their own AI systems. And this is absolutely true the world in the Philippines. And for this release, so for Llama 4, it's worth noting that this Llama 4 model specifically has capabilities in Tagalog, in Philippines local language. This was a significant investment of resources in Meta's part to make this available and capable in local language here in Philippines, but we recognize that this was a very strategic investment for us. Philippines is a wonderful market for Meta. We have a very vibrant and substantial community here, and we believe in our AI tools being tools of economic empowerment for the people of Philippines, and that's why we invested these resources in making this most advanced open source model available in Tagalog. We're very proud of that investment. And the second part is Meta AI, which is our own generative AI chatbot, which is embedded inside Meta's services like Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And this is also available in Tagalog. And Filipino people have been able to use this since October. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I just want to emphasize this point again. All of these services are being rolled out in Philippines in local language for free, for the Philippines people to use, and for the economic benefit and further educational advancement of the Philippines people in this digital age where generative AI and AI capabilities are going to be so important for the future and for the future of digital economic growth and economic growth in general. I just wanted to mention those investments that we make in the Philippines before we got to the meat of the topic today, as just a point to show how important of a country Philippines is for Meta, how seriously we take our responsibilities here, and how proud we are of the engagement that we do with Philippines communities, the communications tools we provide free of service to hundreds of millions of Filipinos, and to the Philippine businesses for their economic growth, and indeed to the government. And we all know, I think, that this is being live streamed, this hearing, on our services, and we're proud of that. We're very proud of the services that Meta provides also for the government of the Philippines and the elected representatives of the Philippines to reach their constituents. So now turning to the meat of the matter in terms of our content policies and how we moderate misinformation. If you could, next slide, please. The first and most important place to start is with our community standards. Meta has a single global set of community standards that govern how we moderate content and what is allowed on our platforms everywhere around the world. As you might imagine, it is difficult sometimes to balance the goals we seek to achieve in our community standards, which are to protect and encourage freedom of expression, connection, but also, on the other hand, make sure that this is a safe, that our platforms are safe, and that they're places that people want to be. We want, obviously, for all the people that are using our services and our platforms to have positive experiences. That's extremely important to us. And so that means doing the very difficult work of balancing freedom of expression, the ability for people to have their voice with community safety. As it is probably clear, that comes with some real trade-offs and some difficult questions that we have to answer sometimes about where we draw lines on what kind of content we allow and what kind of content we prohibit. And this is also very, very different in some cases, depending on cultural context, depending on legal context, right? Certainly, certain types of content that might be viewed as totally fine and legitimate in places in Europe might not be viewed as totally fine and legitimate in Philippines, and vice versa, right? And so when we draw up our global standards, we have to balance all those different perspectives from around the world and do the best we can to balance that into a set of rules that we can globally implement for a community of people that use our services at the range of more than 3.2 billion people every single day. Right, and so that's the kind of task that's before us when we try to think of how we both develop our community standards and then go ahead and enforce and implement our community standards. Next slide, please. This slide is really about how we enforce them. There's a few different ways that we enforce our community standards. and that revolves user reports, human review on behalf of, that we undertake ourselves, and technology and artificial intelligence. First and foremost, every single piece of content on Facebook, Instagram, and the services that we provide has the ability for a user to report it to us as a potential violation of our policies, right? So that's a really important piece to note there right now, that any content that anyone sees on Facebook can be reported to us, and we do the best we can to look at those user reports and weigh and check them against our community standards. The next is we have human review by our own internal people, right? And by a number of 40,000 people around the globe that are reviewing content that's reported by users, and that also we flag ourselves proactively. The people that review this content are looking at content that can be, in some cases, rather easy to make decisions on. If you're talking about content that is involving terrorism, graphic violence, child exploitative imagery, those kinds of things, you can get to decisions pretty quickly and pretty easily about taking those down. When you're talking about content that is more political speech in nature and is a little more blurry in terms of a certain nuance, then we're talking about content that really needs a larger and more specific focus, and we really try and make sure that there are people reviewing those that are very highly trained in our policies, and also, of course, the local context of the content and where it's coming from and where it's being delivered to. The same type of speech in one country, as I mentioned before, could be benign, but in the context of a different country and a different situation, it might be malevolent, right? And so we balance those very clearly by having humans review content that is flagged by different sources. And the kind of way that we really moderate content at real scale, because again, we're talking about billions of pieces of content every day, is by artificial intelligence and the machine learning that we've developed over many, many years. People now look at Meta as an artificial intelligence company, but the truth is that we have been an artificial intelligence company for many, many years already. And one of the ways that we've used artificial intelligence for a long time now is in order to moderate content at scale. And so what we do is we train what we call classifiers to look at our community standards and look at the content that's posted on our platforms and weigh those pieces of content against our community standards. And that's how we tend to moderate content really at scale. And like I said, for things like imagery that's clearly graphically violent, or clearly includes terrorism content or child exploitative imagery, those artificial intelligence systems are very effective and work very well to proactively remove content that can be dangerous and illegal in many countries around the world. And so we have these three ways that we moderate content, right? We have the artificial intelligence that's operating in scale and very much in, again, and I want to stress this, in local language, in Tagalog. It absolutely has that capability. And then we have a series of, 40,000 people around the world that are humans that are trained in our community standards, and then we also rely on user reports. And it's those three main pillars that help us enforce our community standards. Next slide, please. Now, it's also important to recognize that there are a couple different ways you can moderate content. You can look at individual pieces of content, and that's very important, especially when it comes to user reports and anything that our machine tools are catching. But there's also the ways that we can look at disrupting entire networks of abusive actors, right? And so what we might look at when we talk about abusive networks are networks of people that are distributing child exploitative imagery, or, like I said, terrorism content, or more recently we've looked at scam networks, right? We've looked at misinformation and disinformation networks. And in these cases, what you're talking about are a group of people that are intentionally coordinating their behavior to violate our policies. often, in many cases, doing so by lying about who they are or being dishonest about who they are in the process, right? And so when we look and we see and we find evidence of these types of abusive networks, we have special policies in place that can also remove content at the network scale, right? And so when you think about that, then you're looking at removing content not just on a piece-by-piece basis, not just on a page-by-page or profile basis, but in a series of accounts, right? And so if you're talking about, examples where we might see a few hundred accounts or a few thousand accounts engaged in coordinated abuse of our platforms, then you're looking at the potential to remove all in one swoop, thousands or even sometimes hundreds of thousands and millions of pieces of individual content, right? And that's an incredibly effective tool that we use against criminal networks and also in cases where we find there to be specific misinformation, disinformation campaign and foreign interference networks. At this stage, before I get to the next part about some of that work, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Rob Abrams, from our law enforcement team. He's going to specifically talk about some of the work that we do in collaboration with Philippines law enforcement and the very close relationship that we have with them. And then I'll continue. Thanks a lot, Rob.
Thank you, Rafi. So I want to talk a little bit in a bit more depth, but not with a level of granularity that would afford our adversaries any sort of unnecessary insight into the obstacles that we put up. But I want to talk in a little bit more depth about the network disruptions that we do. They're very strategic in in nature. They're not merely about scale and taking down, 10,000 accounts at one time. They're about removing a false web of bona fides that these criminals go to great lengths to create so that they can contact people unwittingly by seemingly being friends of friends or having other sorts of connections. A lot of the work we do, especially here in the Philippines, is informed by the signal sharing and by the data requests we get from agencies like NBI, from the Office of Cybercrime, from CICC, from the Anti-Cybercrime Group at the PNP. And others. So a lot of the work that we've been able to do, I say this under oath, and I say this with a lot of passion. The Philippines has been seriously global leaders when it comes to helping us fight forced criminality and these scam centers, formerly known as POGOs, if you like, that operate here in the Philippines, target not only Filipinos, but are engaged in human trafficking, forced criminality, and are a large part of the scam and increasingly misinformation ecosystem that, again, have a big role here. I think there's one advantage that I'd like to point out, and I know it sounds perhaps a bit counterintuitive. Here in the Philippines, we know that scam centers operate, but we also know that law enforcement and the government here takes them very seriously. There are geopolitical black holes that we all know of, where law enforcement has no appetite to actually combat this. But because we have such a good relationship with PNP office, anti-cyber ACG, with the NBI, with various task forces, we are able to ingest signal regularly. I can say again, under oath, there's probably not a day that goes by where I'm not in contact with a member of Philippines law enforcement. So with that, and I'm quite certain I'll receive some follow-up questions and as we go forward. With that, I'll turn back over to Rafi. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rob. And it was just worth noting that Rob himself is a former member of the FBI, and so takes his law enforcement work very seriously.
Just correction for the record, sir.
Sorry.
Homeland Security.
Homeland Security Department. Forgive me. So I would just also note that when we're talking about some of these disruptions, what we've seen also recently, and Rob alluded to this, is the rise of scam centers, right? And we've worked on this very, very closely over the past couple of years, both internally with Meta and also with our partners in law enforcement, with the PNP and other members of the Philippines law enforcement that Rob mentioned. It's really worth noting that I think it's kind of clear at this point that what we see are these transnational criminal syndicates that are operating in a couple different countries around Southeast Asia and indeed globally. and they engage in forced criminality, human trafficking, and then, of course, the real horrible element of this is that not only are people forcibly trafficked to these locations, but then they're forced to engage in further crime and scams against other people. And so we've worked extremely hard to take down these networks on our platform to the point where by the end of 2024, we had removed and deleted over 2 million accounts that came from these organized criminal scam centers in Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, the UAE, and indeed a few here in the Philippines as well. Thanks very much to our collaboration with Philippines law enforcement.
I'd also like to just add for the record, the Filipino law enforcement community, as well as the BICAM in general, were among the first globally to flag this as a national security threat. So that has really sort of stepped up the tempo of our work and the investments we're doing around this work. So I just want to publicly acknowledge the law enforcement agencies, the military agencies, the regulatory agencies, and indeed members of the BICAM, who have been among the world leaders in flagging this not only as an economic threat to individual Filipinos, but as a national security threat here in the Philippines and globally. Of course, I don't want to get too granular on that, but the law enforcement agencies, and I'm sure your good self, Mr. Chair, are aware of exactly what I'm speaking of. If there are further, more granular conversations that you'd like to have around that, Mr. Chair, I, of course, would be honored to do that in executive session. And we have a great relationship with your law enforcement agencies and CICC. We held a conference in November in Bangkok, largely closed door and held under Chatham House rules. Filipino law enforcement were among sort of the flagship entities that were there. NBI spoke, PNP spoke, the PNP attaché in Bangkok spoke. He's been a fantastic advocate and source of trend sharing. So I just want to express gratitude for helping shape the narrative on how serious of a threat this is to the global infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if we can go to the next slide, I'd like to address how we specifically deal with misinformation on our platforms. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier how there are some of our community standards which are actually fairly easy to enforce. The bans on terrorism, child exploitative imagery, these kinds of things, graphic violence in some cases. Then there are topics that are much more difficult, right, and much more highly nuanced and very contextual. And misinformation tends to be, not always, but tends to be more in that second bucket of more difficult types of content to moderate. So because of that, and for various other reasons, we have a three-pronged approach to how we treat misinformation. Number one, we remove the most harmful misinformation that can lead to offline physical violence. Number two, we reduce the distribution of misinformation if it is found to be false by one of our third-party fact checkers, and then we will reduce that misinformation on our platforms so that people are less likely to engage with it. And number three is we seek to inform. If people have engaged with misinformation on our platforms, we want them to be informed that they have indeed done so. We want them to know that they have maybe unintentionally shared misinformation. And we want them to have access to authoritative sources of information. So those are our three-pronged processes, right? Remove the most harmful that can lead to physical violence, reduce other types of misinformation that may not lead to physical violence, and inform our community. I should also mention, and this is obviously very, very important in the context of the election cycle that we're also in. There's another type of misinformation that we will outright remove, and that is misinformation on elections, right? And so if there is misinformation specifically about electoral procedures, about the date the election is going to take place, the way you cast a ballot. Those are other types of misinformation that we will outright remove from our platform. What's important to recognize, and I'll go to the next slide here, is how we determine the differences between what we remove, what we reduce, and how we inform, right? So please go to the next slide. At Meta, and indeed I think most digital platforms take the same approach, where we want to be very careful about being the arbiters of truth, right? In many ways, in many aspects, we feel that that's a responsibility that is too great for us to have, and can lead to situations where we're trying to make determinations that we're just not qualified to make about what is true and what is false. And as you might imagine, trying to police misinformation at the scale of more than 3.2 billion people every day would become practically impossible, right? And so what we do is we work with third-party fact checkers in more than 60 languages around the world. These third-party fact checkers are non-governmental organizations that are certified by the International Fact-Checking Network, the IFCN. That is how the fact checkers are chosen, and that's how they are certified. And so what we do is, when we are made aware of a potential piece of misinformation, that piece of content will be enqueued to the third-party fact checkers themselves. In Philippines, we work with 3 third-party fact checkers. We work with Verifiles, Rappler, and AFP. And they are very active fact checkers, I should say. And then we wait for, and while that content is enqueued, then it's up to the third-party fact checker to determine whether that content is indeed false, or there are other cases, right? You can imagine that misinformation isn't just binary. It's not necessarily true or false entirely. There are cases where it can be partially false, it can be misleading, it can be lacking context, right? So there are a number of different ratings that fact checkers can apply on our systems, and those ratings will lead to different actions by Meta's platforms, right? But in a case where a rating is rated false, then that content will be reduced in distribution and will have a label applied to it so that the people who potentially see that content can click on the label and read for truth or for authoritative information from the third-party source, right? And so that's our general approach to how we would treat misinformation when it would not be specifically lead to specific physical violence or lead to to misinformation on the elections process, right? Now, in a case, like I said, where a third-party fact checker not only clarifies that it's false, and we get additional signal that it can lead to violence, or additional signal that this could clearly impact the ability of people to have the access to information they need to properly access the electoral process, then we can outright remove the information. But that is not, I just want to emphasize that the outright removals of misinformation are much more limited in scope. I would also just like to note that, if we see that there are repeated violations, or sorry, I shouldn't say violations, if there are repeated instances of misinformation from the same people, from the same pages, then that can lead to overall less distribution of the content by those people and by those pages. And it can lead to other actions such as demonetization, the prohibition on placing ads, and so forth, right? So there are a number of kind of increasing scale of penalties that can be applied if you're a repeat purveyor of misinformation on our platforms. I think we have an example. If the next slide, please. Right. So here's just one example of a fact check on our platform. This was a fact check of a claim that a blogger made that the Philippines had used water cannons against the Chinese Coast Guard. This was false. This was rated false by our fact checkers. And you can see on the left, this is the actual fact check. And on the right, this is how the content would now appear on our platform with a screen over it, right? And a warning along with the label that explains that this is false content, right? And again, this would also be content that is reduced in distribution, and so even getting to that content would be much less likely on the part of any user using our platforms. I think the last thing I would just like to say is on the topic of misinformation is, there can also be misinformation networks that are doing this with intentionality. We put out a threat report, I believe, every quarter, where we go through globally the types of actions we've taken against networks. Right. I mentioned a number of actions we've taken recently against scam networks and transnational criminal networks in 2024. That was included in one of our threat reports. But it's public information. You can go online and access this information. And we have taken down a number of networks over the years in Philippines for many different reasons, not just because of their misinformation. We've seen scam networks. We have seen misinformation, disinformation networks. Those are all publicly reported in our threat report. And again, we have done this in collaboration with local law enforcement, so that when we're made aware of, and our investigators internally can confirm that there are misinformation networks that are operating on our platforms, we will take those down. And Mr. Chairman, I've gone on for quite some time explaining our content moderation policies and the basics of our misinformation policies. I think Rob has added to that with some color around the very close collaboration that we have with law enforcement in the Philippines. I know there's a lot of questions that you and the committee want to answer, and I'm very happy to take those now with a lot of gratitude. And I want to emphasize this point: a lot of gratitude we have to you and the committee for giving us the space to be here to talk to you and the Filipino people about these very important issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Rafael. We'll now proceed to the interpellation with regards to the Meta issue. The first to interpellate will be Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also thank the Meta for coming here after 3 notices. Thank you. I have some specific personal question about how the Meta is detecting community standards violation, or what you call violation of community standards. When you look at when you look at your platform, we have here several. When you report like a content, you will find here several violations like scam, fraud or impersonation, unauthorized political ad, adult content, selling or promoting restricted items, violence, hate or exploitation, bullying or unwanted content, intellectual property, suicide or self-harm, false information, problem involving 18-year-old or someone under 18 years old. Well, I was a victim of your platform, where my official Facebook account were taken down by your platform due to it said there impersonation. So I cannot understand why do you take down an account due to impersonation? So how does it happen? So how will you determine that really is this account is impersonated? Because this account was reported to COMELEC as my official election account for my daily activities during election.
Thank you, Madam Congressman. Mr. Chair, if I may. Madam Congresswoman, thank you for your question. Certainly impersonation is a violation of our community standards. And there, I can say that I don't know the specifics of your case, but let me talk about a little bit about how we try to deal with issues of impersonation, right? First of all, there can be a number of different reasons that an account might be taken down, right? There can be repeated violations of our community standards, or there can be very severe violations of our community standards. But other times, it can be because someone was able to, unfortunately, gain access to your account. Not your account, but anyone's account, right? It can happen that unauthorized access can take place, right? In those cases, they may, once a hacker has gained access to an account, then, sometimes what we see is they go and delete the account, or then they take over that account to use it for their own purposes. And what we do in those cases is we work with the rightful account holder to retake control of their account, right? So we ask for credentials. It could be a government ID. It could be various email addresses or other identifying information that were used with that account in order to regain control of it. I think one thing we've seen and that we know is an extremely effective guard against having accounts taken over by hackers is two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication is really the first line of defense that any user on Facebook, including members of Congress, have against their accounts being taken over. If you have two-factor authentication on, anytime someone would seek to make changes to your account, it would ping you to make sure that you're the right person and you're authorizing those changes. I would urge everyone to make sure they have two-fact turned on their account. I think it's also worth noting that, for government officials, for politicians who are engaged in an election cycle, we have specific channels where we can work together. We have our Meta Support Pro channel that you can access and that we're happy to work with you to make sure you have access to, so that if you have specific issues with your account, other members of Congress, other people running for election can access those channels. I think it's also worth noting, and I didn't really mention this in my opening comments, but I think I should, that that there are a number of different statutory agencies that have specific channels with Meta where they can report community standards violations, account hacks, and any other issues that the government is experiencing with Meta's platforms and our services. In fact, there are 11 different government agencies that have direct channels to us. And so those are other channels that can certainly be utilized in cases where members of Congress experience those types of actions. And I would just also say, it does also happen from time to time that we make mistakes. That is also something that happens, and we're sorry for when that happens. We know it's a really poor experience. We don't want that to happen. We take those instances very seriously. We do everything we can to try to minimize them. And so that's also just something that can happen sometimes.
So when my account was took down, we complained to we write to the Meta about my account, and then why is it that you are taking down specific account without explanation or without any justification to the subscriber? Like, for example, just take the account and that's it. So no explanation at all. So you will just explain if we will write to you on what happened to the account. So there's no, is there a like for example, due process in place in your platform?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Mr. Chair, if I may. Madam Congresswoman, again, I'm not familiar with the specifics of your case, but I, again, can talk in general. Users should receive notifications if actions have been taken against their account. That is certainly part of the due process that we have in place, and users have a right of appeal. And in fact, when we see mistakes happen and users appeal those actions, the content in question, if it was a community standards violation, may often be restored. In some cases, the account would be restored. I do just want to highlight, in the specific case of hostile takeover of accounts, or what Meta believes may be a hostile takeover of an account, that can be a more complex process for very good reason. We want to make sure that we are not providing access to the account of someone who shouldn't have it. And so, Madam Congresswoman, I would just emphasize again that if you or another member of Congress is having any types of these issues, we can certainly provide you access to our Meta Support Pro and other channels so that we can solve these problems together.
Mr. Chair, may I ask also that, are you familiar with armies? Troll armies, or mass reporting of an account so that it could be taken down for any other reasons? Are you familiar with that? Because I'm suspecting that my personal account was a victim of that scheme by army trolls, or by a group who would like to take down my account. Because as I can see here in your process of checking the misinformation and disinformation, it would be, if it is mass reported, it goes to your AI, and then after that, human checking, right? Right? In your graph of how to determine the disinformation or violation of your community standards. So, so my questions is, are you familiar with that scheme?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Madam Congresswoman, coordinated mass reporting absolutely violates our policies. We have seen that type of behavior before and certainly if we detect that type of behavior, then we would seek to make sure that any decisions that are made about accounts are the correct ones. And then we would also try to go after the people who are engaged in the coordinated mass reporting, because that clearly does violate our policies. And that's the type of abusive network that we would seek to prohibit from utilizing our platforms.
Another question, Mr. Chair, is about the inaction of the Meta on the AI-generated images abused. I was also a victim of that when I hold a gun. They are using the AI-generated, but still in the platform. But the Meta is not doing anything about that. And many progressive organizations and individuals are victims of that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, so the question...
So how do you detect, or why are you not taking down AI-generated images that you think are not, or inappropriate, or not true, or misinformation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Madam Congresswoman, and for the committee, I think I would start from the place of our view of misinformation is that that whether or not it's AI generated or not, it would be misinformation, right? And so I think first and foremost, what I would say and emphasize is that our misinformation policies apply to content that is AI generated and is not AI generated. Now, taking a larger look at AI generated content, okay. There's a few different pieces to this, right? First and foremost, if people use Meta AI in our own products, to generate, for generative AI imagery or the like, we have the ability to detect that, right? And it'll come with a watermark, basically, and therefore a label and be recognizable as a generated AI image. Now, if people are using other tools, right, then basically it's harder to detect what is generative AI and what is not. This is an area of very significant investment for Meta right now. We're working very hard on ways to detect what is generative AI and what is not. I think that part of the issue that we have here, and this is one where what we need is collective action. At the moment, there's no agreed upon industry standard for watermarking or for how platforms like ours should go about detecting the difference between generative AI and non-generative AI content. And so that's an area where we really need more focused industry collaboration, and certainly we are trying to drive that. For Meta, we believe it's very important for that type of collaboration to happen between industry, civil society, and governments. And I think the last thing I would really talk about when it comes to generative AI imagery or other content is really distinguishing between paid content and non-paid content, right? If you are, just generally speaking, at Meta, we take a much more stringent approach to moderating paid content, right? Because obviously we're taking money for it. We believe we have responsibility that's even greater, and the distribution would be increased, right? And so, in the context of anything that is, again, taking out the generative AI component of it, any type of content that is paid for, that is political in nature, that talks about a campaign or a politician or a social issue, right, is subject to our policies on political candidates and social issue paid advertising, right? And according to those policies, you would be required to disclose who is paying for the ad and sponsoring the content. You would also have to go through an authorization process, which would include, in most cases, providing a government ID.
Okay,
And you would have to be,
you on that.
if
So
I could
how-
just finish one last
Yeah,
point,
please.
you'd have to be located in Philippines, right? If you want to run a social issue or political ad, you'd have to be located in Philippines, right? And so there's a series of steps that you have to take to cross that threshold in order to be able to run those types of ads. And then in addition to it, if it is AI generated, you'd be required to disclose that it is an AI generated paid piece of content. Thank you.
So really, it's very hard to determine because the name of the account is alias, or the name of account is just like a like, for example, Makabayan. The account is using our political organization. That account names Makabayan is using our political organization, but it has this what I saw an AI generated images of mine with guns, with the rebels, etc. I will see, I will give you the images later so that you can see. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I, thank you,
So-
Madam Congresswoman, and I know my colleague also wants to add on to this.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, Madam Congresswoman, it's my understanding that you reported this content, this image, to Comelec,
Yeah.
and we have removed it.
Yeah.
I would like to also state respectfully for the record that we're not doing nothing on harmful generative AI. In fact, as recently as, it was either yesterday or the day before, I personally worked directly with PAOC to remove a harmful piece of generative AI that was promoting investment scams. And what happens when something like that gets reported, it's not just that piece of content that comes down. That informs our ability to enforce across the platforms and across other accounts. So although PAOK reported one specific URL, many, many others came down as a result of that report. So while I understand, with respect, how painful and frustrating it must be to be a victim of harmful generative AI, please don't think we're doing nothing. But we are not perfect yet, but we always strive to be better. We strive to be better by signal sharing and trend sharing with Filipino law enforcement, legislative, NGOs, civil society, etc. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would just emphasize what Rob said about, please, if you believe that there's a piece of content that violates our policies, please do report it through Comelec, and we'll treat it with the utmost urgency. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, last question. And in your presentation, you have also employed organization or fact checker organization. Can you name those? Do you have an example? The Vera files you have. What is AFP?
Correct.
What is AFP?
That's a
Mr. Chair, if I may. Agence France Presse.
Okay.
It's a global news organization.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed, may I inform everyone that this will be a working lunch, so please feel free to have your lunch while the hearing is ongoing. Before we proceed with the next interpolator, may I acknowledge the presence of Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, Honorable Jefferson Conghon, Honorable Julien Baronda, and present online, Honorable Janet Garin, Honorable Isabel Maria Zamora, Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Honorable Joe Sobiri, Honorable Drixie Cardema. Next interpolator will be Honorable Salvador Plato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. To our dear colleagues and our esteemed guests. I just want to ask a question to Mr. Abrams. What Mita's stance on government requests for user data? For instance, for example, there is a law enforcement investigation against a blogger suspected of peddling malicious content on social media, and his data and posts are needed for the investigation. Will Mita provide those requested data? What is your policy or misinformation and disinformation? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with permission, I'll do my best to address the concern. So our stance on data disclosure is governed by U.S. law because that's where data is stored. However, this being a rule of law country, we do voluntarily disclose data to Filipino law enforcement on a daily basis, which is in accordance with U.S. law, Filipino law, and our terms of service. I'd like to point out that in order for us to lawfully disclose data to your government, the offense also has to be a crime under U.S. law. That's not a decision me or any American tech company can make. That's federal U.S. law, several of them. So I'm aware of the subpoena that was issued by, I believe it may have been your good officer. It's under legal review right now. But law enforcement agencies here in this room submit data requests to us quite literally every day. I personally, and many who work with me, worked closely with your government to help pass IATA and the anti-OSAIC laws, which brought the Philippines into a more sort of modern posture, if you like, in terms of not needing a warrant for crimes against children and human trafficking, so we can provide basic subscriber information on those. I was very proud to work with the NBI as the first ever data request under that regime was issued to us. But our stance is governed largely by American law. So if you have follow-up questions, I'll do my best to address those, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question is, do you have a system of censorship on posts which are against moral values, especially those which can erode the minds of children? Do you have the power to delete those unlawful malicious libelous posts? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's hard for me to answer hypothetically, but I can speak pretty robustly about our child safety policies, and we work very closely with your government around those. So bullying and harassment, of course, CSAM and OSAIC and human trafficking, both illegal and against our terms of service. As Rafi mentioned at the top, we're doing a lot on digital literacy so that Filipinos can analyze for themselves or are better equipped to analyze what is harmful content and what is not. But without more specific information, I don't know that I can address those. I do, however, think, as I stated in the Senate last week, we are among industry leaders, if not the leaders, when it comes to our forward-leaning stance around child safety. And we collaborated very, very extensively with the BICAM, both in the formation of the IATA legislation and the anti-OSAC legislation, as well as the operationalization with the IRR procedures. And we, I believe, were the first to ever be issued a subpoena, and that was by NBI. We continue to get requests like those all the time, Paul.
Congressman, if I may add to that, just as a sample of the type of content that's not allowed on our platform would be hateful conduct, bullying and harassment, incitement to violence, the sharing of any type of child exploitative imagery, graphic violence, all of these types of content would be prohibited under our policies. And I would just also emphasize another point. In addition to all the work that the ROB and the law enforcement agencies of Philippines have done over the course of the many years now to protect Philippine children, we have also, as a company, recently developed special, what we call teen accounts, right? So first of all, no one under the age of 13 is allowed to use to use Facebook or Instagram. But if you're within the age group of 13 to 18, we've recently developed special teen accounts.
13 to 18?
13 to 18, right? Because below 13, you're not allowed on our services. And obviously when you're 18, now you're an adult, right? So we're talking about special teen accounts for youth in the range of 13 to 18 years old. Just as an example of some of the features of those accounts, you would have filters against sharing of nudity. You would have blockers on the ability of people who are much older than you to reach out and contact you. If you're in the range of 13 to 16, there are specific elements of parental supervision and indeed control that are built into those accounts so that parents can really supervise what their teens are doing online. There are provisions to remind teens to basically set alarms for how much time they're actually using the services so that they're not using them too frequently. And those are just a few of the features that we have developed recently with the specific objective of protecting children and making sure that youth on our platforms have a positive experience that really aligns with what parents want and that gives parents really strong tools to understand how their children are using our services and in many cases to supervise the use of our services. Thank you, sir.
Last question, Mr. Chair. I was asking, do you have the power to delete this unlawful, malicious, libelous post? Do you have the power to delete?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Chair, I was asking if you have the power to delete unlawful, malicious, and libelous post.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Sir. Sir, I think it's hard to talk about unless we see a specific piece of content, right? But if I can, I'll be happy to talk about our general approach to those types of issues. As I said, we do not allow hate speech, bullying and harassment, incitement to violence as general part of our policies, right? Those types of content are prohibited. In some cases, as I'm sure you may agree, you may have a hard time defining exactly where to draw the line between something that is fair criticism and or libelous or defamatory under local law. I think it's worth mentioning that, there are we do allow for criticism under local law, criticism under our community standards, especially if it involves public figures. If there's a political campaign, and as Philippines is a very vibrant and robust democracy, you have a very vibrant debate about political issues and about candidates. And so I think, we do allow for criticism of public figures, of politicians, of office holders, right? But where we would try to draw the line is where it goes into matters of true hate speech, incitement to violence, threats of physical violence, that type of thing. I would also say that, again, I would just go back to something that Rob mentioned earlier when it came to the Congresswoman's question. If you have specific piece of content that you believe would violate our policies, that you believe crosses the line in terms of local law when it comes to defamation or libel, then please do work with COMELEC or DICT to send that piece of content to us, and we'll be happy to review it. And Rob.
Mr. Chair, if I may just make what I hope is a helpful addition. Sir, you mentioned, we're pretty direct in mentioning the idea of local nuance and our ability to respond to something that is perhaps agnostic to someone who's not familiar with the Filipino context. So just by way of a very recent example, just last week it was brought to our attention that a keyword was being used in association with content that's very harmful to children. It's involved in CSAM and sex trafficking. It was brought to our attention by your government. It's a Tagalog word spelled backwards. If someone like Rafi or I were to look at it, we'd have no idea. But because we have such a good relationship with the government, it was brought to our attention, and very quickly we were able to ban it. So in terms of our ability to respond to local nuance, I think we're good at that, and we're trying to always improve upon that. It's hearings like these, it's our daily interaction with the operational folks that keeps us sort of hopefully on the cutting edge of all of the local nuance that's continually evolving. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Abrams and Director Frankel. Thank you very much.
The next interpolator will be Honorable Paulo Ortega.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I would like to, of course, thank Meta for the partnership given with our city and district. The PLC and in San Fernando, La Union, you have created a lot of opportunities and jobs for our locals. With that, Mr. Chair, I would like to zero in on a few questions, mostly on the political context. The presentation has shown us a lot of different contexts, but I was looking for the political context side, but have a few questions directly about this. During the question and answer with some of the members, we've seen that you have taken already you have noted and you have done some actions to ensure that there is moderation with the content, especially politically. Are you hiring Filipino moderators? Do you hire Filipino moderators, or like your previous statements, you have partnered with the IFCM?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. First of all, Congressman, thank you so much. We're really happy with the partnership we have with the PLCN and thrilled for the benefits it's providing to the Filipino people in terms of connectivity. And we only hope to do more.
Yeah,
and so we really hope that we can continue that type of partnership to bring these types of services and digital connectivity to Philippines, which obviously in the 21st century would be a huge boost. Thank you very much for the question. I think that I would, let me break this down into two different parts, right? First of all, absolutely yes. We very much have moderators that are from Philippines, that are native language speakers, and they're looking at content in the Philippines every single day. So absolutely yes, we do have those. I just want to make a distinction between moderators that look at potential violations of community standards versus third-party fact checkers. They're not the same thing. The moderators that we have are really looking at potential violations of our community standards. The third-party fact checkers are looking to determine if pieces of content are misinformation, right? But to be clear, those are also local, right? We work with 3 third-party fact checkers in Philippines, Verifiles, Rappler, and AFP. And again, all of them, of course, are local and have the local context, local native language capabilities. So absolutely, very much yes. We have the capabilities to both moderate content against our community standards and work with third-party fact checkers on misinformation in Philippines.
Mr. Chair, can I add, do you think they have the capacity for real-time review? Or is it a taller task than it is?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, again, I would like to break these because they're 2 different things, really. And I think we do have to make sure we're being distinct about how we talk about our general content moderation versus the misinformation. So starting with our content moderation and our community standards moderation, what we do is we prioritize the most severe harms first. It is not necessarily a first in, first out content moderation system. What we do is we prioritize the most harmful pieces of content first. So, for example, if we see that there are reports of child exploitative imagery, that's going to jump all the way to the top of the queue, right? If we see reports of terrorism content, incitement to violence, right, those types of things, those are going to jump ahead because of their potential to cause harm, right? And then that's the type of process we use so that we ensure that we are acting in a timely fashion against the most severe harmful content. Now, when it comes to misinformation, again, different, right? What we can do is we can ourselves send content for the fact checkers to check, or the fact checkers can do it themselves. They have the ability not to wait for us and to actually check content on their own. And what we see in the Philippines is they are very robust. I think we have some of the most robust fact checkers in the world active in the Philippines, and very active in terms of many of the political and types of content trends that we're seeing on our platforms today in Philippines.
So Mr. Chair, you're saying that you are prioritizing real-world harm, something that would really harm a specific place, a community, or even other countries, same country you're in. Is that how I understand it, sir?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yes, I mean, there's some nuance here, but in a basic sense, yes, right? I mean, certainly if there's content out there that can lead to real-world, offline, physical harm, then yes, that's going to, generally speaking, jump to the top of the queue, yes.
So if I'm reading your presentation correctly, may I ask what type of accountability does Meta have in the Philippines when these things go south, or even if we tend to go to something a lot worse than regular trolling, regular misinformation? I would like to be clarified on that, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So, just to emphasize again, I want to be really clear. These systems are operating in parallel. Our ability to remove content that has the potential to cause offline harm has no impact on our ability to work with third-party fact checkers on misinformation. Those are operating in parallel, right? So I think, is that the answer to your question, or are you asking something different?
Yeah, it is actually, but I would like a sense of something more accountable coming from the company's sense towards a local like the Philippines.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yeah, Congressman, I think that, first of all, we're sitting here today, which I'm glad to be doing. I think it's very important that Meta, as a company with such ubiquitous and important services, answer your questions on these really important issues, especially in the lead up to an election. I'd like to point out that maybe we didn't actually show that slide now that I think about it, but we put a slide on our presentation that showed the award that we received from Comelec after the last election for the work we did to protect the integrity of the election. And so, you know, and we intend, and we are in the process of doing that same work now with the midterm elections that are around the corner. And I would also just emphasize again that there are 11 different reporting channels that various agencies of the government and law enforcement have to come to Meta for accountability, right? And on top of all that, we also publish our transparency report every 6 months, where we demonstrate in a very transparent and open manner the content that we've removed based on violations of our community standards, the content that we have restricted due to local law, data requests that we have acted on based on law enforcement, and a number of other metrics that really show kind of how Meta is approaching our responsibilities in the Philippines, and I believe my colleague Rob would also like to add to that.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, may I add to the response? A very important question when you're talking about accountability. So I just want to speak briefly about real-world harm. When there is potential, and there's been a crime committed, and there's potential for real-world harm, law enforcement agencies in this room know how to lawfully request data from us. So we've helped mitigate innumerable threats here in the Philippines, from terrorist threats to kidnapping threats to child exploitation threats. We proactively escalate suicidal users. So when it comes to accountability, I think from the perspective of the law enforcement outreach team, we want to make sure that the Filipino law enforcement agencies present can probably speak to this as well, but we have a very robust data disclosure policy that's in line with our terms of service, American law, and Filipino law. And it's used each and every day by Filipino law enforcement so that they can go after the actual bad actors that are operating off-platform and coordinating off-platform harm. Thank you, sir.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, to drive at my point, would Meta support Philippine Regulatory Committee for social media platforms so that they can partner and help out does the same regulatory committee if it was formed? I believe that your presence here would be a big help and a good sign to this inquiry, but again, we are aiming towards a regulatory committee that would help us, especially combat fake news and others.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Congressman. I'd be more than happy for Meta as a company to engage with the Philippines government and Congress on any type of regulation that you're considering when it comes to these issues. I think we have now many years of experience in terms of working with governments around Southeast Asia, Asia Pacific, and indeed globally, to come up with modalities and regulations that really can help protect users, but also protect freedom of expression, that try to properly balance freedom of expression and safety, and that, of course, account for local nuance. It's really important that countries have their own solutions, and we're happy to share what we feel like works, what's been more challenging, and what doesn't work, and we'd be very happy to engage Congress further on that issue. And I'd appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll reserve some of my questions for the second round. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions also, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, how many websites or applications are under the Meta umbrella?
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, if I may. We have Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, WhatsApp, Threads, which is a part of Instagram to a sense. We have our Quest devices, which are virtual reality devices that also have application, and we have a specific application for our our Meta Ray-Ban glasses that we are now producing together with Ray-Ban. There's a specific application for that. And then, of course, we have the various websites that also operate these platforms, including now Meta AI.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you'd like a very complete, thorough, total list, I'm happy to provide that for you in
Yeah,
writing. But,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my next question is, do you have for example, a study of which is the most who have a content of disinformation and fake news? Which of these, the websites or applications have the most? Is it Facebook?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So thank you. Congresswoman, that's a very tough question to answer. Again, I'll just go back to the kind of place where I started with, which is how do you determine what's misinformation, right? That is not an easy question to answer, but what I would say is
We can qualify it as what's reported, right?
Yeah, so if
Is
you...
it Facebook? Can you give us...
Yeah, so if you look at the fact checks that are reported, and now, but I just want to be clear, just speaking of Philippines, right? I believe, and I can check this to make sure that it's accurate after the hearing, but I believe that the most fact checks we see in Philippines are on Facebook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my question is, how do you ensure that there are no disinformation or fake news that are being disseminated in, for example, in the Facebook platform? Previously, my colleague said that she reported the fake news, the AI-generated content. Do you have a mechanism of removing a content if it's a disinformation or fake news motu proprio? For example, if it's not reported and it's being generated, so those are two different things, right? One is reported and one is not reported. If there's no report of that, but it's an AI generated and it's a disinformation or fake news kind of news.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Congresswoman. The fact checkers that we work with, the third-party fact checkers, have the ability to, and they do very often, fact check content even if we have not reported it to us. So the answer is yes. And I would say, I just reiterate, from earlier in my presentation that whether a piece of content is AI generated or not, we would still treat it the same as misinformation.
So there's a form to, if there's no report, you can actually flag it as a disinformation or fake news, right?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yes, so let me talk about all the different ways that this can be done, right? First of all, as your colleague showed earlier, a user that's scrolling through Facebook can report something if they believe it's false information, and that would flag it for our systems so that we would have a look at that and potentially pass it on to a third-party fact checker. Also, we ourselves have the ability to look at content that we see going viral, and if we have reason to believe that that would be a potentially harmful piece of misinformation, we can send it to the third-party fact checkers. And also, the third-party fact checkers can and very much do fact check misinformation on their own without any prompt from us or anyone else.
Yes,
And I would just like, and I would also just stress that the government also has its own reporting channels to us. So if we get a report of misinformation from COMELEC or DICT or other agencies that are onboarded to our channels, we will also review that and pass it to the third-party fact checkers.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have here an example of the fact check. example of the fact-checked image. This is from Digsan. If you think this is normal, then you are abnormal. Hashtag Quadcom, hashtag Duterte, hashtag NPA, hashtag HOR, hashtag Philippines. And there's an image of the three of us. It is alarming to see our leaders being questioned by NPA affiliates. The House of Representatives tolerates this, and it is very disturbing. So, Mr. Chair, it was fact-checked by Rappler, and the claim was it's false. No, so this is an example of how the Meta does it, right? I don't know how you fact check, for example, how you take down, or what is your standards on taking down the AI that is not being fact checked by this by Verifiles, by Rappler, by those that you've actually mentioned before.
Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman, in the presentation I gave, I highlighted that we have a three-pronged approach to misinformation. We remove the most harmful misinformation if we believe that it can lead to, and we can independently confirm that it can lead to offline harm and violence in the real world. We will also do that in the case that it violates certain types of elections law. With misinformation that does not meet that threshold, we will use our third-party fact checkers to check if indeed that misinformation is false or partially false or missing context or any of those kind of labels. And if the third-party fact checker does confirm that it's false, then we will reduce the distribution of that content on our platforms, and we will put a label on it so that someone who sees that content understands that they are looking at content that has been determined by a third-party fact checker to be at least false or partially false, or as I said, there's a number of other labels they can apply. I showed an example earlier about what that would look like on our platforms. And so when it comes to AI, I think the important thing to reiterate is, number one, that whether a piece of content is AI generated or not, the misinformation policies still apply. Right? They apply across the board. So if there is a piece of misinformation that's generated by AI, it's still going to be the same misinformation policies. Now, there is one additional point to make, which I mentioned previously, which is that if it's a paid piece of content, if it's sponsored, if it's an ad, then there are additional checks that we do, and we require that whoever has placed that ad or boosted that content disclose that it is AI generated, right? And then you'll also be able to go into the ad library and see the details, and these are all publicly available, of who placed the ad, how much was spent on it, and so forth. And if these ads are politically, if they're political in nature, if they are about the election, about a campaign, about a political candidate, if they're about social issues, then they have to go through our authorization process for running political and social ads. That adds another layer of authorization and verification, so that means that, sorry?
I mean, my question is, how do you control this? You have the controls, you have the technology. How do you control this kind of I am asking this, Mr. Chair, because we are always the victims of red tagging, and it is a danger to our life, liberty, and property. And we all know that those are actually false contents. But it keeps on proliferating in the internet. Right now, even right now, as we are speaking. So I'm asking the Meta, how did they do that? Is there, actually my next question is about how many disinformation have you had banned or removed, or how do you control this fake news or disinformation? How many are based on complaints? How many are initiated by your platforms, for example? Those are questions that I would like to be, answered.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, Congresswoman, I think the issue of red tagging is one that we take very, very seriously, and I would express my sympathy to anyone who's been the victim of that. That's obviously a very, very, very difficult experience, and one that I would certainly not wish on anyone. I would just like to emphasize that red tagging violates our policies. We view red tagging as a form of coordinating harm on our platform, and that is prohibited. When we're made aware of it, and we confirm that it's red tagging, then we will remove that content. We've done that in many, many cases for a number of years now. And I would just emphasize again that that does violate our policies, and we will remove it when it's reported to us. So I would encourage you or any other victim of red tagging to send a report to us via COMELEC, via DICT, or the other channels that we have with the government, and we would review that with the utmost urgency, given the potential for harm. Your second question was about fact-checking, I believe, right? And I would just say that when it comes to fact-checking, there's a publicly available library, and we can share that with the committee, of the different types of fact checks that have been placed on our platform. Just recently, I think we've seen a number of different issues that have been covered by our fact checkers in Philippines, and again, I think those are all publicly available, and be happy to share a list with the committee, but anyone can find that also, as they're all online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, in terms of red tagging, you act through complaints. For example, you mentioned the ICT, you mentioned COMELEC. So if there's no complaint, you don't act on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congresswoman, we would act on it if we were, in any case that we're aware of it. If a member of our internal teams finds it, they would act on it even without a report. So I do just want to make that clear. I think that we do very much benefit from the reports we get. I mean, it is hard. I think one of the things that we know about red tagging is that, and I kind of mentioned this before, there are different types of content. When we look at violations of our community standards, there's the type of content that very clearly violates, it's not even close, it's a clear violation of our community standards. The really obvious examples are child exploitative imagery, terrorism, graphic violence. I mean, it is much easier to moderate that kind of content. When we get down to the level of speech, and red tagging is one of these issues, it sometimes can be nuanced, right? Now, it doesn't mean we don't take it seriously. We take it very seriously, right?
You have guidelines on that.
We do absolutely have guidelines on that. We absolutely have guidelines on red tagging.
Red tagging per se.
Sorry?
Red tagging. Do you have guidelines for that?
Yes, we have guidelines on red tagging. Rob, do you want to add anything on this point?
Just say in general, red tagging often involves doxing, which puts people at risk. So that would be a red line, for example. But I think, again, to emphasize, as Rafi's made clear, this is often very nuanced. But that's why we have what we call the trusted reporting channel. So when we get information from DICT, from COMELEC, from your good office, from law enforcement and others, they're treated with great deference and treated with great priority. But doxing, putting people's lives in danger, that's obviously a red line for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, knowing how bureaucratic and to an extent slow the processing of legal actions in the Philippines, we are more concerned on your mandate and mechanisms as Meta as a multinational technology conglomerate in terms of taking action on these matters, no? From fact-checking and ensuring the veracity of contents and users, taking down posts and banning users that proliferate disinformation and red tagging, up to instituting protections to users so as to allow for a healthy and humane interactions and discourses on your platforms. That is what we're expecting.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for the opportunity to discuss these important issues. And we absolutely share the objective of making sure that the platforms that Meta operates in the Philippines are safe ones. And so that's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation. And we're always, always happy to take more feedback, to look at things that if the Congress believes we can do better, we're happy to take that back and see what can be done. And I think, as Rob said, I would just emphasize, please do utilize the reporting channels that we have established that are very well functioning with the government, with DICT, with the law enforcement, with COMELEC, to address these issues. Anything that can lead to the potential for physical harm, we treat with the utmost severity and urgency.
To share, maybe they can help us in the data. For example, how many complaints have they received? How many are initiated by their platform? For example, the total numbers, at least, no? If we can have that idea of how they actually took an action on those complaints.
But that would be a substantial number of complaints. I don't know if you'll be able to submit the data to this committee. I mean, well, maybe as far as the Philippines is concerned.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We do put out transparency reports that look at how we have handled government requests, and so those are readily available. I believe the last one we have out right now would be for H1 2024. I can check on when the next one is coming, but beyond that, I'm happy to discuss with the committee, I think more in private, about how we can potentially share additional data around how we have acted on government requests.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, might I just add to that response? I really like the fact that you said, I believe, was it humane and fair? I think that's very, very well put. I want to make it very clear that we are not in a reactive-only posture when it comes to the upcoming midterms. We've been having weekly huddles with meetings that are very multidisciplinary and cross-functional at our, at our headquarters in Singapore. That is largely staffed by our Filipino colleagues. We are firm in our belief that the Filipino election is for Filipinos, and we're doing everything we can to keep it free, fair, and free from interference. And to your point, Madam Congresswoman, humane as well. But as the chair and I were discussing along with Rafi, we've seen firsthand, and this is now my second or third round of elections here in the Philippines, it's a very vibrant, bare-knuckle democracy here. So yeah, it can get pretty rough and tumble.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but we would like to lessen the fake news and disinformation. So we need those data that we really need those data.
Would you allow releasing that data? Would it be proper if this committee would write you an official communication to access those data?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, I think it would be helpful if you could, as a committee, specify the type of data you'd like to see, and then we can take that under advisement and share what we can, and have a discussion about what type of data we share and kind of what's most helpful to you.
Yeah, okay, we will send an official communication for that data.
Last question, Mr. Chair. Do you have ways to ensure that the same people, for example, if an account is banned or removed from the platform, or the account holder, they can simply make a new one, right? So how do you ensure that the same people will not be able to make a new account, For example, like banning their IP addresses instead of just removing their Facebook accounts? Do you have that power?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if it's so. Yes, so we do have policies against this, which we call recidivism. We can and do, in many cases, try to ban IP addresses. I would say that this is difficult. It's a difficult space because
That in
it's
CSAM, right? In the
Yes.
in cases of child pornography and OSAIC.
yes, absolutely. For those types of very high severity violations, those people would be banned from our platforms. And we do our best to keep people off once they have been deleted. But what I would say is what we encounter are various levels of adversarial behavior. There are some people, including very well-financed criminal organizations, who are very determined to maintain a presence on our platforms, and that is a hard battle that we fight. We do our best. We continue to fight that battle every day. We do it with the help of our law enforcement colleagues in Philippines and around the world. But it's not always easy. We try to do our best we can. We have also new technology that we use. AI is incredibly helpful and a remarkably helpful tool in helping us kind of try to.
It's also a helpful tool for those who makes this.
Yeah, we've talked a lot today about some of the potential harm of AI, but I think that what I would emphasize is that AI is also the best shield in many cases, right? We've developed AI technology to help moderate our platforms, both at the content level and, as you were talking about, the user level, for many, many years. We're able to delete literally billions of accounts, like the ones you're talking about, because of AI. And so those are capabilities that we have. They're always turned on. They're always active. Again, our transparency report does go into the numbers of the billions of accounts that we delete from people like that who are trying to get back onto the platform even though they've been banned, or they're creating spam accounts, or many other reasons, right? And AI is one of the best tools we have in our arsenal to act against that type of work. We're also in the process of looking at other technology, as we long have. For recidivism, you referenced IP blocks. It is something that there are cases where that's possible, but that's again difficult because there's technology that very well-financed people can use to even evade that, right? So this is an adversarial space in some cases, and we do the best we can working with our partners in government and law enforcement to keep people off the platform once they've been removed. Rob, do you want to?
Sure, I'd be happy with the chair's indulgence to add some additional context to that. So when we're talking about the use of AI for detection for harmful content, the reason that north of 99% of child exploitation material doesn't make it onto our platform is because of things like machine learning, AI. The reason that the investment scam generative AI issue that was brought to my attention by the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission the other day is no longer allowed on our platform is because we have fed that into our tooling so that it's no longer available. The reason it's a very big step for us to take an entire device offline is because here in the Philippines, there are still places where families share a single device, where internet cafes share a device. So we want to make sure we're still providing voice to people who are lawfully using the same device. We do, however, to your point, have certain absolute red lines. So a terrorist-related piece of content, CSIM, human trafficking. There's no warnings given to users on that. Their accounts are disabled when something like that happens. Or when they post content of that nature is what I should say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may we be furnished a copy of the red tagging guidelines na lang? And for the guidelines that they use for determining fake news and the specific timelines for the violations, for example, of the community standards violation? How long does it take?
Is that being addressed to Meta?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We'll include that in the official communication.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I remind the interpolator, I think this should be the last interpolator because the, okay, before we proceed, may I acknowledge the presence of our co-chair, Honorable Joe Aquino, and Representative Benya Abante. The Meta representatives will have to take their flight at 3 p.m. So can you make your questions concise? The next interpolator would be Honorable Roch Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the busy schedule that our resource persons have. I'll try to make it quick. Good afternoon to our dear resource persons. I'd like to direct my questions to the Meta while they're here. Mr. Chair, just very briefly, I hope you can bear with us. It's been, it could be confusing for us, especially, ideally we would be tackling this together with Google and TikTok. However, understandably, due to schedule concerns or for whatever reason, you've appeared separately. So we'll be going through this all over again. I hope you could bear with us. Before we begin, I'd just like to verify. So Dr. Frankel, is it, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Chairman, can you tell us what you do in Meta?
Mr. Chairman, Congressman, I'm the Director of Public Policy for Southeast Asia.
And you are based in where?
Singapore.
In Singapore. And you are part of Meta, the American company.
So I'm an employee of Facebook Singapore PT Ltd. Meta Platforms is the American company.
Meta Platforms is American company, the Singaporean company. And Mr. Abrams, to the Honorable Chairman, maybe know your position in Meta.
So I'm one of the heads of law enforcement and national security outreach, handling a large chunk of Southeast Asia. My employer is the same as my colleague Rafi's.
So likewise, based in Singapore.
Also based in Singapore. Okay. Here in the Philippines quite often.
Here in the Philippines quite often. And generally for Meta, although Meta Platforms, the American company, when they operate in Southeast Asia, they would do so through Facebook Singapore. Is that correct?
Every country, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay. Congressman, every country has a different legal structure. Here in Philippines, we have a representative office of our Singaporean company. It's important to note that that representative office is not in charge of business or operations. It does not do anything involving content decisions, right? Those are really, again, those are undertaken by Meta Platforms.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad you brought that up, and actually that would be my next question. So if you are representing Facebook Singapore, and you are doing these regulatory work in behalf of Meta Platforms through Singapore, I assume for Southeast Asia, what is it that Facebook Philippines, what do they do? If it's not anything to do with the support services or content regulation or the actual business of Facebook, Meta Platforms, sorry.
It's actually it's very much about the business of Facebook. So we have sales and very robust sales and support team. Our public policy team, who's based here, while not involved in takedown decisions and data disclosure decisions, do work very closely with COMELEC and with DICT and with many NGOs. I think what we're trying to emphasize is that no decisions are made here. Those decisions are undertaken by our parent entity in Singapore or in the U.S. So this is really a sales and support office that exists here in BGC.
I'd also say there are various programs that we run that are supported out of our Philippines office, including some of those I talked about earlier, which revolve around digital literacy and the digital literacy programs with Digital Tayo that we've used to train over 6.5 million people. The digital entrepreneurship programs where we've trained over 60,000 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Those are also examples of the type of work that our local team here has undertaken, and so forth. There's other examples.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, respectfully, sir, it's Meta Platforms, Inc. that controls all of our platforms.
Okay.
If that's helpful, Paul.
Thank you for that clarification. And in fact, it is more helpful, so we have a better idea now. So Facebook Philippines is mostly in the business of, well, the business, which is sales, and I would assume this is advertising?
Yeah, we're an ads-based business.
So it's advertising. How about Facebook Marketplace? Is that also within the purview of Facebook Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I want to check to make sure I get you the totally accurate answer, but I believe the answer is no. I think that Facebook Marketplace is, again, operated by the parent company in the United States, but I do want to qualify that by saying I definitely do want to check to make sure that's correct.
Thank you. So I hope you understand where our confusion is coming from. So I would assume that Facebook Marketplace would be part of the business end of Facebook. So we would assume that that would be something within the purview of Facebook Philippines, considering that there would be regulatory requirements under the DTI and such.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is where it does get a little complicated, right? I mean, to be clear, so there, there's no commerce that's taking place on Marketplace, right? And so but it doesn't mean that we don't comply with local law, right? We, as a global American company that lives up to the best legal standards in the world, we always want to comply with local law. So just because any of the platforms are being operated by an American company doesn't mean that we still won't comply with local law.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, absolutely agree with you, and we are not implying any disregard for local law, but precisely I think if you've been listening to our fellow colleagues here, what we're driving at is accountability, which goes beyond just the legal requirements. So I hope you understand where we're driving at with this and why I'm asking these questions. We aren't implying that you aren't following local law. And in fact, we do appreciate all of these efforts that you've done above and beyond the legal requirements that we may have, such as your public outreach programs that you may have, and your facilitating the requests of some of our stakeholders in government. However, I hope you understand that what makes it very difficult for us is that when we have problems, it's very hard to reach Meta Platforms, Inc. So understandably, we are of the position that if we have any problems or anything that we have to relay, we have to go through Facebook Philippines. But as you can see from our previous hearings, they've been tossing us around left and right. We go to Facebook Philippines, they tell us to coordinate, they have no involvement with Meta Platform Inc. We go to Meta Platform Inc. and they say that, no, we're an American company, we won't be going there. So we're now trying to understand, for our purposes in crafting legislation, what legislation can we make given the very specific, special structure that social media corporations tend to have. I hope you understand, because generally what we're trying to regulate here now is within the purview of publication, for example, media. But unlike media, which would operate specifically within a country, we're talking now about, a foreign entity that would now be in the business, not just of, public expression, but also the commercial side of it and advertising. As you said, you're a ads-based business. So now we'd like to just differentiate. So going back to my question, I hope you'd bear with that. So Facebook Marketplace is not with Facebook Philippines. Facebook Philippines deals with the public outreach programs that you mentioned and the business side. So anything that has support for the Meta Platforms Incorporated in relation to content regulation and, for example, double-checking terms of use, if compliance with terms of use, these are not within the purview of Facebook Philippines. That much is clear, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Okay. Thank you, thank you, Congressman. And now I understand where you're going with these questions. So let me just clarify again. The platforms, whether it's Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, Marketplace, they are operated by Meta Platforms, Inc. in the United States. So for the purposes of these hearings, we are the people that can come and address them. And I just want to clarify, and by the way, also, if you would like to have further discussions on regulation that you're considering, we're happy to do that. And I also just want to really, really clarify and emphasize a specific point. We always intended to come to these hearings. I really do want to make sure I say that and repeat it, because it's very true. We always intended to come to these hearings. We needed a little bit of time to make sure that me and Rob could get here. The other times, the dates we were given, there was just very short notice, and we had other commitments. We both have profiles that are regional. And so there was always an intention to come to this hearing and answer your questions and demonstrate the accountability, which we absolutely agree you deserve. We know how important our platforms are. We know that they service the vast majority of Filipino people. We know that they're used for commerce, for social connection, for business, for government affairs. We know how important they are. And we believe that we do have the responsibility to show up and answer these questions. I would also just point out there's a lot of other various forms of accountability that we have. We publish transparency reports that look at how many government requests we've acted on. We have 11 different channels for the government to report to us community standards violations or request data or any other problems that they're having, you know, if there's account hacks or anything like that. There are 11 different channels that we have set up with various agencies of the Philippines government and law enforcement, which are, we're accountable to every single one of those channels and agencies. And beyond that, I think that, we try to do the best we can to answer the questions as forthrightly as we can, to explain, frankly, very complex and sometimes nuanced issues the best we can. And I'm always happy to do more of that. And if there are additional conversations we need to have on these topics, on regulation, we're happy to do that. I also just want to point out, and my colleague Rob has already done this, but I'll reiterate it. We know the election's coming. We have been preparing for this for a very long time. In the 2022 elections, Kamalek gave us an award afterwards for the collaboration that we had and for the work that we did protecting the integrity of the elections on our platforms. We absolutely are doing that work again, and I just want to assure the committee that that's the case. Do you have anything you want to add?
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, yeah, I would just add, sir, with a little bit of humor, but this is absolutely fact-based. My WhatsApp says otherwise in terms of an inability of Filipino agencies to get a hold of me. I think my last message last night before going to bed was a conversation I was having with NBI. If you're having an issue getting a hold of us, I think that's something we can pretty easily remedy. The point being, however, that MPI, Meta Platforms Inc., operates the platforms. Our office here is happy to help coordinate with Rafi and I, others based in Singapore. It occurs to me, while I have the privilege of being in this chamber, I've appeared in the Senate many, many times, so I am grateful for the opportunity to be in the House today. To your point, it is my first time here in the House, but I've had the privilege of representing MPI, previously Facebook, here in the Republic of the Philippines for over 6 years now, and I hope that our relationship simply continues to grow stronger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, respectfully, and thank you. We appreciate those responses, and we do not doubt that you had the intention to attend, but I just wanted to point that out as an example of how difficult it would be for us to demand accountability. Now, on that question, on that point, that you have 11 different avenues to coordinate with your law enforcement, I hope you understand that's our point. These 11 different avenues are going straight, I'm assuming, to either Facebook Philippines or Meta Platforms Inc. Is that correct? You're saying that these 11 avenues are going directly to you, right? Through your WhatsApp personally, and you are an employee.
No, sir. I apologize. Mr. Chair, if I may, I apologize for breaking etiquette there. The daily sort of informal interactions that I have with the many alphabet soup agencies here represented, and I say that as someone who 6 years ago would be on that side of the table, your side of the table. Those are not the formal reporting channels.
Right.
The formal reporting channels go to our content review teams based either in Singapore or the United States.
Which is, through you, Honorable Chairman, precisely our point. The content regulation is not being done by anyone legally accountable in the Philippines. All of these avenues of recourse that you're giving our law enforcement agencies, they have to go to either Facebook Singapore or Meta Platforms Inc. Or, in fact, Facebook Singapore will only serve as a coordinating office to Meta Platforms Inc., if I'm understanding this correctly. So, can you just correct me if for this statement, that if Facebook Philippines does not control the platform, there is no Meta-affiliated entity directly accountable in the Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we're specifically talking about content, then again, the platforms are operated by Meta Platforms Incorporated in the United States.
Precisely. So there is no Meta-affiliated entity
But-
responsible for the content regulation in the Philippines.
Correct.
There. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying, because it seems to us that for us to craft meaningful legislation, we have to take into consideration the fact that there is no legal entity here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, I just want to, I would, if I could, take a step back here. I think that what future conversations that we should focus on are, what are the objectives you're trying to achieve that you don't feel like you're achieving now? I think that we have seen similar requests in other countries, which emphasize a similar point that you're making here. But, you know, I think we've proven through our collaboration that Rob has with law enforcement, through the collaboration that my teams and our other teams have with the government, with the ICT, with Comelec, you know, that we are extremely responsive, that we get to the important things quickly, that we act on reports from the government and good faith trusted partnerships that we have in the country. And so I think that, you know, as a global platform, we have to have global systems in place. There's no other way we can operate it at the scale of 3.2 billion people every day. So if there are specific issues that you feel like we need to address and do better, let's absolutely collaborate to address those issues. But I can say, and I feel very confident in saying, there's an immense amount of connective tissue between Meta Platforms and all the platforms we operate and the companies that are incorporated under Meta Platforms and the Philippines government as a whole. And that relationship that is broad and deep, both, has produced very strong results in terms of collaboration and in terms of removing harmful content, in terms of addressing misinformation. And as I mentioned before, when it came to the last round of elections, it even produced an award from Comelec. And so I think we feel pretty confident that we have the right structure in place, but if there are specific issues that you'd like to address and specific regulations that you'd like to work on, we are very happy to sit down and talk to you about those.
Thank you, through the Honorable Chairman. We appreciate that response, but as we mentioned, what we're trying to come up with here is meaningful legislation to curb fake news and misinformation. So while we do appreciate that Meta Platforms Inc. and Facebook Singapore are very responsive, what we're trying to do here is to come up with, of course, you have to understand we're not only dealing with Meta, we're also dealing with Google, we're also dealing with TikTok, ByteDance, right? So we're trying to come up with meaningful legislation that can consolidate our issues with all three. So while we do appreciate, again, it bears repeating that we appreciate the responsiveness of Facebook Singapore and Meta Platform Inc. through your respective offices, it doesn't skirt the issue for us that there is no baseline legal responsibility within the Philippines. There is no Meta-affiliated entity within the Philippines. And that's what I believe makes it hard. To just drive that point, perhaps, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a quick side question to maybe one of our officials from the CICC. For example, to our CICC, when we have requests for takedown from Facebook, what is the general turnaround time? First and foremost, do you acknowledge that Facebook is very responsive in your requests?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they are very responsive, and that, again, we do not doubt that. But what's the turnaround time? Is it fast? Is it slow?
Usually it will be from 6 hours to 24, most of the time.
And in 6 hours to 24 hours, that would be sufficient time for something to go viral, correct?
That's very correct.
And by then, usually the damage is done, especially when we're talking about public reputation.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I think, thank you for that. So I think that's what we're trying to drive at here. We're trying to work with a system that would make it easier for coordination, but that's besides the point right now. Moving on, since we're beyond already the structure, we understand that the Philippines, there's an acknowledgement that there's no Philippine-based entity. I just want to go back to something you were discussing with Congresswoman Castro, that you said that there was a side-by-side, these working in parallel. You have the fact-checking, and you have, what was the other system that you have in place? Sorry?
Community standards, yes.
Community standards. So community standards would be the more general approach, right? This comes into the general terms of use of your platforms, while misinformation is more specific. Is that correct?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Okay, so the community standards, yes, you can look at them as they're not exactly the terms of service. That's a different legal term. But the community standards are the policies and the rules by which we moderate content on our platforms, right? They're the rules that say this is allowed on our platforms, this is not allowed on our platforms. The rules we have around misinformation are part of the community standards. I think the distinction I was trying to make with the Congresswoman earlier is that when it comes to misinformation, because we believe that it's really third parties that are the ones that are most capable and most appropriate to determine the veracity of information, there is a parallel system that we have in place, which is the third-party fact-checking system, right? And that system is in place, and those fact-checkers can proactively act even without any action on our part. They can act if we send them content that we want them to review from misinformation, but they can also act on their own if they think that there's a piece of misinformation that's going viral and could potentially cause harm. That's what I was trying to distinguish between. Whereas the other community standards violations, such as hate speech, incitement to violence, bullying and harassment, terrorism, child exploitative imagery, those community standards, those would be looked at by our content moderators, right? And who will make a determination about whether they violate the community standards or not, and therefore are removed or not. And I think Rob would like to add to that.
Your point, Mr. Chair, if I may, your point is very well taken in terms of how the internet works and virality, and we've all seen how that works. The upside to that is when we have a piece of content that's violating, I'd like to just underscore once again that feeds our ability to prevent its future proliferation. So just by way of example, for something that's a very non-controversial sort of content subset, so terrorism-related content and child exploitation-related content. Every piece of video or every photograph that's uploaded to Instagram or to Facebook is compared against an enormous bank of hash values, digital fingerprints, if you like. So once we identify one of those and it's added to the bank, so to speak, it can no longer be spread on our platforms. And as members as the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, we share those with our partners. We don't compete when it comes to safety, we collaborate. But to your point, yes, 6 hours is enough time for something to go viral. When you're operating at a scale that we are, a little bit south of 90 million users here in the Republic of the Philippines, just on Facebook, 6 hours we think is pretty good. We would love to get it down to 30 seconds. I don't know how realistic that is, but I do want to thank Director Gesolios for the acknowledgement of the progress we've made on turnaround times.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the response, and we appreciate that point. And I stand corrected. It's not just the terms of use. It's terms of use and community guidelines, which are two different things. But in general, these are the two pillars on which you would base that one part of the parallel operation in screening, and then the other, the misinformation, would be more specific, if I understand it correctly. So in relation to that, if we're talking about response times, and going back to the question of the Representative process, I believe, so is there a pre-posting screening mechanism? Because, for example, what we've learned from ByteDance is that when you post a video, there's like this buffering, which isn't actually required to post their videos. But during that time, they're already screening it amongst, like you said, it's probably a digital bank of other prohibited content before it gets posted. So is that the same with Meta?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yes, we proactively screen content. Every piece of content that's posted on our platforms is going to go through some type of automated screening. Yeah. Every piece of content will go through some type of automated screening. It does not mean that our screening is perfect, and I do want to emphasize that, right? and as I kind of pointed out previously, our accuracy rates on really clear violations are very high. You know, if we look at our proactive removal rate on, again, issues like terrorism, child exploitative imagery, we're talking above 99%, approaching 99.9%, right? When we get down to other issues that are more nuanced, that are more contextual, that are borderline, you know, then those proactive systems, they may flag it for a human to review, right, as a next step, because it's just kind of too difficult for a machine to make that determination, right? So the review process is complex, but it involves like many different layers. The first one very much would be an automated one as a proactive measure.
Thank you for that response. So generally, the automated pre-posting screening would be very effective for those that are obviously wrong, like you have hate speech, child pornography, terrorism, and the likes. And when it comes to the nuanced parts that we have difficulty, right, which would include the point of this committee hearing, the fake news and misinformation. We understand it to be pretty difficult, and that's where, if I understand correctly, that's where the fact checkers come in. In addition to that, we came across a piece of news that Meta was actually dropping fact checkers in favor of something, I think it was community notes mechanism. Is that correct, or is that not being rolled out globally?
Mr. Chairman, just one thing I want to point out. In the list of violations, you mentioned hate speech. Hate speech sometimes can be obvious, but other times it cannot. And so that one's a little more nuanced than terrorism, for example, right? Okay, yes, turning to our global fact-checking program. As of, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, in the United States only, we have moved to a system of community notes as opposed to our third-party fact-checking system. But everywhere else in the globe, the third-party fact-checking system is the system we still use.
Could you please enlighten us as to why the United States has dropped that fact-checking mechanism? Were there difficulties on their previous review system, and do you foresee that this difficulty would actually be the same all around the globe?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, the fact-checking system in the United States, I think what the determination by our global leadership was that we saw that it had become in some way politicized, and that they believed that there was the potential to improve on that system using the community notes system, right? Which companies like X have already developed and implemented for quite some time, which relies on many, many, many more users and many, many more diverse points of view to determine whether content is false in some way. And that system has now been implemented in the United States only. As of now, there's no plan to change that globally, but I think that I would just always say that whether it's our fact-checking system, whether it's our generative AI products, whether it's the user experience in some way, we're always looking to improve everything we do. We're always looking at innovation. And so, the community notes that are now rolling out in the United States, we're obviously going to be looking at, are they effective? Do they make sense? And testing like the capabilities there. But as of now, and there's no plan to change the system other than in the United States.
I still have quite a few, I have a lot of questions actually, but I understand that there's a time constraint for our resource person, so I'll just stick to one or two questions to conclude. Just based on that point, I'll leave the others out. So when they drop the fact-checking, I know it doesn't apply it here, but we'd like to know the possibility of, if that were to be implemented here, we'd want to know what we're working with for our legal framework, right? What laws that we might come out with in relation to that. So if you are dropping fact-checkers and it's community-based, this would now be more in line with the reporting system that you already have. So it's going to be it's going to be based on user feedback. And how do you differentiate authentic user feedback from, for example, what we're really fighting here are the trolls. I mean, that's one thing that we can agree is very morally wrong and misleading. So when they're purporting to be other people who they're not, and they're not voicing actual, personal opinions, and they bloat their numbers per capita. Instead of just one voice, it appears to be hundreds of thousands. How do you now balance that when you drop the fact checkers?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, first of all, any type of inauthentic behavior is prohibited on our platforms. Any type. You have to be your authentic self on our platforms. And it's especially, and I would say that in the case of any kind of coordinated inauthentic behavior, that can rise to the level of what we would call network disruptions, with my colleague Rob described earlier in our presentation, and how we treat those types of abusive networks. To your question specifically about community notes, I need to be very honest. This is a very new program that we are running, and I just don't feel qualified to completely answer the question about how it works, as it's only rolled out, I believe, yesterday. I feel very qualified to answer a lot of other questions about these issues, but on that one, I think we just have to come back to the committee. If you have specific questions, I think that the chairman and the committee are putting together a list of follow-up questions, and we'll be happy to try to address that one as well.
Thank you. Just one last question to the Honorable Chairman, if there are resource persons who could oblige, because you already mentioned that in Facebook you only allow your authentic self. But anecdotally, that isn't the case, especially here in the Philippines. I don't know if it's the same outside the Philippines, but if you've been monitoring, one of the issues that we have are these massive troll farms in which people purport to be other people, and precisely to bloat out their, public, in order to shape public opinion and sentiment. So what measures do you have to ensure that? Is it possible to implement something in which, truly, not just, currently, if I understand it correctly, the closest that Meta has come to identifying authentic users would be phone numbers. By requiring phone numbers as a two-factor authentication, ideally it's 1:1, but we've passed the SIM registration bill. It's now a law. It hasn't curbed the number of SIM cards being registered to, being used by one person but registered in other persons. So how do we go about it? I see Mr. Abrams doesn't agree, and I agree. It isn't the best way, but from my understanding, the phone numbers was being used by Meta to sort of validate whether a person is not. You have verified accounts in which you require them to submit IDs, but not everyone's verified. So what steps is Meta taking? What steps could they take to curb these inauthentic users?
Mr. Chairman, if we are, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond? Actually, I actually am agreeing with you that SIM card registration was probably the way to go. That way you're getting at the bottom of the pyramid. Over 80%, I believe, and I want to go on the record as saying that's my belief right now. I don't have the actual numbers in front of me. Over 80% of our Filipino community of users uses phone numbers to register. But to say that phone numbers are our sole way of checking for authenticity is not the case. There are many back-end engineering cues that our analysts look at to determine the authenticity of an account. To that end, that's probably what flagged the Honorable Congresswoman's false positive, and that's why we were able to restore it as well. But to go into too much granularity as to the cues we use would give bad actors an advantage. So perhaps an executive session with your good office would be in line for a further discussion on that, Bo.
I would just if I may add, the inauthentic behavior, I think in our latest report, again, we can go look up the exact figures, but we've used AI, for example, to remove, I think, 2 billion accounts in the last transparency report for inauthentic behavior. And so, again, we can get you the exact numbers. We report those transparently. But what I would also just emphasize, and I think this is really important because I get your question is about troll farms. So I just want to address that head on. We would view that type of behavior, generally speaking, under our coordinated inauthentic behavior policy, which prohibits exactly what that sounds like. Any kind of coordination by people not being honest about who they are for the purposes of spreading misinformation, right? And we have very stringent policies on that, where not only if we find someone engaged in that kind of behavior, we don't just take down that account. We do what we call fan outs, and we investigate what other accounts that account is coordinating with. And that is what leads us to undertake much larger network disruptions of accounts that are coordinating in abusive behavior on our platform. We've undertaken, I believe, 9 different types of those actions in Philippines over the last, since 2017 or 2018, I think the numbers are. Again, these are all public. We can get them to you. And I think it's really important to point out, this is where our relationship with law enforcement really comes into play. A lot of those come from leads that we act on from law enforcement. And the intel sharing goes both ways. And so I would emphasize to you, I'd continue to emphasize to law enforcement, although they already know this, and other members of this committee, if you have reason to believe that there are accounts that are engaged in that kind of behavior on our platforms, please do send them to us. And we will do everything we can to investigate to see whether they are engaged in that kind of coordinated abusive behavior. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Chairman. Actually, if you had the time and you stuck around with us, I think you'd see through our other resource persons in questioning later on that it is, while we do appreciate that you have the guidelines and the protocols in place, it doesn't seem to be all that effective. I understand the scale that you're operating, perhaps it's very difficult, but at least in the situation here in the Philippines, you'd see later on that it's very difficult. But I understand with the time constraint, I actually still have more questions, but given that we wouldn't want you to miss your flight, so I'll be yielding to the next interpolator. I'd like to thank Dr. Frankel and Mr. Abrams for their time today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The last interpreter on the Meta issue, Honorable Romeo Acop, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed, Mr. Chair, I'd like to briefly manifest that the absence of a clearly accountable and empowered Meta entity here in the Philippines is a crucial issue. And I hope the Meta people would agree with that. As we have heard, Facebook Philippines does not control the platform, nor does it handle content regulation or policy enforcement. This makes it difficult for Filipinos to seek timely and effective recourse when harm occurs online. That is why we are exploring the idea of requiring accreditation or registration for social media platforms operating in this country to ensure that there is a readily accessible, responsible point of contact that understands and complies with our laws. It's a matter of accountability, Mr. Chair, not just for regulation, but for the protection of the Filipino people. And may I proceed, Mr. Chair? I'll touch on accountability, which was a little bit touched by the Honorable Gutierrez. May I ask, Meta, are you aware of the number of Filipinos who use Facebook and Instagram? Are you aware of the number?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, I assume you're referring to here in the Philippines or globally?
Philippines.
Yes, I think the last numbers that we've reported were over 90 million.
90 million.
Over
Filipinos.
90 million.
Okay. And would you agree that you have a responsibility to these users to keep the space you provide them free and open? You have that responsibility, would you agree?
Sorry, do we have the responsibility to keep our platforms free and open?
Yes.
Sir? I think we have the responsibility to do the best we can to balance the rights of Filipino people to free expression, but also the rights of people to have a safe space on our platforms. I believe that's what you're getting at.
Yes. And because of such, the posting of false information and misleading news, the content that harms not only the subjects of the questionable post, but also the public trust in state institutions should not be tolerated. Would you agree with that also?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Well, the answer is yes or no.
I think, Congressman,
Would you agree with that?
Congressman, when I want to answer this question carefully.
May I know why you are going to answer it carefully?
Sir, yes, absolutely, sir. I want to say that when we come to topics like misinformation, there are different interpretations of that. And this is why we rely on third-party fact checkers to be the authoritative sources of what is true or false and to make those determinations so that we, as a neutral platform and one that is committed to providing, again, the best we can do to balance freedom of expression and safety, are not the ones making the determination about what is true and false. So I believe that we have the proper system in place where we rely on third-party fact checkers that are internationally certified to be the authoritative sources on what constitutes misinformation. And from that point, we have the responsibility to act on the findings that those third-party fact checkers provide to us. And if they provide us the finding that that's false, then we do have the responsibility, and it is in our community standards, to make sure we've reduced that distribution of the content and properly labeled it so anyone seeing that content knows that they are viewing something that is false and that they can access the authoritative source of information so that they can understand what the real situation is. And I think that that's the way that we do our best to make that proper balance of providing freedom of expression, but also safety for the people of Philippines and indeed our global community. And again, I just want to emphasize, even then we will go as far as to removing misinformation if it's clearly false and can lead to physical violence or violates elections law, right? In those cases, we will remove it. And I think that that's the best that's the best system we've had over many years of dealing with these issues around the world, to kind of balancing to the best that we can those dueling objectives of freedom of expression and safety.
Thank you, Doctor. But my question was very simple, whether the posting of false information or misleading news content that harms not only the subjects of the questionable post should not be tolerated. It's answerable by yes or no. Should this not be tolerated by platforms? Yes or no?
But, Mr. Chairman, if I may. But Congressman, again, I want to just emphasize the point that people disagree. We're in a world right now when people disagree on what's true and what's not true.
Are you trying to tell this committee that you do not agree with that?
I'm trying to explain to the committee, Mr. Congressman, that the approach we have is based on remaining a neutral platform that tries our best in very difficult circumstances, in very robust democracies like the Philippines, where there are very charged political debates going on. We do our best to balance freedom of expression on the one hand and safety on the other, and that our view on the best way to do that is to rely on third parties to make the determination when it comes to true or false or somewhere in between. And we think that that's the best way forward. And Mr. Congressman, actually, I would say, I don't think you necessarily want us to be the ones that determine what's true and false. I don't think you would want us to undertake that kind of that kind of power, basically. I think that, this is, in a democratic system, this is kind of the best balance we can possibly strike when it comes to how to moderate these types of issues on our platforms in the type of context that we have in the lead up to an election, for an example. And I would just note again that we take our content moderation very seriously. We take our fact-checking program very seriously. We have 11 different channels between the government and our platforms to address any type of misinformation or other harmful content. We undertake network disruptions if we see that there's a coordinated abusive pattern when it comes to misinformation or disinformation or any type of foreign interference. And as a result of that, and I would just, again, you know, in the last election cycle, we were given an award by Kamala for this work. And so I just have to continue to lean on that posture and on that approach as the best way that we can support the community that we have here in the Philippines.
Thank you. But as we have discussed earlier, that there are systems and controls in place to remove posts that violate community guidelines. So we can both agree that some posts do not belong on the platform.
Yes,
Would
we
that
can
be correct
absolutely
also?
agree. We can absolutely agree on that, yes.
You can agree with that
But
already.
there are some posts that don't belong on the platform? Yes, absolutely.
And as the platform itself, you would take action to remove these posts?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And
If they violate our
therefore,
community standards, we would remove them.
yes, thank you. And therefore, it's fair to say that the platform has a duty to prevent the spread of such posts because they can cause harm. Would that also be correct?
Mr. Congressman, we have a duty to act on content that violates our community standards. And in some cases, specifically if it violates local law.
No,
that-
Doctor, my point is that you have a duty to prevent the spread of such posts because they can cause harm. That's the gist of my question.
We have a duty to remove posts that we're aware of that violate our community standards, yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, could I say that you recognize that Meta bears some responsibility for what is shared and posted on Facebook or Instagram?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Sir, every individual user bears the ultimate responsibility for what he or she posts on our platforms. I think that it's important to underline that
That's
point.
a given.
That's a given, okay.
Now,
Right.
what
So-
I'm asking is whether Meta bears some responsibility for what is shared and posted on Facebook and Instagram. That's
So-
my question.
Yeah, so what I would say is, we absolutely...
Do you?
Yeah, sir, if I may, we very much believe that we have a responsibility to provide a safe platform for our users around the world, including in Philippines.
That's your obligation. But my question is, would you bear some responsibility for what is shared and posted in your platforms? Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
Sir, I just want to be really clear about this again, okay? Our responsibility is to make sure that we are doing the best we can to balance between voice and safety, okay? And the ultimate
Mr. Chair,
responsibility,
Mr. Chairman,
for the people,
Chairman,
for the content posted is the
I
people
think
that
the
post it.
doctor is evading the answer to my question. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry will say that it's answerable by yes or no.
Mr. Congressman, the ultimate responsibility lies with the user who posts the
agree.
content.
But what I'm asking is if Meta bears some responsibility. I'm not asking whether you are the primordial entity to be responsible. No, I'm not asking that. My question is whether you bear some responsibility.
Mr. Congressman, if I may, I believe I've answered the question that I think the user bears the responsibility for what they post on our platform. Now, we have a set of community standards that we do our best to uphold because we want everyone to have a positive experience on our platforms and a safe experience on our platforms. And that's what our community standards are for. That's what our fact-checking programs are for. That's why we take these hearings very seriously. That's why we have the 11 different relationships with the government agencies in the Philippines so that harmful content can be reported to us. And I think that's how we do our best, like I said, to ensure that people have a voice and the freedom of expression while also a safe experience. But as I said, I think the ultimate responsibility for content lies with the user that's posted it.
Mr. Chair, the questions I would be asking would depend on the answer of Dr. Frankel insofar as whether Meta bears some responsibility, and therefore, since he has said that he cannot answer me directly, I will not ask the other questions, but may I make a manifestation, Mr. Chair? It seems from our discussion that social media platforms are making some effort to curb the spread of fake news in this country. However, I disagree with the impression that acting merely as host of user-generated content exempts these platforms from any liability for the harmful content they allow to be exhibited. As part of our legislative duties, I think it may be time to revisit the current legal framework regarding these social media platforms, if only to incentivize them to further crack down on these types of illegal posts. Now, may I go to another issue, Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr. Chair. Regarding monetization. Doctor, can you confirm whether Facebook or Instagram allows content creators in the Philippines to earn revenue directly through the platform? Yes or no?
Congressman, I believe the answer is yes, but I want to make sure to check on that. I believe we have content creators that can monetize on our platform in the Philippines, yes.
Thank you. And would this mean that Facebook directly pays users upon fulfillment of certain requirements and upon reaching specific targets? Would that be correct also?
I'm not familiar exactly with the modality of payment, but again, I believe, yes, we do provide content creators with the ability to monetize here.
Thank you. And what are the means of earning through the Meta platforms, Facebook and Instagram?
I'm sorry, so what?
What are the means of earning through the Meta platforms, Facebook and Instagram?
There's different ways. You can monetize your content using something we call stars. There's ways that we can have partnerships. I think there's 2 or 3 different ways that creators can monetize.
Thank you. And are there specific content guidelines that monetized accounts must follow? And
Yes,
if so,
absolutely.
how are these enforced in our country or in the Philippines?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So there are content guidelines.
Creators, like anyone else, must abide by our community standards.
Now, is there a process also for demonetizing content that is later found to be false, misleading, harmful, or otherwise violative of the community guidelines?
Any user that is monetizing on our platform can be demonetized if they have repeated violations of our community standards, including repeated violations of misinformation. Yeah.
Now, can you describe to this committee the revenue sharing model? How much of the ad revenue goes to Facebook, and how much goes to the content creator?
Sir, I honestly don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to provide that if we can take that under question to come back to the committee.
And who would be the proper authority from your group to answer that question?
We can come back to you on that. There's a few questions I think that we're going to put together as part of the follow-up to this, and we can happily add that as one of them.
Thank you. Now, my last question, how does Facebook ensure that creators don't exploit the algorithm by posting inflammatory or misleading content just to gain more views and earnings?
Mr. Chairman, again, if I may, As you pointed out, sir, we have policies that will demonetize pages if they engage in repeated violations of our community standards, or if they engage in repeated instances of misinformation.
For curiosity's sake, can you provide data if available on how much content creators in the Philippines have earned through Facebook's monetization programs over the past years?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I do not have that data.
And who would have that?
Again, we can take that question under advisement and see if we can come back with something, but that may also be subject to privacy, and so I would have to see what the exact question is and see if we can come back to you on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pakipatay.
Thank you. Okay, for a last manifestation, you're given 5 minutes. Honorable Abante.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I really would like to ask some questions, but I'm not going to ask any questions anymore. But as I listen to your explanation, I begin to realize, and I don't understand what Meta actually is, all right? I have to admit I'm ignorant of what you're trying to do. But I would think, Mr. Chair, that Meta is a self-regulatory agency because you have community standards. Content and accounts that violate our community standards, including harmful misinformation, and you remove it. And you're not telling us that you have, in a way, a responsibility to do it. You have, because you are a self-regulatory agency of your company, of Facebook. Now, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask if Meta could be able to provide us a data of whatever your community standards are, because we don't even know. We'd like you to give us a data of what you mean by harmful this misinformation. I'm not going to ask this question anymore because I know you're going to answer us with a lengthy statement, but just give us a data. What do you mean? Guidelines. What do you mean by community standards? What do you mean by harmful misinformations? Just give us the guidelines for that. Can you do that, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, our community standards are publicly published and available on
Mr. Chair, I'm asking that you give us the data, not being able to see it on public. We would like to ask you to give us the data.
Anyway,
give us the guidelines for your community standards.
there are many requests as per interpellation from the different congressmen. So we will incorporate all these requests, requesting data.
Thank you.
Including your
Guidelines.
request regarding the community's standard guidelines. There was a request also from Arlene Brosas. So we will incorporate this on our official communication, and hopefully you'll also to give us the feedback.
Just one thing, Mr. Chair. Comparing the Philippines to different countries, do we have more misinformation here and violation of community standards? Do we have more of that than any country in the world? Do we have more?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Congressman, I think that I would have to go back and look at the statistics, but we publish our transparency report on community standards enforcement every 6 months. And our fact checks, again, are also very transparent. That information is publicly available, as is our community standards. All the information that you've just requested is publicly available information. So, Rob,
Thank
did
you.
want to add
Thank
anything?
you.
You're asking, with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, you're asking, obviously, Congressman Abante, a very important set of questions. The first thing I would say is just to reiterate, our community standards are readily available online. Number two, they're iterative. So in our consultations with your government and many others, they're revised with a lot of regularity. A lot of what we do is self-regulation, to be fair. But here in the Philippines, sir, if I may, we not only consulted with, we agreed to lots of legislation that has placed on us turnaround time burdens when it comes to certain types of harmful content, data disclosure burdens, not burdens, but obligations that we've agreed to, and we're beating turnaround times. We are largely compliant with data requests. I would hope, and I wouldn't dare speak for the law enforcement community here, but I would hope that they would agree that we are amongst, if not the most forward-leaning when it comes to protecting our Filipino community of users. And I absolutely think I understand that we're in the middle of an election cycle. Things are heated here at the moment, but that does not distract me or my team from our constant, everyday work in battling off-platform harm for our users. And not everything we do is self-regulating. We do a lot to follow local law. And reasonable people like myself in your good office, we're going to have disagreements along the way. I think the point is to keep these dialogues open. So with that, I do want to genuinely thank Congress for allowing us to be here today. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I would just emphasize, Mr. Chairman, we heard a lot of questions today, and very good questions, very fair questions. I hope that the answers we provided in the presentation were educational, informational, and I hope that we demonstrated, as Rob just pointed out, the very strong collaboration we've had with many different parts of the government, different administrations, Congress, on developing regulation and laws, implementing them, living up to our legal obligations here in Philippines, and again, being a platform that is a positive social net good for Philippines because it helps people build their businesses. It helps the economy grow. It helps people connect to their loved ones for free. It helps people learn about the world and gain new skills. And of course, with the election coming, we're absolutely determined to protect the integrity of the election on our platforms. And I hope that we can have more of these conversations. Congressman, we're very happy to sit down and collaborate on additional regulation if you feel it's necessary. There's a number of different examples of how we've worked with Congress over the years. Most recently, for example, on the Internet Transactions Act. There's also the digital VAT. I mean, these are just two very recent examples of collaborations we've had on law and regulation here in the Philippines with Congress and with the administration, and absolutely happy to continue that. And I do hope, as Rob said, that our responsiveness to the government and Filipino community's concerns has come out clearly today, and we remain very determined to be a great partner to the people, businesses, and the government of Philippines in the future. And thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to present this today and to speak to the committee and the people of the Philippines.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your statement, Dr. Frankel and Mr. Abrams. This is the very reason why we have this hearing, so we could be able to craft laws about what is happening right now. I'm so glad you said that you be compliant to every legal thing we have in this country. And thank you very much for that. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to assure Dr. Frankel, that Mr. Abrams, that we will, in my own capacity, talk to you about many of these things. Thank you very much.
Actually, we still have many questions to Meta, but unfortunately, because of time constraints, we cannot do so. So in behalf of the committee, Dr. Frankel, Mr. Abrams, we would like to thank you for attending the hearing. You are now excused. It's already 1 p.m. You go direct to the airport. You might miss your flight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
The chair acknowledges the presence of Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, Honorable Ernesto Junicio Jr., and present online, Honorable Arjo Ataide, Honorable Jonathan Flores. We have 5 issues to be discussed in today's hearing. 1, social media platforms. 2, celebrities. 3, testimony from Commodore Tariela. 4, testimonies from social media influencers. And the last one is testimonies from government agencies. So for celebrities, may I understand Kabayan Noli de Castro is present, so may I request the COMSEC to invite Mr. Noli de Castro? COMSEC, pwedeng maimbita natin si Mr. Noli de Castro so that we will have an orderly hearing and a smooth flow of discussion. We will tackle the issues as mentioned earlier by the chair one by one. COMSEC, I understand, I was informed earlier that Mr. Noli de Castro is in the holding room.
Yes, sir. This on his way.
Okay. Can we invite them? COMSEC, paki-escort lang sa upuan si Mr. Noli de Castro. Thank you, Kabayan Noli, for attending the hearing. We will give you an opportunity if you would like to make an opening statement.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman, and mga membro ng committee, at ang ating mga invited guest. Kanina po nanonood ako doon sa loob ng hearing ho ninyo. At sinusuportahan ko po itong initiative ninyo na labanan ng mga fake news. Kasama ho kami dyan. Yung mga misinformation at saka disinformation. Kasama na rito po ang deepfake. Naging biktima rin ho ako niyan. Marami sa aming mga broadcaster. Bunso din po ng Gen AI at ang iba pa mga advanced technology po ngayon. Hindi natin mapipigilan ho yan. Kanina, I'm sorry, hindi ninyo napag-usapan sa Meta yung advanced ng technology. Kasi hindi ho talaga mapipigilan. Yung pinsala na dulot nito ay hindi lamang po sa aming mga personalidad and even to you, Congressman, kundi pa sa pangkalatan sa publiko na nakababasa, nakakita at nakakapanood po nito. Kailangan ng sabayang pagkilos para sa education ng publiko at sa aming media practitioners para mamulat to ang mas nakararami tungkol sa masamang epekto ng fake news sa ating bansa at sa demokrasya. Kami ho sa media ay alam ko malaki rin ang responsibility sapagkat mas mabilis kaming ma-check ang mga fake news. At the same time, ma-check kaagad namin ang fake news. Although sana po ay naka-ready din ang mga government agencies na sagutin yung mga lumalabas na fake news. Especially sa mga congressman din po. Thank you. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Noli de Castro. As per our House rules po, all resource persons will have to take their oath. So, can you please rise? COMSEC, please administer the oath. Comsec, please administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry?
Before we proceed with interpellation, the chair acknowledges Honorable Geraldine Roman. The first to interpellate, Representative Kunghon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, former Vice President Oli De Castro.
Good afternoon po.
Gaya nga po ng sabi ng ating chairman, ni Kong Johnny Pimentel, ang peking balita ay walang sinasanto. Lahat nabibiktima, lahat pwedeng maapektuhan. At bilang public personalities, isa sa madalas na nagiging biktima ng fake news ay ating mga local celebrities at sikat na media personnel. Mula sa peking iskandalo hanggang sa maling impormasyon, lagi silang nadadamay ng di makatarong paghuhusga. Dahil dito, may inimbita tayong mga ilang sikat na media personality para magpahayag ng kanilang karanasan bilang nabibiktima ng fake news. Mr. Vice President, I think it's fair to say na madalas po kayong nagiging subject ng fake news. Tama po ba?
Opo.
At dahil din po dito, nagkaroon po kayo ng pampublikong hinaing regarding sa mga fake news. Lalong-lalo na nung nakaraang linggo. Tama po ba?
Opo.
At base sa preliminary research na isinagawa po natin, isa sa mga peking balita na kumakalat tungkol sa iyo ay ang nausong quote card na pagkatapos na pagka-aresto ng dating Presidente Rodrigo Duterte, kung saan sinabi mo daw na the former President Rodrigo Duterte, Tatay Digong, did not start the war to kill. He started, nasa ano po yan, meron po tayong, pwede po bang pakilabas? Yan po ba? Tama po ba, ito yung isa sa mga code card na bigay po sa inyong kaalaman na peke na sinabi niyo raw po ba? Sinabi niyo raw po, tama po ba?
Medyo hindi yata ho masyadong malinaw ho ito, Mr. Chairman, tungkol dito.
Ang nakalagay po doon, sir, is former President Rodrigo Duterte did not start the war to kill.
Okay.
He started to save lives. He gave drug addicts a chance to change, to surrender, to choose a better life. But many refused. They kept using, kept selling, kept killing innocent people. So what a leader should do, let criminals destroy families or take actions to stop them. One addict lost is tragic, but thousands of innocent lives saved, that is justice. Duterte made the streets safe. Yan po yung mga nakalagay sa quote card na na-attribute po sa inyo.
Opo. Pero hindi ho lahat totoo eh. Kaya kami ho, fortunately, kami sa media, sa mga broadcaster, nakokorek kaagad ho namin on the air. On the air. Once na lumabas yung fake news, nakokorek kaagad namin. In my case, meron po akong IG na ginagawan ko kaagad doon ng word na malaki na in bold letter na fake. Tapos nakikiusap po ako sa aking mga kaibigan na may Facebook din, may IG, and other form na ipakalat naman nila na yung lumabas na ba na news item ay fake. Yun ang mga ginagawa ko para mabilis na nakakakalat yung information na that item ay fake.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, nakikita niyo po ba yung nakalagay sa screen natin ngayon?
Opo.
Ito po ay galing kay ito po ay pinost, no? Ni JM, di ko alam kung paano i-pronounce itong Almine o Almine o Almine. Ayan, JM Almine. Nakalagay po dito, sabi niyo raw po na di ko binoto si PRRD dahil gustong-gusto ko talaga si VP Lenny.
Aha.
Familiar po ba kayo sa napabalita ang sinabi niyo daw po.
Opo. Alam ko ho, fake ito. Kaya gumawa ka agad ho ako ng version ko at nilagyan ko ho ng in bold letter na fake.
Mr. Vice President, kilala niyo po ba si J.M. Almine?
Hindi po. Hindi ko po siya kilala.
Sinubukan niyo po bang kilalanin kung sino yung nag-post nito?
Hindi na po dahil baka mamaya hindi tunay na tao ito eh. Uso ho ngayon yun.
Ano po ang naging reaksyon niyo nung nakita niyo yung post na ito?
Well, sanay na ho ako sa mga lumalabas na ganito eh. So ang first reaction ko ay gumawa ng paraan para may pakalat ko na fake nga ito. Lagyan ng bold letter na fake. Kuminsan no, ginagawa ko pa ay naka-flash yung fake. At makiusap sa mga kakilala ko na may mga Facebook, IG at iba pa, na ipakalat din nila para marami po makabasa.
Nung nakita niyo po ito, ano po yung personal na naramdaman ninyo? Dahil karamihan po sa nakabasa nito, naniniwala na sinabi niyo raw po ito.
Well, of course, ang iba maniniwala ho, lalo na kung hindi ako kilala. Pero sa newscast, nako-correct naman ho namin ito eh. Itong ganito. Kaya madali lang ho eh. Hindi ho ako masyadong naapektuhan kapag ganito. Maswerte lang ho kami dahil mga broadcaster ho kami. But kung pag-uusapan ho yung pangkaraniwan tao, yun ang madaling maapektuhan. At wala silang means, wala silang source para makorek agad yung lumabas na fake news.
Mr. Vice President, pagkatapos po kumalat itong mga fake na quote card na ito, madaming organisasyon ang nag-post at nag-fact check din ng balita na ito. Alam niyo ba kung ano-ano yung mga organisasyon na ito tulad ng ABS-CBN Fact Check,
Opo, meron po
Verifies,
kami ganon.
etc.?
Opo, meron po kami ganon. Ang ABS-CBN may fact check at inilalabas po namin yan sa TV Patrol. Yung mga fina-fact check po namin.
Sa inyong personal na opinion po, Mr. Vice President, nakakatulong ba sa pagtigil at pagkalat ng fake news ang pagpa-fact check ng ABS-CBN, Rappler, Verifies? Nakakatulong po ba ito?
Well, nakakatulong ho, pero hindi ko alam kung ilang porsyentong na itutulong nito. Pero nakakatulong ho. Definitely.
Thank you. Sir, isa na naman pong balita na kumalat sa inyo ay yung pagkakadulas ninyo. Naalala niyo po ba ito noong 2021?
Dadulas.
Meron pong fake news na kumalat noon, yung pagkakadulas ninyo, pagkakoma at pagkamatay umano. Noong October 26, 2021.
Opo.
Naalala niyo po ba ito?
Opo.
Kung saan kayo po ay nag-post katabi ng inyong koi pond ng magandang umaga bayan. Pagpalain sana po ng Diyos ang inyong umaga, mga kabayan. Naalala niyo po ba yun? Kasunod po nito, yan po yun, kabayan, nasa screen po natin. Kasunod po nito ay nag-post kayo ng isang video na may caption, miss ko na po kayo mga kabayan, abangan.
Opo.
Naalala niyo rin po yun. Pati po ang inyong anak na si Madam Kat de Castro ay nangangailangan pa mag-post upang patunayan na ang balita na yon ay fake news din sa inyong pagkamatay. Kaya ang sabi niya, "Hi everyone, my dad's absolutely fine. We just had dinner." Ang post ni Madam Kat de Castro.
Opo.
Ano po ang inyong reaksyon nung nakita niyo na may kumalat na kayo ay pumanaw na?
Well, sabi nga ho nila, kapag kayo nabalita na patay na kayo, ay masahaba ang buhay nyo. But isa pa ho, sabi ho namin kami mga personalities, bad news or good news ay publicity pa rin ho. Kaya kung may ganyan, ay pag-uusapan pa rin kayo. Pero may mga news naman na medyo masakit na. Lalo kung affected ang ating bansa, Kung ako lang, okay lang 'yon. Pero pag affected na ho ang bansa, iba na 'yon.
Mr. Vice President, yung mga tao sa paligid nyo, yung pamilya nyo, naapektuhan ba sa fake news na ito?
Medyo ho, mas una silang mas una silang naapektuhan kapag may mga fake news na involve ako.
Naniwala ba sila agad nung nakita nila yung balita na yan?
Ay hindi ho, dahil alam naman nila ang nangyayari ho sa akin. Kaya hindi sila naniniwala kaagad. Kaya lang, nag-worry lang sila.
Sir, yung mga taong hindi mo naman personal na kilala, tulad ng karamihan na yung mga viewers, na yung mga fans
Opo.
at supporters, ano ang naging reaksyon nila sa balita na yan?
Well, ang nababasa ko lang ho, hindi rin sila naniniwala. Yung iba naman, nagko-condolence na. No? Lumabas ng balita na ako'y patay na. So, sinasagot ho sila, hindi ho, buhay pa ho ako. Yung mga ganon.
Sir, sinubukan niyo po bang alamin kung sino yung nagpalaganap ng fake news na ito?
Gusto ko ho lang alamin, pero wala akong means na alamin kung paano eh. Kung ang Meta nga, walang masyadong means para alamin eh. Napansin ko kanina sa tanong nila, Congressman Gutierrez eh.
Sir, ni-report niyo po ba yung fake news na ito? I mean sa Facebook, sa Meta?
Hindi na po. Hindi na po. Lately ko lang nalaman na kinakailangan pa palang i-report mo para umaksyon mo sila. Kailangan pang i-report.
Actually, pagkatapos nung kumalat na kayo ay pumanaw na, marami din po ang nag-fact check, no? Na organisasyon para siguraduhin na may tama yung kumakalat sa inyo na balita na kayo ay pumanaw na. Paano naman po yung mga social media website, no, Mr. Vice President, kung saan kumalat yung mga post na ito? May mga gumawa ba sila na paraan para matigil o matulungan kayo para i-correct, no, yung mga ganitong klaseng fake news? Meron po bang mga tumulong na mga website? May mga tumulong po bang mga individual para kayo'y matulungan na pagsawata itong mga fake news na kumakalat sa inyo?
Again, may means ho kami para maharang kaagad yung mga fake news na yan because nakikita nila ako sa television na nagbabalita pa rin ng live. So, that means, yun ang patunay na, hey, buhay pa pala si kabayan eh. Nagbabalita pa ng live. Yun ang sinasabi ko na kami ay maswerte pa ang katulad namin personality. But ang kawawa ay yung walang means para maharang kaagad nila ang mga fake news na lumalabas against them.
Kanina tinanong po ni Congressman Acop kung may responsibilidad ba ang Meta at Facebook sa mga ganitong klaseng kumakalat na fake news. Tingin niyo po ba, kabayan, merong responsibilidad ang Facebook at Meta sa mga ganitong klaseng fake news na lumalabas at nakakaapekto, lalong-lalo na sa buhay ng mamamayan?
Opo, naniniwala po ako doon. At naniniwala din akong negosyo ito eh. Pati na po sa mga vlogger, kaya o sila naingganyong mag-vlog, ay dahil sa kumikita rin sila. Aminin natin, huwag na tayo maging hipokrito ho dito. Pati ang Meta, alam naman nila yon, negosyo nila yon eh.
So, tingin niyo po, hindi lang sa content creator o nag-post ang sole responsibility pagdating din po sa mga post na pinopost nila, pati rin po ang Meta.
Opo.
Meron tingin niyo, meron din pong responsibilidad
Yes
patungkol
po.
sa mga post na ilalagay sa kanilang platform.
Mahalaga po yon. Dahil sila ang means para may pakalat yon eh. Wala namang iba. Sila rin kung Facebook, kalimbawa, Facebook lang ang magpapakalat niya, wala nang iba. Facebook to Facebook, yung may mga Facebook. So, naniniwala ako na ang Meta ay malaki ang responsibilidad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Re-reserve ko po yung aking mga katanungan sa susunod na round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Vice
Are there
President.
any other members who would like to ask questions to the former Vice President De Castro? I understand Honorable Roman is inclined to ask questions. May we know from any...
Wala na.
Nagpalista po si si General Honorable Roman. But it seems that...
Lumabas.
Dito po. So the next interpolator is Congresswoman General Din Roman.
Ay.
Hindi ko naman kayo interview. Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, ang aking mga kasamahan sa Kongreso at ang ating mga resource person. Today, we are celebrating the 4th TRICOM meeting, whose aim is to eventually eradicate fake news by means of state regulation. What have we established in these past 4 meetings? What has become obvious to all of us is that the different social media platforms lack a uniform regulation that would require them to, number one, establish a legal entity in our country. Ito po yung kadahilanan kung bakit ang ilang social media platforms po natin ay walang physical presence sa ating bansa. Wala rin po tayong isang regulation kung saan nasasaad na ang kanilang perang kinikita ay dinedeclare o binabayaran ng corresponding tax. Pero hindi ko na po panghihimasukan yan sapagkat yung aspekto ng taxation ay beyond our objective here in the TRICOM. Also, we do not have a regulation that will actually establish the duties and obligations of the different social media platforms in relation to the other stakeholders, such as the content creators. Paano po ba ang relasyon ng mga social media platforms sa content creators? Also to the advertisers, digital advertisers. Also to the government itself. It is this void that I think that our committee can be most useful to regulate the social media platforms. I know I am thinking ahead, but this is how we work. We look at the problem, analyze it, while toying with the possible solutions that come up from different members. So we can regulate social media platforms. But to actually regulate the area of content creation is potentially and most probably unconstitutional. In my research, I have discovered that any kind of state regulation over content creation should pass the strict scrutiny test that will be actually applied by the Supreme Court or any corresponding court if the constitutionality of this state regulation is questioned. So from a pragmatic point of view, mas mabuti pa sa puntong pa lang ito, alam na natin kung ano ang haharapin kung tayo ay magkakaroon ng state regulation over content creation. Why? Because content creation is the expression of our fundamental right to free speech. And this is guaranteed by the Constitution. We cannot regulate opinions. We cannot regulate how and what content creators should produce. But we can regulate social media platforms by empowering them and requiring them to act as gatekeepers by establishing guardrails. To give you an idea kung ano po ang magiging problema kung tayo ay magre-regulate ng content creation, ay yun ho, mangyayari, magdedemanda to, question sa Supreme Court. At by default, actually, it will be considered as unconstitutional. Dahil automatically, we are dealing with a fundamental right, the right to free speech and the right to expression. And the government will have to state and prove and establish a compelling reason, which is rather difficult. So if you were to ask me, and this is something that I've been wanting to tell my colleagues, if we are to regulate, let's regulate the social media platforms. Mr. Chair, this afternoon, I would also like to report to the committee what has been going on in the past weeks. Actually, in the past TRICOM meetings, I have been proposing the establishment of a Digital Council of the Philippines. To recall, it is similar to the kapisanan ng mga broadcasters of the Philippines, to be formed among the stakeholders themselves by associations and groups of content creators, as well as the digital advertisers, as well as digital marketing firms, as well as the Global AI Council, as well as members of the academe, rather, because the idea was to make the Digital Council of the Philippines a medium by which we can educate the public, in particular the youth, on the responsible use of social media and, most importantly, critical thinking. We also wanted representation from the DICT in the Digital Council of the Philippines, as well as the NBI and the PNP. So the idea is basically self-regulation. It has worked for the advertising world when commercials are submitted to the scrutiny of the Ad Standards Council to see, based on their own code of ethics and standards, if the commercials are fair and true. So, depende po sa findings ng Ad Standards Council of the Philippines, ay aaprubahan ng isang commercial o hindi. Sa kapisanan ng broadcasters ng Pilipinas naman, sa aking pagkakaunawa, ito po ay hindi government-controlled, ito po ay self-regulating, and they came up with their own code of ethics and standards, which is to be followed by its members. And they also have their own redress system. And to my knowledge, the kapisanan ng mga broadcasters in Filipinas also acts as a guild of sorts for its members, to give its members legal assessment and counseling, as well as legal assistance in case any of its members encounter, I don't know, a lawsuit or something in that like. Or as a group, as a guild, because there is strength in unity, it could use its position to leverage if there is something they have to negotiate with the government. So, going back to the Digital Council of the Philippines, in the past weeks I have met with the CICP, I have met with the Global AI Council. I also met with the Digital Marketing Association of the Philippines. And they are all in agreement that they would rather that they form their own council and that they come up with their own code of ethics and standards than being regulated by the government. Now, you may ask me, para pa tayo entonces nag-investigation? Well, as I said, the regulation should come with regards to the social media platforms. Okay. Kasi mukhang interesado si Vice President Noli de Castro, I will briefly explain kung anong functions itong Digital Council of the Philippines. Yun na nga, unang-unang kailangan meron siyang ma-formulate na code of ethics and standards to be followed by its members. Number 2, ito po ang mag-serve as a vehicle to address complaints of victims of fake news. It has the technical means. Ito po yung parang konseho na magsusuri at magfa-fact check kung ang isang complaint ay may basihan, kung tunay na biktima ang isang grupo ng isang scam or isang businessman ng isang scam o kaya ng isang government agency, ng isang fake news, and it will come up with its findings. So what do we do with the findings of the Digital Council of the Philippines? Pag nalaman po niya at napagtanto ng isang piece of information ay walang basehan at fake, ito po ay ifa-flag niya at sasabihin doon sa social media platform. Para po, by law, ang social media platform will be obliged and required to flag a certain piece of information as fake or to take it down, which is already being practiced by TikTok, to my knowledge, and also by some other social media platforms that have community annotations, community notes, no, na nagsasabi itong informasyon na to ay lacking information o ito'y walang basihan. So this is a way of administering justice without stepping on the constitutional right to freedom of speech or expression. Kasi sa laban po sa fake news, ang kalaban po natin talaga dyan, syempre, of course, is the piece of news itself. Ako po ay naniniwala kapag ang isang piece of information ay walang matibay na pundasyon na nakapatong at nakasalalay sa katotohanan, ito po ay babagsak. Pero kailangan nga lang ho ay mag-cooperate ang ating mga social media platforms. Maaring tanong po ng iba dyan, paano mo ma-ensure na lahat ng content creators ay magiging miyembro nitong Digital Council? Pero hindi po ito ang pangarap ng Digital Council of the Philippines. Kahit hindi ikaw ang miyembro ng Digital Council of the Philippines, kapag ang isang piece of information na generate mo ay nireklamo dahil wala itong batayan, ay mafa-flag ito at madedetect ng Digital Council. At eventually, if we pass a law that would require social media platforms to adhere to the findings, recommendations, and instructions of the Digital Council, ay mafa-flag ito as fake and it could be taken down. At syempre, kung ako naman ang content creator, kung sa 10 pieces of information na gine-generate ko, siyam ay nafa-flag as fake, edi parang humukay na rin ako ng sarili kong libingan as a content creator. I shall have lost my credibility and whatever is left of my moral authority to actually express my opinion over social media. So, Mr. Chair, may I be given the chance to interpolate some of our resource persons?
Congressman Geraldine, I thought that you're going to ask question to Noli.
Okay.
So
May I ask
we are tackling the issues one by one. The fourth issue will be the social media influencers. So I think you reserve your question dun sa social media. The resource person that we are now asking question to is former Vice President Noli De Castro.
May I have the pleasure of interpolating our former Vice President and fellow journalist,
Yes po.
Noli De Castro. Kumusta po kayo, Mr.
Mabuti
Vice
po,
President?
mabuti po.
Yes. Kayo po bilang isang mamamahayag, gaano nyo pinahahalagahan ang ating constitutional right to free speech and expression?
Of course, kami yung mga broadcaster, tayong mga broadcast journalists, mahalaga po siyempre ang constitutional rights natin to free speech, freedom of speech. Number one ho yun. Pero, as a broadcaster din po, sinabi niyo sa kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas, during our seminars, way back, ang ini-instill sa aming utak ay maging responsible journalist. Responsible on the air. That means ang sasabihin namin ay may batayan, may source, sabi nga ninyo, ay titindig yung mga balita. Kahit sinong komisyon ay nakatindig yung mga balita, may mga patunay. So, yun, responsible journalist. I remember that, I cannot forget that, be a responsible journalist.
Mr. Chair, maidagdag ko pa po. Kayo po ba ay kasapi ng kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas? Yes po.
Automatic po yun.
At meron po ba kayong sinusundang Code of Ethics and Standards sa loob po ng KBP?
Meron din po. Maliban doon sa Code of Ethics namin sa ABS-CBN.
Okay, meron din sila sa ABS-CBN.
Opo.
Ngayon po, sa inyong karanasan, meron na ba kayong na-encounter na isang kasapi ng KBP na hindi tumalima sa inyong Code of Ethics and Standards?
Well, unang-una ho, hindi na kinakailangan dumaan pa sa KBP pag may ganon. yung mismong station ang nagdidisiplina sa kanya tungkol diyan. Kasi kumisan, inaamin ko rin naman na may mga broadcaster na may mga political leanings. Lalo na ho ngayon, malapit ng eleksyon. So, meron ding mga broadcaster ang nagagamit ng ilang mga, well, of course, kandidato dahil sa malapit ng eleksyon for monetary reason.
Yes po,
Opo.
Mr. Chair. Kung sakali po, yung mismong radio station ay kakonsyaba noong, I don't know, ng isang politiko, paano yon? Ina-apply po ba sa ganitong instance
Iyon lang
yung
ho.
Code of Ethics at saka standards ng KBP?
Iyon lang. Baka ho mamaya ay utos din ng istasyon.
Opo. Pero po, ang sabihin ko, doon po, meron po bang in that case, i-apply ang KBP?
Meron dapat to magreklamo ang isang kandidato sa kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Okay po. Mr. Chair, nais ko rin tanungin si Vice President Noli de Castro at ito ay related sa kanyang karanasan bilang mamamahayag. Kung kayo po ang tatanungin, gusto niyo po ba magkaroon ng ahensya ng pamahalaan na magre-regulate ng content o kaya ng balita na inyong binibigay?
Medyo pumapasok ko doon yung freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Doon pumapasok.
So, sa madalit salita po, Mr. Chair, hindi kayo sang-ayon?
Hindi ho, pero pwedeng i-regulate to in some sense. Hindi ho yung pure regulation.
Yes. Mr. Chair, for the information of our resource persons and my colleagues, there is already a law that actually addresses the problem within the world of journalism. This is the 2012 Cyber Libel Act. Basically, we have the freedom of speech and expression. But there's just like any other right, this is not absolute.
Absolute.
The state can regulate in order to protect public interest. But in regulating the freedom of speech, which is a basic constitutional right, it has the obligation to use the least restrictive means. At may dadagdag ko pa po, pagdating po dito sa pag-regulate ng free speech, it's parang, it's a lost cause basically. Kasi iko-question talaga yan sa Supreme Court. Ganun po ang mangyayari. So maitanong ko po sa inyo, Ms. Kabayan, na pakinggan niyo po briefly yung aking sinasuggest na Digital Council of the Philippines. Kumbaga ito parang self-regulatory, pero magfa-fact check din po siya. Tapos, yung findings niya ay ipapasa po doon sa different social media platforms katulad ng Facebook, ng Instagram, ng X, ng TikTok. At nakabase po doon sa findings, pwede po nilang i-flag, pwede po nilang i-take down yung content.
So, in other words, ang naturang mga platforms ay member din ng Digital Council
Yes
of the
po,
Philippines.
maaari po silang member ng Digital Council of the Philippines. At yun nga ho, sinasangguni ko na maaari po tayong magkaroon ng isang batas para obligahan itong mga social media platforms na i-flag itong mga pieces of information na matutuklasan na fake.
Opo, dahil mahalaga po ang sa hearing ho kanina at yung mga guests mula sa Meta, importante talaga ho yung mga platforms na sila ang mag-control, ika nga, or mag-monitor ng mga lumalabas sa iba't ibang platform nila.
Yes po. Mr. Chair, matanong ko rin po kay Kabayan Noli de Castro, naobserbahan niyo po ba na depende kung ano yung social media platform, ay maaaring silang magkaroon ng parang community guidelines sa isa na kakaiba doon sa iba. Kumbaga, Facebook meron siyang sariling guidelines, ang Twitter may sarili siyang guidelines. Sa inyo pang karanasan at obserbasyon ay nakikita niyo po itong ganitong sitwasyon.
Well, nakikita ko dito halos pare-pareho lang ang mga ang Twitter, ang Facebook, ang Instagram, pare-pareho din ng nilalaman nila.
Opo. Ang content po nila and the way they disseminate information, Mr.
Opo.
Chair.
Opo.
But for the information of everybody, in the past 3 TRICOMs, we have already established na minsan, katulad ng TikTok, meron siyang redress system, pwede po niyang i-take down yung news, minsan nakakalusot nga lang ho, at yung fact-checking, hindi naman po ginagampanan din ng Facebook. Parang i-report po ang isang piece of information, paramihan po ng report. Kahit totoo na po yung news, pero natalo ka sa dami ng trolls ng kabilang kampo o kaya ng kabilang bando, iti-take down ito. So it's not really on the basis of what is true or what is fair. It is on the basis of gaano karami kang magre-report, di ba? Parang popularity contest. So ito po ang problema nga natin. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude by asking, would you agree to the idea of a digital council of the Philippines?
Yes po, Congressman. Itong Digital Council of the Philippines, just like kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas, ito ho ang maaring, kasi sabi nga ninyo ay hindi ho tayo pwedeng maglabas ng batas dahil makikwestiyon hanggang Supreme Court. So itong Digital Council of the Philippines, ang pinakamabilis na maaring kumestyon sa mga content providers na lumalabas, lalong-lalo na ang mga fake news.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I would just like to conclude by reiterating my stand against fake news. It is really alarming. It is appalling.
Yes, of course.
Appalling is an understatement, in fact. Nakakainis na po talaga. It's really annoying. Especially na ngayon, maraming political developments, it's election time, iba-ibang paninira. And I have also observed, it is also, katulad ng isang araw lang, meron akong isang constituent na halos mabiktima ng perang scam. Ginamit ang deep fake ni Mr. Ramon Ang, as well as ni Katunying. And they were actually trying to sell this pyramid scheme. And alam nyo naman, not everybody can exercise or has the ability to exercise critical thinking. At minsan, dahil sa kahirapan na rin ng buhay, ay kumakapit sa patalim, sinasakyan ito mga scam, gini-give up ang kanilang, at nawawala ang kanilang hard-earned money. Not only that, itong nakaraang weekend nga rin, maraming mga fake news na lumalabas, and kahit anong ginagawa na positibo ng ating pamahalaan, ay nalulunod sa dagat ng fake news. And this situation cannot be tolerated. This is the hope of this humble representation, that we can come up with regulation that will effectively control the spread of fake news while respecting our basic constitutional right to freedom of speech. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon, kabayan. So, yung iba naman na tanong na ni Geraldine. Yung tungkol doon sa ang mga broadcaster po ay regulated, self-regulation sila, di ba? And regulated din po kayo ng KBP at saka ng station. Kasi meron nung isang hearing, Mr. Chair, na dito vlogger siya at the same time, meron din siyang station. No? Meron din daw siyang parang network na kinabibilangan. So, di ba, Mr. Chair, may mga broadcaster din, journalist, na nagiging vlogger. So, paano po ba ito nare-regulate? Kasi itong vlogger na to, halimbawa, broadcaster siya, pero may mga disinformation or fake news. Nire-regulate din ba ito ng station o yung network na kinabibilangan niya, kabayan?
Dapat po, kasi kung mga fake news ang sinasabi niya, at hindi lang once, twice, or thrice, dapat ay kumilos na ang istasyon or even ang kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas.
Okay, so nag-a-announce ba ang network na may mga ganitong disciplinary doon sa mga broadcaster at the same time vlogger na nagbibigay ng disinformation?
Normally ho, ang aking experience ay sinasabihan lang ho sila
Okay.
to stop yung ginagawa niya.
At nagko-correct. Tama po ba?
Dapat i-correct
Dapat
niya.
kino-correct, no, yung mga disinformation.
Kasi kung hindi niya i-correct, paulit-ulit na siyang sasabihan or until isuspindi siya.
Okay. Kahit na po ito ay information, dapat po kung meron siyang sasabihin na opinion, ay dapat nakabase pa rin sa facts.
Sa tamang impormasyon.
Yes, sa tamang information.
Opo.
Pangalawa, Mr. Chair, ito syempre, kanina sinasabi natin na hindi naman maiwasan na yung isang broadcaster o kahit na kayo po kabayan, meron kayong sariling opinyon
Opo.
sa mga bagay-bagay. So, paano nyo po yun masasabi? I mean, di ba, freedom of expression. Pero kung kayo po ay nakapaloob sa sa isang network na halimbawa may political leaning, paano po nyo ma-express yung inyo pong sa programa ninyo?
Well, sa akin pong experience, hindi ko po tinitingnan yung kung ano man political leaning ng istasyon. Ang sa akin po ay kung ano aking opinion, kung ano ang tama, yun ang sinasabi ko. Wala pa naman ako na-experience na sinabihan ako ng istasyon, oy, medyo hinay-hinay ka dahil yung ating boss ay iba ang political leaning. Wala pa naman akong ganong experience.
Dahil ang human being po, Mr. Chair, ay socially and politically charged. Siyempre, meron siyang sariling opinion. So, naniniwala kayo na among broadcasters, journalists, wala naman talagang sinasabing neutral. Tama po. Kasi meron din kayo talagang sariling choice, political opinion, etc.
Opo, talagang meron ho kami.
Okay. So, gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Chair, kasi katulad din sa teacher, experience ng teacher, na yung mga teacher kasi, minsan, minomonitor yan ng mga kanilang superiors. Kaya, syempre, ang mga teachers dapat din nagpapahayag ng sarili nilang experience or sarili nilang pong choices, etc. So, katulad din po yan ng mga broadcasters, though, meron po silang tinatawag na regulation. So, ano pa rin po, Mr. Chair, above all pa rin yung freedom of expression. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Franz Castro. Mr. Vice President, mukhang wala na yatang magtatanong na congressman, pero bago po kayo umalis, meron lang akong katanungan out of curiosity sake. Hindi pa niyo sinubukang alamin kung sino ito mga nagpakalat ng fake news sa inyo?
Hindi na po, Mr. Chair, Kasi karaniwan naman hindi tunay na pangalan na ginagamit nila Oo. Although, nag-isip sana akong lumapit na ho sa NBI kung hindi siya hihinto. Pero huminto naman ho nung sagutin ko na sa pamagitan ng paglalagay ng bold letter nga na fake.
Madalas po ba kayo ginagawa ng fake news?
Well, pag ganito malapit ng eleksyon.
Pero pag walang eleksyon, hindi ko na kayo ginagawa.
Medyo tahimik ko sila.
Pero sa tingin nyo, Vice President, bakit kayo ginagawa ng fake news? Meron ho bang galit sa inyo?
Hindi naman no, siguro being a radio and television personality, nakikita nila na kapag akong ginamit,
mukhang sisikat sila.
Yes, parang gano'n, no. Oo, parang gano'n, no. Pati nga, sorry to say this, Pati nga yung utot ho, binibintang sa akin. Nag-viral ho yun,
Sikat ho talaga kayo, You're well-known all over the country, so probably some of these, I would say, bloggers are taking advantage of your popularity. Ika nga, ginagamit kayo para naman sila maging popular din po.
Oh, well, sabay na ho yun. Sabay na yun. Kaya lang ho, hindi ako kumikita, sila ang kumikita.
Hindi, kumikita naman po kayo doon sa broadcasting. Last tanong ko po, yung ganyang fake news, hindi po ba kayo nasasaktan? Hindi po ba kayo nagagalit?
Hindi naman po Hindi ako tinatablan Hindi ako tinatablan po.
Hindi kayo naapektuhan, kagaya noon, na pinagbintangan kayo na hindi kayo bumoto kay PRD, bumoto kayo o yung sinabihan patay na po kayo, hindi ba kayo nadidepress o nagagalit?
Hindi po kasi nasasagot ka agad. Yun ang advantage namin, nasasagot namin kaagad bilang isang broadcaster. Oo. Pero sa pangkaraniwan tao nga po, sabi ko nga, baka mahihirapan sila dahil hindi kaagad nila masasagot. Wala silang means para masagot kaagad.
Alam niyo, Vice President, you're very well known sa broadcasting industry, and I believe that you are liked by the people around the broadcast industry. Pero nakikita mo kahit na magandang ang ikangang image mo sa broadcaster industry, wala ka namang kinakalaban, wala ka nang kinakaway, pero meron talagang mga tao na gusto lang talagang sirain ang isang tao, hindi po ba?
Kahit kayong mga congressmen, ganun din.
Lalo na po kami, lalo na po ngayong eleksyon.
Kahit maganda ang ginagawa ninyo, dahil sa mga fake news ngayon, iba ay palalabas nila.
Sabi niyo kanina, hindi kayo naapektuhan kahit na anong fake news ipalabason ninyo. Ano bang pwede niyong i-advise sa amin? Kasi kami naapektuhan minsan eh.
Ay sagutin ka agad dun nyo.
Ganun po ba?
Sagutin ka agad.
So, kailangan sagutin ho namin.
Opo, na may mga kaibigan naman ho kayong may mga YouTube dante, may mga Facebook, gaya na ginagawa ko nga ho, bold letter, at kung minsan nagpa-plus pa, fake. Tapos pinakikiusap ko sa mga kaibigan na ipakalat. Yan o. Kasi hindi naman kayo pwedeng o kaya, tumawag ko kayo sa mga broadcasters, sa mga broadcast journalists. At ipakiusap nyo kung pwedeng ma-interview kayo para ipaliwanag nyo itong lumabas na balita. Siguradong tatanggapin naman po kayo. Basta open lagi po. Yan ang pinakikiusap ko sa mga government agencies na open lagi sila kapag may lumalabas na balita. Kasi kung minsan ho ay kumakalat na yung balita ng mali, hindi ka agad nasasagot ng mga government agencies.
Sa tingin po ninyo, kailangan ng Kongreso gumawa ng batas para mapigilan ang paglaganap nito mga fake news, para naman maprotektahan yung mga reputasyon ng mga tao. Kasi nakita naman ho ninyo, marami yung mga personalidad nasira rin ng reputasyon because of fake news. Tingin nyo, kailangan ho natin gumawa ng batas?
Baka ho magandang pag-aralan nitong kay Congressman na Digital Council of the Philippines. Para lahat ng Facebook, YouTube, member ho dito, para kung meron ng reklamo tungkol sa mga post na hindi maganda o hindi totoo, may papasok ka agad dito sa Digital Council of the Philippines. Kasi po, I don't know, Congressman, Mr. Chairman, baka ho kumisan pag may batas, napapalusutan pa ho eh.
Tama po.
Pa ho pa sa batas. Umaabot ho hanggang sa Supreme Court. Baka ho dito, baka makatulong itong pag-aralan ho nating mabuti ang Digital Council of the Philippines. Baka ho mas may ngipin ho ito para mapigilan ang pagkalat ho ng fake news.
Actually, Mr. Vice President, pagkatapos po nitong hearing na ito, meron na ho kaming mga proposed legislations to counter this fake news. So hindi na po ako magtatagal, Mr. Vice President. In behalf ng committee, maraming salamat po sa presensya ninyo. Pwede na po kayo ma-excuse po. Kasi we'll now proceed to the next issue, which is yung kay Commodore Tarjela, and after that, the social media personalities. But before that, I noticed dito sa mga resource persons na inimbita, some of these, I believe, wala nang pong question yung ibang mga congressmen dito ngayon. Some of the resource persons were requested to be invited by some congressmen who are not present. Sila po may gustong tanong. So, are there any questions for SWS rating survey company? May question ba, mga congressmen? Wala? So, dito po kaninang SWS, hindi po ba? So, I believe that there are no questions. Actually, there was one congressman, I will not mention anymore, who requested you to be present, also Pulse Asia, and then yung ibang mga survey firms. But he's not around, so the congressmen are not inclined to ask questions to you unless you have a statement to make.
None, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you are now excused.
Thank you.
Itong broadsheets din, andito po ba ang Philippine Star, Daily Inquirer? Nandito po ba? Wala. Okay. So we'll now proceed with the next item on the agenda, which is the issue of Commodore Tariela. Do you have any statement to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I
Okay.
prepared the presentation.
Okay, let us proceed with the presentation. Afterwards, the first to interpolate will be Congressman Ernest Junicio.
Mr. Chair, can I proceed?
Pakilapit lang po yung mikropono.
Mr. Chair, can I proceed already?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isang magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sa loob po ng 2 taon, nagsimula po ang ating administrasyon sa pagpapublicize ng mga insidente na nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea, ay nakita po natin ang mataas na bilang ng pagtaas ng fake news and disinformation and misinformation pagdating sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Sa loob po ng 2 taon na inanalyze po namin ang mga fake news, peddlers, and trolls na nagpapakalat ng maling informasyon. According to our analysis, we can actually came up with 3 levels of fake news purveyors in terms of social media platforms. The first one is what we call the initiators. Ito po ang mga kilala po nating social media influencers na nagbibigay ng maling impormasyon pagdating sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. On the later part of my presentation, I will discuss what are those information that they are using to counter the factual narrative of the Philippine government. At the same time, the initiators have high number of followers. Marami po silang followers sa different social media platforms, whether sa X, sa Facebook, sa Instagram, or sa TikTok. Sila po ang kinikilala nating mas known figure pagdating sa pagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon. We call them initiators because if we're going to trace the misinformation and fake news about West Philippine Sea, sila ang pinakaunang mga tao na nagpakalat ng maling impormasyon na to. The next level is what we call the disseminators. Gaya po ng sinabi ni Kabayan Noli de Castro, marami po tayong trolls sa social media na soulless account. Alam po nating wala silang totoong identity, newly created ang account, but these disseminators are being used by the initiators to spread this initiated information na mali. Sila po ay walang kilalang known network, but they are used only to spread this misinformation and fake news about the West Philippine Sea. And then the third one is what we call the reposters. Ito po mga reposters ay kapwa po natin mga Pilipino. Maaaring sila po ay sumusuporta lamang kay initiator o meron silang sinusuportahan na politiko na umaayon dito sa narrative na ito na mali naman. And then the last level is what we call the general public. The general public is actually the victim of the disinformation and fake news in the social media. Dahil po sa mga maling impormasyon na ito na ipinapakalat sa West Philippine Sea, ay nahahati po ang opinyon ng ating mga kababayang Pilipino. Minsan po naniniwala silang walang West Philippine Sea, minsan naniniwala silang tayo ay inuudyukan lamang ng Amerika, minsan sila ay naniniwala na ang gobyerno mismo ang gumugulo pagdating sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Next slide, sir. Ngayon, ang tanong po ay who are these initiators? No? Gaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, the initiators are the ones who start the conversation. They are the ones who spread the initial fake news and misinformation. At ang account nila ay may mataas na bilang ng follower. At most of the time, the initiators are known or recognized na social media influencer. At ang posting nila sa social media are always publicly posted. Hindi po ito nalilimit lamang sa kanilang mga followers or friends. Intentionally, their postings are made public so that it can be easily shared ng kanilang mga disseminators at ng kanilang mga followers. Next slide. The initiator social media lines. Over the course of time and analyzing the lines of these initiators who spread fake news in the West Philippine Sea, it can actually be divided into 6 parts. Ang una sa lahat is yung sinasabi nilang, we do not have legal basis in our fight in the West Philippine Sea. Ilang beses na po nating narinig yan. Later, I will discuss all of this, how they make use of these lines as a way for them to mislead the Filipino people. Second, ang West Philippine Sea ay hindi natin primary concern. Ito daw ay hindi dumudugtong sa sikmura ng ordinaryong Pilipino, kung kaya't ang ordinaryong Pilipino ay hindi dapat makialam sa isyu ng West Philippine Sea. Pangatlo, Philippines is one escalating the tension in the West Philippine Sea. Sinasabi po nila na ang Coast Guard or BFAR or other agencies of the government are the ones responsible for the escalation of tension in the West Philippine Sea. At ang pang-apat po is the fear-mongering, ang pananakot po sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino na kapag patuloy nating tinindigan ang laban natin sa West Philippine Sea, ay magkakaroon po ng gera. At ang panglima po, ang Philippines is only dictated by the United States. Ilang beses na rin po nating narinig ito na ang nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea ay galing lamang po sa pag-uudyok ng Estados Unidos. And the last part is that the West Philippine Sea spokesperson, kasama ko po si Jonathan Malaya at ang iba pong mga akademya na dumidepensa sa paninindigan natin sa West Philippine Sea, has always been a victim of disinformation and fake news. Next slide, sir. For their line na we do not have legal basis, paulit-ulit po nilang sinasabi na ang West Philippine Sea is just a fiction. Ito po ay gawa-gawa lamang daw nung panahon ni Pangulong Noynoy Aquino at wala naman daw po tayong basihan. Secondly, they always downplay the 2016 Arbitral Award. Hina-highlight nila na despite of the 2016 Arbitral Award, which is internationally recognized as a landmark victory for the Philippine government, they always downplay this, saying it is very difficult for this current administration to get the support of the international community because it cannot be reinforced. The second one is, we're the one escalating the tension. Kung makikita po natin ang mga posting ng mga tao na to, lagi nilang ang sinisisi ay ang Philippine Coast Guard. Kami daw po ang bumangga sa China Coast Guard. Kami daw po ang dahilan kung nagdala ng mga isda doon, kaya nagkaroon ng gulo sa Baho de Masinloc. Instead of criticizing the aggression and unlawful activity of the Chinese Coast Guard, Philippine Coast Guard po ang nilalagay nila sa kanilang mga posts trying to distort the reality of what's really happening in the West Philippine Sea. Next slide, sir. At ang narrative na ang Pilipinas po ay inuudyokan lamang ng Amerika. Ito po ay paulit-ulit din nilang sinasabi, ang West Philippine Sea ay gawa-gawa lamang daw po ng Amerikano. Ang Amerika din daw po ang nagdikta ng naratibo natin pagdating sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. At ang kanila pong favorite line, the transparency initiative of the Philippine government is actually dictated by Mr. Ray Powell, na paulit-ulit din binabanggit ni Mr. Mark Lopez sa kanyang social media posts. And then the next one is, West Philippine Sea spokesmen are pro-US and accepting bribes. I have been a victim of disinformation and fake news. Sinabi nilang CIA ako, sinabi nilang pro-US ako, sinabi nilang pumunta ako sa bahay ni Speaker at meron daw akong 3 black bag. Sinabi rin nilang tumatanggap ako ng $4 million as part of my talent fee sa US Embassy. Panglima po, WPS is not our primary concern. They are confusing the Filipino people by saying poverty is the main issue of the Filipino people and not the West Philippine Sea. Kanila pong binibigyan ng confusion uli ang mga kababayan natin para sabihin they should not care about our fight in the West Philippine Sea. And then the last one, sir, is fear-mongering. There will be war. Ilang beses na po nating narinig ito sa ating mga social media trolls. Sinasabi nilang kapag patuloy na pinanindigan ang ating laban sa West Philippine Sea, ay maraming mamamatay na Pilipino, Hindi kaya ng Armed Forces of the Philippines na tindigan ang pakikipaglaban sa China. Pero simula po na naging Pangulo si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, for almost 3 years now, he has been standing firm of not surrendering a square inch of our territory to any foreign power. Pero wala naman po tayong digmaan na naririnig pa. And then the last one, sir. Next slide. Next slide. Kung makikita po natin ang posting netong tinatawag nating mga initiators, there are actually 3 intersection points na common sa kanila. Una, they always counter our position in the West Philippine Sea. Secondly, kung titingnan din po natin ang posting nila, they also defend Alice Go and the Pogo. Third, they are also denying the presence of Chinese spies na nahuli ng NBI noong mga nakaraang buwan. Just to give you an example, I would like to share with you the posting of certain Miss Ana Malindog-Uy. I'm not saying that she is the one really managing this expose because I don't know her personally, but this is actually a public post. She said, with regard to Pogo, ano daw ang sabi ni DASA, upgraded ang Pogo seriously? Last August 6, 2024. She also commented, investigasyon ng Kongreso sa issue ng Pogo, nakakahiya. And then when it comes to the issue of the spies, last January 29, 2025, she also posted, do we really think that a superpower like China would send someone unqualified to spy on the Philippines? And when it comes to the harassment of the Chinese Coast Guard, she also said, study the footage carefully and draw your own conclusion. Note the time that when the collision happened, according to the reports and based on the footage, the Philippine Coast Guard ship MRB 4410 suddenly turned right and rammed into the Chinese Coast Guard. Again, she is actually narrating a narrative that it is the Philippine Coast Guard who rammed the China Coast Guard vessel. Miss Ana Malindog-Uy, I don't know her, but again, these are public posts. And I would also like to share to the Honorable Committee the article written by Mr. Ado Paglinawan. He also wrote about Tarlac Mayor Alice Guo, suggesting that she is being disgracefully grilled by the senators. And when it comes to the spies, he also wrote an article 2 months ago saying that it's a mistaken identity is a result of sheer incompetence. And when it comes to the issue of the West Philippine Sea, publicly posted last February 27, he said the West Philippine Sea lunacy continues as China Coast Guard simply ignores our cheers. These are the types of the issues that I would like to present to the Honorable Committee, sir, to highlight that the issue of disinformation and fake news is actually countering our own position in the West Philippine Sea. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
We'll now proceed to the interpellation. Next Judicial Representative is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our colleagues. Commodore J. Tarela, magandang hapon po sa inyo. And thank you very much for the detailed presentation. Actually, marami po akong tatanungin sa inyo, supposedly, but it was already answered by most of the questions na tatanungin, nasagot na po ng presentation ninyo. Commodore J, alam ko yung laban nyo sa West Philippine Sea eh. I would see you in the news, yung mga fake news naman na kayo yung dinidiin pa na masama. Yung masakit kasi dito, Mr. Chair, kung sino na yung nilulusob, sino na yung inaargabyado, yung pa may kasalanan. This has to stop. So, Mr. Chair, just like to ask a few more questions kay Commodore J. Commodore J, ito bang ano bang talagang diferensya sa opinion ninyo yung pagkakaiba ng opinion sa fake news?
Mr. Chair? Well, para sa akin po, Honorable Congressman, sir, no? Ang usapin po ng West Philippine Sea should not be subjected to your own opinion. Actually, as part of the transparency initiative of the Philippine government, we have been disclosing factual reports, no? Incidents that really happened, supported by photos and videos, to show the Filipino people what really transpired. So if you are a blogger or a social media influencer, trying to counter such narrative, I think we should understand everybody is entitled for their own opinion, but countering a factual narrative of what really transpired with regard to our own national security is really a concern.
Yes, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, kasi yung West Philippine Sea, in my humble opinion, di lang naman kasi to geographic location, it's a symbol of our sovereignty. If I remember it correctly, Commodore J, di ba, nung last hearing natin, meron pa nga na nagkiklaim na lumalabas sa mga fake news na yung Palawan, pagmamayari ng China. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's very alarming, Mr. Chair, lahat ng nangyayari na to eh. So, alam ko nag-imbestiga na kayo dito, Sir Commodore J. Ano po ba mga naobserbahan nyo? You mentioned kanina mga initiators. Ano ba to? Mga Pilipino ba to? Chinese? Or we don't know for certain?
Well, right now, Mr. Chair, what we have are only public posting of social media accounts. Just like what the former Vice President mentioned, we cannot really ascertain whether these people are the ones managing those accounts dahil hindi naman talaga natin alam kung sila yon.
Mr. Chair, may nabanggit po kanina na si Ana Malindoguy.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do we know, Mr. Chair, does this committee have any information na bisita po ba natin siya ngayon or Filipino vlogger po ba to? Or...
Sino? Si Mark Lopez?
Hindi po, si Ana Malindoguy, mentioned by Commodore Tariela earlier, Mr. Chair.
Did we invite this personality? Unfortunately, she was not included. Is that a female?
Yes, Mr.
She was not included in the invitation to the resource persons.
Maybe,
Because there-
thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it would be prudent since Commodore Tariela mentioned some posts that are very detrimental for our sovereignty and for the safety and security for our country, that probably this individual, be it true or not, we can try to find out through the committee and have this person invited and probably shed more light to the posts that was shared by Commodore Tariela, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, please take note. This individual will be invited for the next hearing.
Moving on, Mr. Chair, yung 2016, as mentioned by Commodore Tariela, yung arbitral award, in my humble opinion, ito napakalinaw na eh, na pagmamayari ng bansa natin, yung kinokontest ng ibang bansa eh. What I don't understand is, bakit kinokontra pa to? Commodore Tariela, ang gusto ko lang malaman, meron po ba tayong specific Filipinos identified who are, you know, masasabi natin na pro-China?
Well, Mr. Chair, if we're going to base on the social media posting of what they, how they appreciate the 2016 Arbitral Award and how they downplay our fight in the West Philippine Sea, I would say that they are really going against our national security and that they are not pro-Philippines, Mr. Chair. However, I would also like to add that what is difficult for us on the Philippine Coast Guard is that we cannot really identify whether these people who are using such accounts are those actual people named with that social media account, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to request that all the information that has been presented by Commodore Tariela, also yung mga vloggers na hindi naman natin ma-determine kung tao ba o Pilipino ba, baka makuha natin yung mga handle nila and maybe NBI or someone from our government can really check. Mr. Chair, this has to stop. We have to find out who these people are. Okay, baka mga Chinese to o kung hindi man, baka mga Pilipino na napinagkakalulo yung bansa natin. This has to stop. This is the reason why we have this hearing, you know, to shed light and to stop the fake news na nakaka-apekto na doon sa sovereignty ng ating bansa, Mr. Chair. Also, nakakabagabag kanina yung presentation ni Commodore Tariela na hindi lang pala West Philippine Sea, na nagduduktong-duktong din to doon sa Pogo. O nadinidepensahan pa nila na naduduktong pa doon kay Alice Guo na allegedly na spy na, you know, ang narrative nila all about pro-China eh. So, Mr. Chair, na again, kay Commodore Toriela, kung hindi naman kalabisan sa inyo, please give this committee a copy of all the information that has been gathered by on your side sa Philippine Coast Guard, and we will try to dig deeper and find out who these people are and put a stop to it. It will also give guidance to us on the laws that we will be making to determine, Mr. Chair. Ito na nga yung pinag-uusapan last hearing tsaka ngayon eh. With what Congressman Rog was saying earlier, na importante talaga na naka-register yung mga tao sa account ng mga social media eh. Anyone can simply make an account, gagawa ng false claims, kung ano-ano, tapos ini-influence yung mga Pilipino. But I do believe Filipinos are very smart at walang Pilipinong tunay na magkakalulo. Ang hindi ko maintindihan, kung meron man, ano bang reason nila? Is it political or is it because of monetary gains? But there should be no Filipino na dapat ipagpapalit mo yung bansa mo para sa mga idol nyong politiko o para lamang sa pera, kapalit ang sovereignty at security ng ating bansa. This has to stop. So again, Mr. Chair, may I manifest that we really have to find out who these people are. We will not stop. The committee will not stop. And again, ako lang, simple manifestation, Mr. Chair. To Filipino vloggers, minsan nakikarried away tayo sa mga nababasa natin o napapanood. Last hearing, tinanong ko yung mga vloggers natin. Sinabi naman nila na walang naniniwala sa kanila na ang Palawan parte ng China. Yun na pinapakalat online eh. Ako yayayain ko lang yung ibang vloggers natin, no? I know masipag kayo mag-post o gumawa ng iba't ibang content. Why not do a content that will protect our country? Why not do a content, meron kayong mga following eh, meron kayong mga taong naniniwala sa inyo. Isn't it prudent enough for a Filipino na kung gagawa ka na lang ng content mo, it's to fight for our country. Sometimes nalulungkot ako kay Commodore Toriela, tinitira pa ng ibang tao na tuta daw ng Amerika. Tapos yung Amerika minsan tinitira na yun daw may gusto ng gulo. No. Let's try to dig deep. Sino ba nang gugulo sa Pilipinas? Sino ba ang pumapasok? Sino ba ang agresor? Mr. Chair, enough is enough. Kami sa Tondo, mga batang Tondo, hindi kami papayag sa mga taong ganyan. So, Mr. Chair, again, I appeal. Sana sa mga kaibigan nating vloggers, if you are true Filipinos, let's all work together. O i-prove natin na maka-Pilipino tayo at makabansa tayong Pilipinas. Labanan natin ang negative news ng China, and let's stand for our country. One flag, one country, and one Filipino. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Pabante.
gusto ko lang pong tanungin si Commodore Toriela kung sino yung mga vloggers niya. Can you identify those vloggers now? Isa lang ba o meron pang iba? Can you identify them?
Well, Mr. Chair, I cannot attribute it to the person, but what I can quote are the name of their handle account, social media handles. I cannot attribute it to a person, but I can attribute it to a social media account.
So, ano mong ibig sabihin?
Because as I said, Mr. Chair, hindi naman natin alam kung sila talaga yung may-ari ng account, but alam ko na yung pangalan ng account. Like for example, si Mr. Rugando Sasot, we don't know whether it is really him who is managing his social media account. The same thing with Ana Malindog Uy or Ado Paglinawan. Those names are known to be writing about pro-China narrative.
Well, Mr. Chair, why, Commodore, why don't we ask the NBI or the DICT to identify? Why? Why don't we ask them? Now, you keep on telling us about these things, and you're not telling us who the people are. So why don't you ask the NBI or the ICT to identify those people who they are? Because they can be identified. Oh, it's up to you because you're the one being bashed in this case. Perhaps even your statement here can even be treasonous. Why? Because these are Filipinos who are actually siding with China. Oh, saying things that are against our own sovereignty. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask to Commodore Tayela to ask the NBI and the ICT to finally identify these people. And if you do that, Mr. Chair, we're going to invite them here so they could be able to shed light to what they're saying. And also, let them realize that this committee is now crafting a bill that will regulate these things. Akala ba ng mga vloggers natin, malilibre sa lahat sa mga bagay na yan? No. There should be certain regulations on this, Mr. Chair. Do you know why? Because freedom of expression is not absolute.
Are there any further questions with regards to this issue from the members?
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Commodore Tayela if he's willing to ask the NBI and or the ICT or the Department of Justice to finally identify these people.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on the part of my office, I will be forwarding the report and the post of those known social media influencers that we have identified that are countering the factual narrative of the Philippine government when it comes to the West Philippine Sea.
I believe we have the presence of the NBI resource persons. Andito po bang NBI? Ano mo nga yung anong pwedeng gawin dun?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the members of our Congress. Actually, Mr. Chair, some of the personalities which was mentioned during the lecture of Commodore were already verified by our office. So, ang pagkakaintindi ko po kasi, during his explanation is that he cannot attribute yung mga accounts doon sa real identity ng mga may-ari. And we can provide some, but for those other accounts po, totally dummy account po siya. And we cannot identify kung sino yung mga ano po niya, totoong nagmamayari. But for some of the accounts that were mentioned, there are real names and identities that were already identified by the NBI, and we could furnish this committee of those identities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I suggest, Commodore, you coordinate with the NBI na lang regarding this matter.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are there any further questions regarding this issue?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you very much. Commodore Tariela, so kamakailan nabalitaan po namin at nakita namin sa telebisyon na muling nagkaroon ng enkwentro sa West Philippine Sea. Pwede mo po bang maikwento sa amin ang nangyari?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair? Yes. What transpired in the past 2 days, Mr. Chair, is that last April 5, the Philippine Coast Guard monitor the presence of China Coast Guard 3302 at a distance of 82 to 85 nautical miles off the coast of Palawig, Zambales. And because of that, the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, Admiral Ronnie Hilgavan, directed BRP Cabra to challenge the presence of the China Coast Guard vessel. And last April 6, what happened, sir, is when the Philippine Coast Guard vessel was challenging this 99-meter vessel, which is relatively larger than the 44-meter vessel that we have, carried out a dangerous maneuver, attempting to, as if they are going to ram a smaller Coast Guard vessel. But thanks to the seamanship skills and the professionalism of the Coast Guard sailors of the Philippines, we were able to prevent from being rammed by the China Coast Guard. And just yesterday, sir, again, the China Coast Guard 3302 did another dangerous maneuver, attempting to ram the aft, which is the behind of the Philippine Coast Guard vessel, when we were also challenging them yesterday at a distance of 92 nautical miles off the coast of Capones Island, sir.
And that area is well within our special economic zone, no?
Yes, sir. That is well within our own exclusive economic zone.
Exclusive economic zone. And ako, Commodore, nung napanood ko po yung video sa TV the news, talagang nakaramdam ako ng konting galit. Kasi nakita ko yung isang dambuhalang Chinese vessel na palapit ng palapit habang pilit naman tumatakbo yung atin. Kasi nga baka mabangga at mukhang babanggain talaga. At buti na lang kamo, magaling yung ating mga seafarers nakaiwas. Kung hindi po nakaiwas, ilang kayang Pilipino maapektuhan kung dumating po sa punto na nabangga?
Well, we have to understand, sir, na ang barko na to is almost double the size of our BRP Cabra. So you can just imagine the impact nung bilis nung barko na yon sa pagbangga ng mas maliit na barko natin. Parang to describe it, parang isang Wigo na Toyota na kotse binangga ng isang 6x6 truck. So that is the reason why the Philippine Coast Guard has to run away for them not to be rammed by the China Coast Guard. Kung sakali pong nabangga tayo, definitely ang mga crew po ng Philippine Coast Guard vessel ay nasa harm's way na po. At tayo po ngayon siguro ang nagpapanik, how can we be able to rescue our Coast Guard personnel, sir?
At tunay pong nakakakulo ng dugo nung nakita ko po to kasi atin po yung lugar eh. Diba? Atin po yung lugar. At dito po sa hearing natin ngayon, napakahalaga po na ma-address po natin yung mga fake news na lumalabas laban sa issue ng West Philippine Sea. Because what I fear, Commodore, is due to the fake news, this might lead to Filipinos being misguided when it comes to properly understanding the issues of the West Philippine Sea. Do you agree with me when I say this, Commodore?
Yes, sir. I definitely agree with you, sir, that we need to address fake news and disinformation. Dahil kung tataas po ang bilang ng mga fake news and disinformation na yan with regard to the West Philippine Sea, mawawala na pong saysay ang paghihirap ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ng Philippine Coast Guard na itinataya po nila ang buhay nila para po sa West Philippine Sea.
So sa isang bahagi, Commodore, would you agree with me when I say that maaaring isang strategiya to na ginagamit ng isang banyaga laban sa Pilipinas para magkaroon ng confusion sa ating mga mamamayan sa paglaganap ng fake news laban sa Pilipinas sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea?
Yes, sir. I definitely agree with you, sir, that most likely this is a state-sponsored misinformation tactic para gibain po ang pagkakaisa ng ating pong bansa pagdating sa pagtindig sa issue ng West Philippine Sea.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now to our vloggers present. Mr. Chairman, can I get a show of hands kung sino-sino po sila nandito ngayon?
Actually, we'll proceed on that. Tapusin na lang natin yung kay Tariela.
Yeah, patapos na po ako, but critical lang po kasi sa akin yung mga vloggers dito.
The social media personality that was mentioned by Commodore Tariela, George Paglinawan, is here. May know where George Paglinawan is? Oh, yan. If you have any questions. He was
Sir,
mentioned by
if I may.
Commodore Tariela kanina.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I am George Ahmed
Mr.
Paglinawan.
Chairman, I think I have the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask first, I don't have any particular questions to Mr. George. Yung gusto ko lang malaman, yung mga vloggers na nandito ngayon, pakitaas nga ulit yung kamay ninyo. Hindi ko kasi kayo kilala isa-isa eh. Kanina, kung susubaybayan po natin yung takbo ng hearing, makikita po natin na napakahalaga po ng papel na ginagampanan ninyo sa paglaganap ng balita at sa mga pangyayari sa ating bansa. And in a certain way and in a certain form, you influence the manner of thinking of certain Filipinos. No? And I'm sure you agree with me that when I say the Philippines is a sovereign country. Now, I just want to find out from the vloggers present, do you condemn what China is doing in the West Philippine Sea? Yes or no? Can you raise your hand? Can I just, all of you? All of you? Yung mga nasa dulo, hindi ko po masyadong, sorry Malabo kasi yung mata ko. Are those vloggers as well at the end? Yes? Do they also, do you also, are you also raising your hand? Yes? Okay, so you also condemn what China is doing in the West Philippine Sea. Is this correct? Yes, okay. If so, then, Commodore Tariela, you mentioned na maraming mga disinformation, fake news na lumalabas patungkol sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Can you further elaborate on this?
Yes, sir. Just like what I mentioned a while ago, sir, no? There are 7 types of narratives that they're saying. Una, wala tayong legal basis. Second, dinidiktahan lang tayo ng Amerika. Pangatlo, Pilipinas ang gumugulo sa West Philippine Sea. Pang-apat, ito ay hindi ito priority ng ordinaryong Pilipino. At pang-lima, ang mga spokesperson natin are actually receiving bribe from the government and even the U.S. government.
Okay. So, is Mr. Mark Lopez present? No. And Comsec, can we check if Mr. Mark Lopez is present? Because I remember in our last hearing, he was very opinionated about this issue. Comsec? Huh? Not present. Okay. Not present. So, since he's not present, siguro I'll just reserve my questions for him when he decides to present himself. For the vloggers na nandito, dahil kayo naman, inamin nyo rin na kinukondenan nyo yung ginagawa ng China sa West Philippine Sea. Siguro ipapakiusap ko na lang sa inyo sa pamamagitan ng boses ninyo at sa pamamagitan ng kakayahan ninyo, baka pwede nyo lang suportahan ang Pilipinas. Pwede nyo suportahan ang ating pamahalaan. Pwede nyo ipakita sa pamamagitan ninyo na maski ano man ang hindi natin pinagkakasunduan, Pilipino at dugong Pilipino pa rin ang nangangalaytay sa ating lahat. At yun po ay dapat pinaglalaban natin. I think for our armed forces right now, this is very important that we show that the country is in full support in protecting the rights and the sovereignty of our country. That's all, Mr. Chairman. That's the only questions I have for Commodore Tariela. And baka pwede pong humabol ng isang pakiusap. Alam mo, campaign period ngayon eh. Kami mga kandidato nakikiusap. Baka ang pwede ko ipakiusap sa inyo. Sana maging boses din po kayo sa Twitter, sa Facebook, sa TikTok o anumang medium ang ginagamit ninyo na let's support the Philippines and let's support our claim to the West Philippine Sea. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Honorable Abante.
gusto ko lang po sabihin kay Commodore Tayel, saka yung NBI, no? Because you mentioned na these are dummy accounts, di ba? Dummy accounts po ito. And you also mentioned that it's possible that they are being used by the Chinese, no? To speak against the West Philippine Sea. So, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong i-manifest dito, kung dami accounts yan, walang pinagkaiba yan ng panahon ng hapon. Oo, yung makapili na mayroong bayong, mayroong bayong hindi nagpapakilala. Oo, walang pinagkaiba yan sa mga makapili. Kaya yung mga vloggers natin dito, na mga makapili, palagay ko, merong kalalagyan din yan. Siguro, no? NBI. Meron din, ano? So, it means that you could be able to really identify those makapili today. No, NBI. Kaya, no?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. As long as makumpleto po natin yung mga verification. But still, we depend on the information na kayang ibigay sa atin ni Meta as well as yung kayang ibigay ng mga telco sa atin na information. Kasi ang point po natin dito for purposes of identifying attribution is that we could determine kung sino yung gumawa ng account. Yun po ang ating basis po.
Well, the fact na, Mr. Chair, that our bloggers are here with us today, hindi po ito makapili. Mga Pilipino po ito that they're appearing with us today to be able to help us craft a legislation finally, to be able to put a stop to this fake news, especially those people who are using dummy accounts. Finally put a stop to it, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po gusto kong sabihin. Tutuloy ka na. I will continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
Chairman Abante, please continue.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Andito po pa si Miss Joey Cruz.
Miss Joey Cruz, andito po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Chairman.
Asan po siya? Ayan. Oo. Gusto ko lang po alam nyo, sa totoo lang, marami po akong natatanggap na bashing eh. Hindi ko pinapansin. Hindi ko pinapansin yun. Katulad ni Kabayan, hindi ako naiinsulto, hindi ako nababagabag, hindi ko pinapansin, wala namang katotohanan yun eh. Kaya hindi ko pinapansin yan. Alright. Ngayon, ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin kay Miss Joey Cruz, in one of your blogs in YouTube, you directed this statement sa akin. Akin mismo. Unang-una, hindi naman kita kilala. Hindi naman kita kaaway. Wala naman akong ginawang masama sa iyo. Tama ba ako, Mr. Chair? Meron po ba akong ginawang masama sa inyo?
There is no personal action.
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, sagutin mo lang ako. Meron po ba akong ginawang masama sa inyo?
No
Meron ba wala?
None, Mr.
Wala. Wala akong ginawang masama sa inyo, ha? Pinapatunayan niyo yan, ha? Pangalawa, hindi niyo ako kilala. Tama ba, Miss Joey Cruz? You do not know me personally.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, I do not even know Miss Joey Cruz personally. Am I right?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
But, you made a statement against me. Ito, babasahin ko, ha? Ang sabi mo, ganito, kung Abante, paswelduhan ka ng taxpayer, gago. Tinawag mo akong gago. Bakit? Ba't mo ginawa sa akin yun? Gusto mo ba akong umiyak ngayon sa'yo? Sabihin ko, ba't mo ginawa sa akin yun? Bakit mo ako tinawag na gago? Bakit po, Mr. Chair? Please, yes.
Mr. Chair, and I think it is already established that we do not know each other personally.
Ano po yung pakilakas nga po?
Hello, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? Okay. I think it is already established that we do not know each other personally. Therefore, the statement was said based in a not personal way, but it is an observation of my reaction
Mr. Chair,
on
meron ka pang salita. Your observation is that I'm gago? Is that your observation?
This pertains to the public function as I perceive it, Mr. Chair.
No, public what?
Public action,
Public
Mr. Chair.
action. So you mean that is the public that is actually telling me that I'm gago?
No,
Or
Mr.
is it
Chair,
you?
the statement
Let me
came
ask
from
you,
me.
Mr. Chair, is it you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you were the one that said that, right?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Ayun. Pero hindi mo ko kilala. Wala akong ginawa masama sa'yo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It
What is your
already
right to
established.
tell me that I'm gago?
Because I am a citizen
What
of the
is your
Philippines.
right to tell me I'm gago?
That is part of my freedom of speech, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So your freedom of speech is to tell a person that he is gago? Freedom of speech ba yan?
My freedom of speech, part of my freedom
Ang
of
galing
speech is
mo.
to react
Ang
on the
galing mo.
action of
Ito
a
pa,
public official.
sinabi mo ha, in another post, ito sinabi mo. Pero alam mo, Kaya tayo nagmi-meeting dito. Parami na mention ko ito, no? Pero sa totoo lang, hindi ko pinansin yan. Matagal na yan eh. Di ba? Hindi ko pinansin yan. Ito, ang sabi mo, you know, Kong Benny Abante, I can find all of this. Isasampal ko ito sa pagmumukha mo. Is that still freedom of speech?
Mr. Chair, I am not very familiar.
Yes or
with
no,
those.
Mr. Chair? Is that still, you think, freedom of speech? When you said, isasampal ko ito sa pagmumukha mo.
Mr.
Is
Chair,
that freedom of speech?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganon. Oo. So, ibig sabihin, ganito. If I tell you right now, sasampaling kita, freedom of speech yan.
That's part of your freedom, Mr. Chair.
Pag sinampal kita, hindi na freedom of speech yan.
Of course, sir, it's overt
Hindi
action
na.
already. Yes,
Hindi
sir.
na, no?
Yes, sir.
Oo, ang galing. Mahusay ito. Oo, magaling ka. Oo. Ang sabi mo, I'm going to be Hindi ko masabi to, Mr. Chair. F-U-C-K-E-D, prepared. Binanggit mo yon?
Mr. Chair,
Bakit naman?
Mr. Chair,
Ano
may
ba
I
nagawa
know
kong
when
kasalanan
that post
sa'yo?
was posted? Mr. Chair,
Oh.
Mr. Chair, so that I can answer intelligently on the question
You
of...
can, Mr. Chair,
may I know
you can
the date
answer
of the
intelligently,
I
but
cannot
what you
answer-
said here, is that intelligent? Let me ask you, Mr. Chair. Nung sinabi mo, you know, Kong Benny Abante, I can find all of this, isasampal ko ito sa pagmumukha mo. Is that intelligent?
Mr. Chair, I cannot intelligently answer if I do not know when the post was posted.
You don't know, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Mr. Chair, I think in a day I post maybe 50,
Well, you know,
50 posts in a day. I would like to understand, Mr.
It means,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, that you can post something today and you forget that tomorrow. Am I right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. That's very likely.
So, pakiklaro nga, Mr. Chair. Ano yung isasampal mo sa pagmumukha ko?
That is why, Mr. Chair, for me to intelligently answer your question, I need to know when it was posted.
Well, we are going to get the date when this was said.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
you would
Chair.
be able to know.
Thank you.
Kaya pinapakonfirm ko lang yung statement na yan eh. Ibig sabihin, do you believe, hindi ko na sabihin ang freedom of speech. Do you believe that this falls under protected speech?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair. May you please repeat
Do
the
you
question?
believe that this falls under protected speech?
Mr. Chair, like I said earlier, I would like to know first the context of the post. But rest assured, Mr. Chair, that when I post in my platform, I make sure that it is a reaction on the news or public action. As a political observer, I always practice.
Ms. Cruz, is this a political statement? You were saying a political observer. Is this a political statement? Do you believe that using profanities, insults, and malicious accusations online represent fair and respectful, intelligent discourse?
Except as part of your statement, Mr. Chair, the malicious imputation you said, I accept that. The rest that you said, yes, it is part of the healthy public discourse.
It is part of what, Mr. Chair?
Healthy public discourse.
Therefore, pag binanggit natin using profanities, insults, and malicious accusations, that is, anong tawag mo doon?
Part of the healthy discourse, Mr. Chair.
Healthy discourse. Healthy discourse ba yon? Yung
Yes,
profanities,
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr.
insults, and malicious statements, healthy discourse sa'yo yun.
Yes, Mr.
And that's the
Chair.
reason why, Mr. Chair, that we should now actually craft a legislation to put a stop to Ms. Joey Cruz, who seemed to be intelligent, and a woman using profanities, malicious insults, saying it is healthy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I stand by my statement. Everything you said, except the malicious imputation, which I do not do, is part of a healthy public discourse. It is part of my freedom of speech. In fact, it is recognized under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights Act that I
It is
should be
recognized
able to
where?
express my opinion without
Ms.
interference.
Joey Cruz, I am the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights, and this is not recognized. Profanities, insults, and malicious words are violation of human rights. You violated my human rights.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I inquire, sino po yung sa tabi ni no resource person?
Please identify yourself. Are you the lawyer of
Yes, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Cruz?
I'm Attorney Mark Anthony Manuel. I'm the counsel for Ms. Cruz, Your Honor.
Have you entered your appearance here?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
So
Mr.
please
Chair.
be reminded that you can only give legal advice to your client, and you ask the chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please sit, not in the resource person at the back. You are not allowed to sit. At the back, you sit at the back.
Yes.
Lawyers are not allowed to sit beside the resource persons. And please be advised that as permission by the chairman.
Yes, yes.
Also sit at
Mr.
the back.
Yes, Mr.
Do not sit beside your client.
And rest assured that I am only advising my client as to
And then
her
so
legal
ask the
rights.
chairman the permission before you give the advice.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Also sit at the back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Attorney, please comply. Are you through, because
no,
actually,
Mr. Chair, I'm just starting.
wait, we are still on the issue of, I would like to finish the issue on Tariela, then we can go back to your interpellation. Honorable Junicio, are you still asking questions? You're done. Honorable Tariela, do you still have any statement to make?
Nothing more left from me.
Okay, we'll now proceed to the next item on the agenda. This is with regards to the issue on social media personalities.
Mr. Chair, if there are no other congressmen that have questions for our resource person, Commodore Dariela, maybe we can excuse him because he has more important issues at stake, which is national sovereignty. So, kung wala na po magtatanong sa kanya, baka pwede na po natin siya ma-excuse sa hearing na ito.
You are hereby excused since there are no more questions. And more on that, there are some resource persons here that I believe wala na mga question ng mga congressman. May I ask if AMLA resource persons are here? Attorney Arpon, Attorney Titanco. From the members, do you have any questions to AMLA? There are none, so you are hereby excused. To COMELEC, pakitaas pong kamay. To the members, do you have any questions with COMELEC? None? You are also excused, all the resource persons in COMELEC. Dun sa mga broadsheets are already excused. Dito sa kay Miko David, Digital Marketing Association of the Philippines, I think you can stay put since we will be discussing next the social media personalities. Okay. We'll now proceed on the issue on social media influencers or personalities rather. May I request that all social media personalities take the microphone and introduce yourselves one by one, starting to the nearest to the chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am George Ahmed Paglinawan. I am a lawyer. I am not Ado Paglinawan. the one that was mentioned by the Commodore Tariela. I believe there is another person who is named Ado Paglinawan, and I'm sure that that is not me. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Yes, my name is Darwin Salcedo, known as Boss Dada in YouTube and Facebook.
Next.
My name is Dr. Richard Tesoro Mata. I'm a health blogger pediatrician.
Okay, sige na.
Next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Glenn Ang Chong, a lawyer, certified public accountant, and former member of the House of Representatives in the 13th Congress.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and my name is Zain Batalia. I'm the person behind I Am Sean Wayne.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Manuel Mata Jr., also known as Coco Locoy in social media.
Coco Loco?
Coco Locoy, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm former PDEA agent Jonathan Morales, behind Agent Tambayan, Your Honor.
So you're now a blogger also, Mr. Morales? Di ba resource person ka sa Senate before?
Yes, sir. Mula po nung tinigil yung PDEA Leaks, nag-resort na po ako doon sa...
You were a former PDEA agent?
Yes,
Ito
Your
ba?
Honor. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Blogger ka na ngayon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next.
I am Vivian Rodriguez, better known as Vivian Velez, as my screen name. I was not invited in this committee hearing, but I was mentioned the last time, the last hearing. So
Okay.
I'm here.
Anyway, this is a public hearing. Anyone is welcome to attend the hearing. Next.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. I'm Alvin Montero. I'm not a blogger, nor I'm not a journalist. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Claro Ganyak. I'm a retired professor. I'm not a blogger. I just express my opinions in social media.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ako po si Elijah San Fernando, isa pong manggagawa at unionista, kilala sa TikTok at Facebook bilang Eli San Fernando.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Maria Florinda Princess Duque, or better known as Pebbles Duque. I am now a law student.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, sorry. I'm Dr. Ethel Pineda Garcia.
Okay. I think there are some vacant seats. Pwede na pong kunin yun. Yes.
I am Trixie Cruz Angeles. I am a lawyer.
Next, please.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Wait, meron pa yata dito sa... Kompleto na po ba ang mga social media personalities? Who is Vicente Cunanan? You're also a social media personality? Okay, so you cannot proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Ms. Cruz, do you believe that freedom of expression is not absolute?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You do?
Of
I'd
course.
like to ask the other bloggers if they also believe that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You also believe that? Okay.
Sir,
Now,
there's always a limitation.
Ms. Cruz said, yung kanyang statement sa YouTube, no? Na profanities, insults, malicious is a healthy discourse. Gusto kong tanungin yung mga vloggers natin, do you agree with her on that?
Yes.
That profanities, insults, and malicious accusations is a healthy discourse and a part of the freedom of expression? We would like to ask every blogger to answer me yes or no if they believe in that.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, no other than the highest court of the land has repeatedly said na hindi po masama ang pagmumura, lalong-lalo na sa mga pampublikong opisyal, especially kung ang pinatutungkulan po ay yung official functions nila. Not the person, but their official functions, Mr. Chair. So yun po ang paninindigan, lalong-lalo na po namin bilang mga manggagawa, dahil kahit meron pong TikTok, Facebook o social media, sa komunidad po, yan ang lengguwahe ng mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino na nagagalit. Hindi po kasalanan ng mga vlogger o ng mga gumagamit ng Facebook, TikTok, X o kung ano pa mang social media platforms kung bakit merong ganito na mga pagmumura o profanities. Ito po ay lengguwahe ng mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino na nagagalit.
Hindi ko, Mr. Elijah, hindi ko binabagit yung lingwahe ng ordinaryong Pilipino. Ang binabanggit ko, lingwahe ng vlogger. Hindi ka ordinaryong Pilipino.
Mr. Chair.
Tatandali lang, kasalala pa ako eh. Alright. Hindi ka ordinaryong Pilipino. Tama, mali?
Ordinaryong Pilipino ako, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka ordinaryong Pilipino, vlogger ka eh.
No, I'm a manggagawa ako, Mr. Chair.
Lahat ba ng ordinaryong Pilipino, vlogger?
Mr. Chair, manggagawa ho ako na may platform ho. So, ordinaryong Pilipino ho ako, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, point of order. We have our rules here. I think the resource person cannot answer without being recognized by the chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, to all reminder to all resource persons, let the interpolator finish his line of questioning in his statement, and resource persons can only talk when the chair recognizes them.
Okay. Nabanggit mo kanina na yung profanities, yung insult, yung malicious accusations, kung yan ay sinabi sa kanyang, anong tawag doon, functions bilang public official, okay yun. Yung sabi mo, di ba? But not on a personal basis, correct? Ayan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sabihin natin, naniniwala ako dyan. Pero, hindi naman niya sinabi yan sa akin on my public functions, official functions. It is a personal accusations on me. Mr. Elijah.
I cannot, Mr. Chair, can I be I cannot speak on behalf of Ms. Joey, Mr. Chair.
Inaano ko lang yung sinabi mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now I'd like to ask Ms. Joey, Ms. Cruz, are you insulting me on my public official functions, or it is a personal accusation on me?
It's not a personal accusation, Mr. Chair, and I think we have agreed early on that we do not have any personal relationship.
Yes, that's right. Pero ito, ang sabi ni Elijah, okay lang yon kung yan ay sinabi in my official functions as a public servant. Alam mo ba yung official functions ko?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and
alam mo. So therefore, hindi ka naniniwala sa aking official functions, kaya tinawag mo akong gago.
no, Mr. Chair. The observation that I uttered to describe your performance of your official action, that is my observation. That is what I felt.
Well, inobserbuhan mo ba yung aking official functions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Inobserbuhan mo since I won in 2019?
No, Mr. Chair. I closely monitored your performance as a congressman in the 19th Congress.
And you hated me for that?
No, not really, Mr.
Hindi,
Chair.
gago. Binagit mo sa akin, gago. So you hated me, Mr. Chair. Ano ba ibig sabihin nun? Binanggit mo, gago ako. Binanggit mo, isasampal ko ito sa pagmumukha mo. Binanggit mo, I'm going to be, hindi ko mabanggit eh.
Okay.
If you prepared, binanggit mo yun eh. Oo. Therefore, you hated me. Hindi pwedeng sabihin mo sa akin na you love me. Is that the person that you said that you love me? I love you, and because of that, isasampal ko ito sa'yo.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead. Sige,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, go ahead,
Chair,
respond.
At the very most, I do not like your performance as a member of the 19th Congress. But hate is such a powerful word because we established earlier that we do not have any personal relationship or any
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, binanggit mo yung human rights.
Yes,
Binanggit mo
Mr.
yan kanina,
Chair.
di ba?
Correct, Mr.
Therefore,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, you violated my human rights. Why? Because when you said those profanities, those insults, yung gago, yung isasampol ko ito sa pagubukha mo, you violated my human rights. You did.
May I respond, Mr.
Oh,
Chair?
teka, Mr. Chair, hindi ako nagagalit sa'yo. Okay? At wala akong pakialam sa'yo. Kahit na anong sabihin mo, okay lang sa akin. Alright? Pero itong ating pinag-uusapan ngayon, merong kinalaman sa mga legislation na aming gagawin later on. That is why I am asking you right now. Sapagkat napakahalaga nito. Kapag binabanggit mo, if you're saying that using profanities, insults, and malicious accusations online represent fair and respectful discourse and a healthy discourse, therefore you're telling us that the freedom of expression is absolute. You can say anything you want, and that is freedom of expression. Yun ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair.
May I respond, Mr.
Sapagkat
Chair?
pag binanggit mo, if you said that freedom of expression is not absolute, therefore, there are certain things that you cannot say. Yun ang ibig sabihin nung freedom of expression is not absolute. May limitation yun. Di ba? Oh. Go ahead. You can answer now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in the universal thoughts and ideas, there would always be a limitation. The freedom of speech is not absolute. And the limitation of freedom of speech is well defined. Under the law, under the jurisprudence, there are things that you cannot say. There are things that
Mr. Chair,
you
what
cannot-
jurisprudence are you talking about?
Supreme Court decisions, Your Honor.
Can you tell me what law?
Example of law that limits your
Yes.
freedom of expression. For
Can you
example,
tell me
Mr.
the
Chair,
jurisprudence?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For example, Mr. Chair, there is, I cannot specify the specific law, Mr. Chair.
There
but
is a law
what
on libel.
Yeah, law
There
on
is a
libel.
law on slander. There is a law.
Is it okay, Mr. Chair, if I give my example? Okay, thank you very much. One example, and I think this example is very demonstrative, is very illustrative of the limitation of freedom of speech. Right now, it is election, midterm election, and it is not allowed that people are going to campaign on the day of the election day. That is a clear prohibition to express on the part of the citizen to say whatever they want to say on that
Teka,
election day,
Mr.
because
Chair, ano po ang connection nung binabanggit mo? I'm asking you about the jurisprudence. I just told you that there is a law against on libel, on cybercrime. What you said today is libelous. What you said here is libelous. Why?
Mr.
Because
Chair.
there is a malicious intent. When you use profanities, when you use the word gago, there is a malicious accusation, and that is libelous.
Mr. Chair, if that is your assessment of
And
that kind of statement,
listen,
you
not
will
only
have your...
libelous, Mr. Chair, sandali lang ha, not only libelous, that is also unjust vexation on my part.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you think that you are violated by my exercise of my freedom, you would have your right and
No,
day
no,
in court
Mr. Chair,
so that
don't
so
worry.
that the maliciousness of
Mr.
that
Chair,
statement
don't
can be
worry. I'm
sorted
not
out
going
in the
to charge you
proper
in court.
authority.
Don't worry. I'm not going to charge you. If I charge you in court, matatalo ka eh. Pero hindi. Oo. Unjust vexation to. Alam niyo ba yon? Ha? Are you a lawyer or not?
I am not a lawyer,
So
Mr.
therefore,
Chair.
you should know this. The thing is this, pero wag kang mag-alala. Hindi ako magdidemanda sa'yo. Do you know why? You're not important to me. Alright? Ang dahilan lamang, kaya natin ginagawa ito, para magkaroon kami ng idea kung anong legislation ang nais naming gawin. Pero ikaw, you are not important to me. Alright? Oo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yan. Kaya, huwag kang mag-alala. Hindi ako kailanman magdidemanda sa'yo. Alright? Oh. Tumatawa ka pa eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Natatawa ka sa akin eh.
No, Mr. Chair,
Oo.
I am expressing my gratitude, Mr. Chair.
Ganun ba? Mr. Chair, tumatawa ka and you're expressing your gratitude by your sarcastic laughter?
I am not laughing, Mr. Chair. It's just a natural smile, Mr.
So
Chair.
gusto kong tanungin po, itong ating vloggers na ito, kayo po mga vlogger natin, do you agree with what Miss Joey Cruz said? Every one of you could be able to answer, if you agree. I have a lawyer there, Attorney Trixie.
Attorney Trixie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I disagree with Ms. Joey. I believe that there is, instead of a limitation on the freedom of speech, I believe that speech is either protected or not protected.
Thank you very much.
Those that are covered by the law, such as the law on inciting to terrorism, inciting to rebellion, and so on, are unprotected speech. And those that are not covered by any limitations by the law are protected speech. The Supreme Court has said that expressions of frustration are protected speech. And therefore, although we differ, Ms. Joey and I, on the approach to the problem, we agree on the solution.
Okay, let me ask the other bloggers that we have. Each of you could be able to answer and tell me if you agree with Ms. Cruz on that.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I am Dr. Mata. I'm a bit forgiving on those things sometimes, Mr. Chair, because sometimes people are so expressive that we tend to say things. Then I could cite, Mr. Chair, your example on the last hearing. You mentioned something as well. I won't mention it now, but you said it's something, but I know it was withdrawn as well. So there's no, I'm not affected by what you said, because sometimes you're just, in your emotions, you tend to say things, which you said, T-A-N-G-A, but it's okay, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, let me answer that, no? When I say T-A-N-G-A, binalik ko lang sa kanya eh. Siya ang unang nagsabi. Siya ang unang nagsabi. Para bang pinukul ka ng balisong, nasa lubo yung balisong, binalik mo sa kanya. Kaya ako binanggit. Hindi ako ang unang nagsabi. Ang unang nagsabi, yung vlogger mismo. Ibinalik ko lamang sa kanya. Oh, ngayon, ako ang masama. Samantalang yung vlogger na nagsabing tanga ang gobyerno, hindi masama. Nung ako ang nagsabing tanga, ako naman ngayon na masama. Ano ba talaga, Mr. Chair?
Yes, thank you for your explanation on that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Yes, was that, Mr. Chair. Mr. Morales, please proceed. Yes, sir. Doon sa kay Miss Joey Cruz, ang ko lang bilang isang dating tauhan ng gobyerno, wag lang sana tayong magpakita ng anumang kagaspangan para hindi tayo napapansin ng publiko. Yun lang po.
Ano yung ibig sabihin?
wag lang magpakita ng kagaspangan para hindi makita ng publiko.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang po. Kasi kung magpapakita tayo ng kagaspangan at makikita ng publiko yung hindi naaayon na kilos ng isang public official, talagang makikita po tayo. At yun mapapansin ng publiko. Huwag naman sana tayong masasaktan.
Sinong tinutukoy mo, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, yun pong mga gumagawa ng kagaspangan, yun po yun.
Sino nga yung tinutukoy mo?
Aba, hindi ko po alam. Siguro po, maaaring kayo po, Your Honor, mawalang galang na po, nasa inyo po yun kung sino po yung mapapatungkulan nun.
Mr. Chair, ano ba yung kagaspangan na narinig mo? Sino yung nagsabi ng kagaspangan?
Your Honor, ito po bilang isang dating tauhan ng gobyerno. Nagiging maingat dapat ang isang tauhan ng gobyerno habang siya ay nanunungkulan. Katulad ng pagnanakaw, pag-aabuso sa tungkulin, pagmamalabis. Yan po yung isa sa mga dapat na tinitingnan natin. At kung tayo man ay tauhan ng gobyerno, dapat ginagampanan natin ng buong husay, buong giting, tulad ng mga alagad ng batas na handang ialay ang sarili niyang buhay para lamang doon sa sinumpaang tungkulin. Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Chair, tama yung binanggit ni Mr. Morales tama Pero ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, nag-a-agree ka ba sa sinabi ni Miss Cruz?
Saang particular, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman?
Hindi ka pa na nakikinig sa akin Bira naman buhay ito.
Pagpaumanhin niyo po, Your Honor, at nangati po yung aking binti, maaring hindi ko po
Wala kang
napansin.
karapatang magsalita kung hindi mo narinig lahat ng mga sinabi.
Iyon pong narinig ko.
Very clear
Meron
po.
po akong narinig.
Very clear, Mr. Chair, ang sinabi ko. Kanina, pinag-uusapan natin yung lahat ng mga binanggit ni Miss Cruz. And I'm asking you now, kayong mga vlogger, oo, mga objective naman kayo, di ba? Ano ang palagay nyo rito? Palagay nyo ba na itong malicious, ito ulitin ko para malaman mo, itong malicious, profanities, at insults, accusation na ibinigay po ni Miss Cruz, ay kasama po yan sa tinatawag nating protected discourse o kaya naman healthy discourse or freedom of expression?
Yun po pinoprotektahan ng batas. Ito po yung pong opinion o saloobin ng isang mamamayang Pilipino patungkol doon po sa pagkukulang ng isang public officer. Yun po hindi pinoprotektahan ng batas. Ito po yung pag-iingganyo ng paggawa ng illegal o labag sa batas.
Yung pagkukulang, Mr. Chair, kung walang ginawang illegal, may karapatan ba siya?
Kung walang ginawang illegal, Your Honor? Depende po Depende po sa napapansin at kung po sa nagbibigay ng opinion, Your Honor.
Miss Joey, meron po ba akong ginawang illegal? Meron po ba?
Nothing that I said in
Yun, wala akong ginawang illegal. Meron ba akong ginawang immoral?
There are things that I may not agree.
You
because
may
of
not agree,
differences.
that's fine
Yeah,
with me.
Yeah.
Pero ang tinatanong ko, meron ba akong ginawang immoral? Oh,
Differences
I
in
agree
values,
that there
Your
are some
Honor.
things that you do
Differences
not agree. Okay lang yun sa
Differences in
akin.
values, Your Honor.
Di ba? Pero wala akong ginawang immoral o illegal. You said that yourself. So therefore, anong ibig sabihin ng profanities, insults, and malicious accusations you gave to me? Yun ang tinatanong ko.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Your Honor, I would just like to take exception once again that I never agreed to anything, any statement that is malicious as part of freedom of speech. It's not. What I said are not malicious. Those are observation on my end, And the profanity is part of part of my expression of discontentment, disgust, because my expectation for a public officer is not
Therefore,
met.
Mr. Chair, when you're saying that a public official who is not doing anything illegal or immoral, and you said something malicious, insult and profanities,
Again,
that is your observation. And you have the right to say that.
Again, Mr. Chair, I am taking exception on the malicious statement. My statements are not malicious because my statements are always pertaining to the exercise of the public duty of the officer I am responding
So
to. or
therefore, when you
reacting
said
to.
gago, that is not malicious.
That is not malicious, Mr.
Ah,
Chair.
okay. That is not malicious, ha?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Pero ako, Miss Cruz, kahit kailan, hindi naman kita kilala, hindi ko alam ang ginagawa mo, wala akong karapatang tawagin kitang gago.
And I respect your opinion, Mr. Chair.
Not my opinion. That is my belief.
I
Iba yung
respect your
opinion,
belief, Mr.
iba
Chair.
yung belief. Okay. I'd like to ask the other vlogger if they agree with Miss Joey on that.
Una po, I agree po na this is not malicious kasi na-establish na po na hindi po namin kayo kilala personally. And kung sabihin namin mahal namin kayo, it is because of your work as public official. Hindi po ibig sabihin mahal po namin kayo bilang kung ano pa man, malisyoso. And when we say we don't like what you are doing, it is also not malicious. It pertains to your job as a government official. So I think magkaiba din po kasi yung sukatan sa public official and also private citizen. So I think it's important for us to understand the difference of and the limitation doon sa public official and sa private citizen. And I agree po. Lahat po ng sinasabi namin sa inyo, because we don't know you personally, are not malicious. It's not personal. It's about your job lang po.
Sometimes, Mr. Chair, I'm not onion-skinned, ayan, kilala ako ni Congressman Glenn. Kaibigan ko yan. I'm not onion-skinned. Ang ibinabagit lamang natin dito is how do we limit this? How do we regulate this? Yun ang aming inaanong batas. How do we regulate this kind of statements? Na masyadong personal to eh. Diba? Hindi ko na nga pinapansin eh. Oo. Kung hindi lang binigay sa akin itong mga bagay na sinabi, makikita ko ba to? Hindi ko nakita to eh, Miss Joey Cruz eh. I don't even care about that anymore. Hindi ako apektado dito eh. Hindi ba? And I think it's this. Kayo makakatulong sa amin for us to be able to craft a better legislation to what? To tell you that the freedom of expression is not absolute. Yun ang nais naming sabihin dito. So, yung the rest of the vloggers, if, yes, Attorney Glenn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we recognize the plenary power of this Congress to enact legislation to limit freedom of speech or expression, I would just like also to exhort the members of Congress, the honorable members of Congress, to remember that the exercise of free speech, public officials should not be onion-skinned. I know hindi po kayo onion-skinned, Congressman Honorable Abante. Public officials should not be onion-skinned, and that free speech serves as a scalpel that removes the abscesses of officialdom. I quote the jurisprudence. It's a landmark decision of the Supreme Court. So we have to make a tight balance between limiting the freedom of speech and, of course, when it comes to public acts of public officials. Yun na po, Mr. Chair.
May we hear the others, Mr. Chair? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr.
That
Chair.
handsome man right there.
Ako po, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized po? Mr. Chair, sundan ko lang po yung binanggit po ni Attorney Trixie. about protected speech. I don't know the specifics of what Ms. Joey said. Be that as it may, Mr. Chair, kung yung pong mga binanggit niya ay nakapatungkol po sa official function, then it is warranted. If it pertains to the personal po na buhay, then it is unwarranted. Naiintindihan po namin yung predicament, Mr. Chair, ng mga congressman natin, ng mga public official natin na talagang nasa scrutiny ng taong bayan. Pero hinihingi rin po ng taong bayan, lalong-lalo na ng mga manggagawa, ang pag-intindi po ng ating mga congressmen doon sa kung ano yung nararamdaman at ano yung pakiramdam, emosyon ng mga tao patungkol doon sa function po ng ating mga public official. I believe yung mga binanggit po ni Ms. Joey, it is part of protected speech. And I think doon po pwede tayong magkaisa. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Meron pa. Yes, Miss,
Mr. Chair, good afternoon po. Yung tungkol po sa sinabi ni pagsasamahin ko na po yung tatlo, no? Ni Ma'am Zoe, ni Attorney Trixie, at saka ni Sir Elijah. Kami po na mga content creators, nasa public eye din po kami, gaya po ninyo. So, whatever content or opinions that we also post online, nakaka-receive din po kami ng mga gaya ninyo na masasakit na salita. Kaya naiintindihan po namin kung saan din kayo nanggagaling. However, ang difference lang po natin, ang atake sa amin personal, ang atake po sa inyo, on your official function. Ngayon, ang masasabi ko lang po siguro pagdating sa bagay na yan, kami po, pinapabayaan po namin yung mga haters namin at saka bashers to air out what they think and feel about what we say. Hindi ko naman din po sinasabi na dapat ganun din po kayo. It so happen lang that sa inyo po, pagdating sa mga nasasabi nyo po, sa mga press briefing nyo po, sa press con nyo, or even sa mga pinapublish sa news, sa aming mga content creator, naka-anchor kami lagi kung ano lang po ang nasasabi ninyo.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Batalya,
Yes po.
gusto ko lang pong banggitin din, no? Alam mo, natanggap ko itong mga bagay na ito since Quadcom days, eh. Hindi ako binabas ng sino man bago ang Quadcom. Bakit kaya? Di ba?
Share if I
I mean,
may.
hindi ako nababas eh. Oo, ngayon lang talaga. Hindi ko alam kung bakit eh. Oo, yun ang gusto kong sabihin sana sa inyo. Di ba? Yes,
Manuel Mata po. Mr. Chair,
yes, Mr. Mata, yes.
that is exactly the point kung bakit hindi po tayo nakafocus dapat dun sa mga protected naman na speeches ng mga tao. But the reason of frustration, ano po yung context bakit po nasabi yon ni Ms. Cruz? Para alam po natin kung bakit siya na-frustrate, bakit niya po nasabi yon, and yun po yung masolusyonan natin. I think dun po sana tayo nakafocus, and I think yun yung rason kung bakit sinasabi ng batas natin na dapat hindi onion skinned yung mga government official para nakafocus tayo doon sa totoong problema and cause of frustration ng mga tao.
Mr. Chair, sinabi ko na hindi ako onion skin, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. The fact that you are here talking with us
Yes.
with this kind of respect is, I agree.
Kaya, Mr. Chair, hindi ko talaga, since the time na yung Quadcom, hindi ako nagsalita ng anuman sa inyo o nag-vlog sa akin. Miss Joey, hindi ka nakarinig sa akin anuman salita, di ba? Miss Joey, you have never heard me say anything against you or about you. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair, we do not know each other personally.
Ayun. And then, ganito. I have never said anything about you nor anything that you have said against me. Am I right?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I have never said anything about you or anything against you, even if you said something against me. Am I right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Ayun. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo. I'd like to give way to my good friend, Congressman Acop.
Before I recognize Congressman Acop, admin matters, there are several resource persons here who have been here since early this morning, and I believe some of the members have no questions anymore. May andito po ba si Attorney Kirsten Bautista? To the members, do you have any questions with regards to the Department of Justice? Meron po ba tayong tanong sa Department of Justice?
Palagay ko meron po, Mr. Chair.
Meron. Okay. Sa BIR, may tanong pa po ba tayo?
I do have some questions to the BIR,
Okay,
Mr.
later.
Chair.
Okay. Andito pa po ba ang BIR? Okay. So, hindi pa pwede po kayong umalis. Okay. Sino pa ba ang... Sa NBI, may tanong pa po ba tayo? Ha? Do you have any questions sa NBI? Kayo?
Baka meron pa, Mr. Chair. Bonus na lang
Okay.
ulit.
Sa PNP, meron po ba kayong tanong sa PNP? Yes? Okay. What about sa KBP? Kay Attorney Rodolfo Larbar, who is a KBP Legal Counsel, and Attorney Mark Tolentino. Do you have any questions with KBP? But of course, you are free to stay, no? If you want to stay. May tanong po ba tayo sa KBP? Wala? Kung walang tanong sa KBP, then KBP is allowed to be excused. But as I've said, you're free to stay. Sa Digital Marketing Association of the Philippines, kay Mr. Miko David, may tanong pa po ba tayo? Anyway, you can stay, but you are allowed to be excused. Sa Global AI Council, Mr. Antonio Mauricio, andito po ba?
Your Honor, umalis na, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa Press One Philippines, andito po ba ang Press One Philippines? Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Meron. Okay, we'll now proceed. What about Scam Watch Pilipinas, Mr. Josel de Guzman?
Yeah.
May tanong pa tayo doon? Okay. We'll proceed to the next interpellator. Congressman Ako, pass the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'm just giving way to Congressman Akop for a while, but I still have last question.
Mr. Chair, I just want to ask some clarificatory
Please
questions.
proceed.
Kung sino po yung nagsabi na dapat maintindihan po natin yung mga tao na because of their frustration ay nakapagsasabi po ng hindi tama. Gusto ko lang sabihin na yung frustrations wouldn't give you the right to violate the law. Hindi po nakapagbibigay ng karapatan sa isang tao na mag-violate ng law because of his frustrations. Because there are avenues, legal or provided by law, para ma-express nyo yung frustrations ninyo. That is precisely the reason why the freedom of expression is not absolute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, may I know if Ms. Vicente Cunanan has taken her oath? Wala pa. Please rise. Comsec, please administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry? Please respond with I do. The oath has been administered to your honor. Thank you.
Honorable Abante, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, meron po bang ibang vloggers na gustong magsalita tungkol dito?
Do you have any statement to the social media personalities regarding the issue on Ms. Cruz? Ms. Cruz, just curious, are you a voter of Honorable Abante?
No, no,
So you're
Mr.
not a
Chair.
registered voter in the district of Honorable Abante?
No, Mr. Chair.
And as you have said earlier, you do not know him personally.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And he does not know you personally.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
So, bakit na nyo naisip na atakihin si Honorable Abante? Just curious.
Because the action is not really limited. The performance and the performance of Congressman Abante being part of several committees that affects national issues.
But why are
I
you
got to know
interested
him.
particularly, specifically, to Mr. Honorable Abante, considering that you are not a voter of Honorable Abante? Ano pong interest ninyo?
The issues that he tackles in his committee memberships and chairmanships are issues that are affecting the Philippines at large.
So in short, you have something against him because you have singled him out. There are 314 congressmen here, pero mukhang ang paborito mo si Honorable Abante.
That is incorrect, Your
Mr. Chair,
Honor,
paborito
Mr.
din niya sa
Chair.
Ace Barbers.
Because there are other congressmen that I give my observations to, and it's not limited to Honorable Congressman Abante. So he's not singled out, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, palaging sinasabi ni Ms. Cruz yung observation. I hope, Ms. Cruz, you know, okay lang yung observation. For example, like, I hate Congressman Abante. Okay yan. I do not like Congressman Abante. Okay yan. I don't agree with Congressman Abante. That's fine. Pero yung tatawagin mo kung gago at isasampal mo sa... Teka, gusto ko nang tanungin. Gusto kong malaman, ano ba isasampal mo sa akin? Sinabi mo isasampal ko ito sa bumukha mo. So pakiklaro nga sa committee ito kung ano yung isasampal mo sa pagmumukha ko.
Like I said earlier, Mr. Chair, I would like to know when that was posted. And perhaps, it's very likely, Mr. Chair,
That
I
was posted
such...
on YouTube.
Mr. Chair, it's very likely, Mr. Chair, that I said something like that.
We are
That's
checking it now.
Very likely, the one that is going to be slapped on your face is, it's very likely that I'm referring to facts.
Oo
It's
nga.
very likely that I'm referring
Mr.
to
Chair,
facts.
talagang hindi ko akalain, sasabihin niya sa akin to kung ang, Mr. Chair, kung ang misis ko ang sasabi niyan, tanggap ko yan. Pero si Miss Joey, hindi ko naman po siya kilala talaga Ito pa, meron sasabihin ako sa inyo. Yung gusto kong tanungin din naman, yung ating mga researcher dito ng Press One. So what do you think of Miss Cruz? What do you think of her statements? Everything that she said? Mga researcher po kayo ng Press One. Can you say something about that?
Press One, can you please answer?
Mr. Chair, we were confined with the facts as researchers. So I think as long as if Miss Joey Cruz is giving her opinions and her opinions alone, I think it is beyond our capacity it is beyond our capacity because she is entitled to her own truth. But again, if it's something to do with the known facts, I think we can debunk what is being said. Ayun po. Yun po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, may I ask Mr. De Guzman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, it's basically as a reputation management practitioner, I think in that aspect, it's not really a matter of freedom of speech, but it's a matter of, number one, respecting for others. Number two, it's a matter of an ethical practice, whether you're a journalist or even a content creator, because basically your audience has a wide range. They are not just limited to a particular segment who would understand, unless, of course, that's the type of brand that you want to project. So you will really break those ethical rules, those courtesies, and the respect. So that's my personal opinion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the rest of the bloggers if they would like to say something? Yes, go ahead.
Hello. May I?
No, I don't agree with how you stated it, sir, which allegedly she said. Because, well, people can say anything they want, but if it violates the law, then it's illegal, and it still has to be determined if what she said really was illegal or what she did was illegal, And that I think that is for the courts to decide.
I think we have already heard the other
Mr. Chair.
bloggers. Those who wish to make a statement, you can do so. But to those who have already made their statement, pwede na siguro yun.
Mr. Chair,
Permission to speak.
gusto ko lang pong sabihin kay Miss Joey, yung batas tungkol sa unjust vexation. Supreme Court has defined unjust vexation as any human conduct without violence that unjustly annoys an innocent person. Yan. Yan ang batas. Oh, the elements of unjust vexation are: there is human conduct that unjustly annoys or irritates another person. Such human conduct was not attended with violence. Such human conduct caused annoyance, irritation, torment, distress, or disturbance to the mind of the person to whom it is directed. An offender acted with criminal intent. That is what unjust vexation is, Miss Cruz. Oh. If I say, Miss Cruz, I was irritated by what you said, I was annoyed by what you said, even without violence, I was distressed with what you said, I became depressed with what you said. Oh, di ba, Miss Cruz? So sabi ko, ganito na lang. Ganito, ha? Let's just be very careful. Okay lang po sa akin. Sabihin mo sa akin, I hate Congressman Abante. I don't like him. I don't agree with him. Fine. Pero yung babanggitin mo dito, ha? Gago ako, isasampal ko ito sa pagmumukha mo, I'm going to be FUC prepared. Ay nako, palagay ko, very irritant yon sa pinagsabihan mo. Tama ba ako, Mr. Joey Cruz?
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, sige.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I understand that it may come across as something that you may not feel comfortable with what I said and things like that. And again, if you feel that you are aggrieved with what I said, I will welcome any action remedies from your end.
No, the thing that...
On the other hand, Mr. Chair,
You would welcome what? You would welcome what?
Any remedy that you may seek, Mr. Chair.
Any
against
legal
me.
action, is that what you're saying?
That is
Mr.
correct.
Chair?
Any remedy, not limited to legal action.
No,
Mr. Chair.
I'm not going to resort to any legal action anymore. Ha? Bakit? Magbabayad ka pa ng abogado mo. Maglilitis pa tayo ng matagal na panahon. That would also be irritant to you. You do not want that to happen to you, am I right? Huwag mo
Yes,
sabihin
Mr.
sa
Chair.
akin that you welcome any legal action.
If you, because you enumerated the
Di na.
elements of the
Oo.
unjust vexation,
Siguro,
Mr. Chair.
ang pinakamagandang sabihin mo sa akin because I'm annoyed, mag-apologize ka sa akin. Kapag ka sinabi mo ito, oo, hindi ba? O ngayon, kung ayaw
May
mo,
I
okay lang
respond?
sa akin. Ayaw mo, okay lang. Walang problema doon, Mr. Chair. Walang problema
We can
doon,
agree
ha?
on that, Mr.
Oo.
Chair.
That's that, makikita nyo na lang na we are going to craft legislation that would actually regulate what our bloggers is trying to say. Let me ask our DOJ people, ano ba ang palagay nyo? Sinabi ni Miss Joey Cruz. Nandiyan ba po ng DOJ?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, right now, the only legislation we have on malicious statements being made is on libel under the revised penal code and on RA 10175 on online libel.
All right. Salamat po. Can the NBI also say something about that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Your Honor, for purposes of discussion, we have what we call the doctrine of fair comment. So under the doctrine of fair comment, it means that every discreditable imputation publicly made is deemed false because every man is presumed innocent until his guilt is judicially proved, and every false imputation is deemed malicious. So under this doctrine, as a general rule, when the discreditable imputation is directed against a public person in his public capacity, it is not necessarily actionable. What we are talking here is whether or not it is actionable or not actionable. But as an exemption, if the discreditable imputation to a public official is either a false allegation of fact or a comment based on false supposition, it is actionable. So dito po sa doctrine na to, it's up to the person being attacked whether he wants to file a complaint or not. If he wants to file a complaint, then evidence must be submitted in order for the prosecutors to assess the evidence as well as the court kung sasampa man dito sa korte.
Thank you, Mr. NBI. I'd like to also say, sapagkat marami ring bashing ang binigay ni Ms. Cruz kay Congressman Ace Barbers, di ba? Ms. Cruz, marami rin
Mr. Chair, I would just like to inform the court that there is a pending action that I have against Ace Barber. So I would like to invoke the sub judice rule on that matter.
Invoke sub judice?
Wala namang kasong final.
Wala namang kasong final
No, Mr. Chair, I filed a libel suit against Congressman Barbers.
Kay Ace Barbers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Huwag ka na mag-file ng libel suit sa akin. Wala naman akong sinabing masama sa iyo.
Yeah, we agreed. We did not say anything personally on each other.
Okay. Well, in your numerous blogs, Ms. Cruz, you criticize the government and specific personalities. But you have not released any content addressing the West Philippine Sea issue or taking a stand against China's actions. Why is that?
It is something that is beyond my competence, I would
Okay.
say. It is something that I do not know much. Although I would like to correct you, sir, that you said I did not release any content, but I actually do. In those contents, when I'm going to talk about the West Philippine Sea, the South China Sea, I talk about it in such a way that I try to figure out the issues, the facts, and ask. My platform is very interactive. And so my platform is always visited by professionals, professors, experts on their fields, real people doing their real job, sharing their 2 cents on what is going on. So whenever I'm going to talk about the South China Sea, international relations and things like that, it is always an interactive one, an exchange of idea from different point of views.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is your, gusto ko lang tanungin, what is your current source of income, Ms. Cruz?
We have a family business, Your Honor.
Family business. Well,
That is correct.
are you monetizing your social media content or receiving compensation for your blogs?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You are.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it is also some kind of a business to you.
It is really not, Mr. Chair. In fact, if you're going to look at my vlog, it's very unprofessional. I do not have a studio. It is very casual. I do not have regular time. I'm going to vlog whenever.
But how many followers do you have, Mr. Chair?
On YouTube, I think I have around 79,000. In Facebook, I have my Facebook account with 143,000 followers was taken down a couple of days ago, and my social media accounts are usually they don't really last that long because it would usually be reported or taken down.
Ilan po yung social media account ninyo, Ms. Cruz?
I have TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook.
So, ibig sabihin nun, you're getting money out of that. Parang sa'yo, that's a source of income, correct?
It is a source of income, but
Good.
it is not a job for me because I can not vlog if I want to.
Ano yun, Mr. Chair?
I do not have to vlog if I want to. Mr. Chair, I do not have specific schedule when I do vlog.
Sa akin,
So,
let me advise you, Ms. Cruz. Huwag ka na mag-vlog kasi naiinis ka din eh. Naiinis ka din. Hindi pwedeng hindi ka mainis sa sinasabi mo eh. Di ba? Naiinis ka din.
Mr. Chair,
Naaasar ka din. Tama ba ako? Naaasar ka rin. Nai-stress ka din dun eh.
not really, Mr. Chair, because I'm a very I grew up in a household with very political orientation, so it is something that I really like doing.
So Mr. Chair, did you grow up in a household where you curse each other?
No, my parents
yun.
are devout
So you
Catholic.
did
I'm the
not
only
grow
one who
up
cursed
in a household.
I am the only one who cursed in our household.
You are the only one that cursed.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, you know, you're a grown-up person. Sana tinuruan ko ng bata ka pa ng magulang mo. Ako tinuruan ako ng bata ng magulang ko eh. Nawag akong magmura eh.
They did.
Kaya hindi ako
Honor.
nagmumura eh, Mr. Chair.
They did
Dali lang,
teach me.
so, tinuruan ako
teach
ng
me
magulang
that,
ko
Your
ng
Honor.
bata ako, wag magmura eh. Kaya hanggang ngayon, hindi ako nagbumura eh.
They did teach me not to curse, Your Honor, but they also taught me how to be your authentic self.
Ganon. Okay ka. In one of your posts, you said, ito nakakaawa ang mga pulis under BBM administration. Can you elaborate on that? What led you to the conclusion that you said that?
That is a series of posts on the memorandum that is circling around saying that policemen would have to react on official PNP pages. And I think it is so unfortunate that apart from the regular duties and responsibilities of a policeman, they are being asked to do such kind of menial task. I think it's something that they do not have to do. I vehemently disagree with that kind of policy, so that's why I felt I commiserate with the policemen.
You what? You commiserate?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you commiserate, you can tell the policeman, police patola kayo, wala kayong kwenta. Is that how you commiserate?
I never said that,
Mr. Chair. Nabanggit mo yun eh. Mga pulis, wala kayong na-solve na problema. Nabanggit mo yun. Kaya nga gusto ko tanungin, are these statements based on any verified data? Do you have a data on that?
If I know the
Or
time
they
when
are
I
simply your
posted it,
personal opinion?
Mr. Chair, like I mentioned earlier, so that I can intelligently identify the reaction I posted on my Facebook.
Ito pong kaibigan ko.
I would need to know the
Miss
time
Ako,
when
Miss
I
Ako.
posted it, so that I would know the exact
Miss Cruz, Miss Cruz, ito pong kaibigan ko si Congressman Akop, naging general po ng pulis to eh. Oo. Kaya, pag you begin to generalize, pangit, hindi ba? Let
That
me
is
ask
correct.
our police people there, what do you think of the statement of Miss Joey Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Pulis patola ka ba?
No, of course.
Hindi.
No.
Wala
Your
kang
Honor.
kwentang pulis, ganun ba yan?
No, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
you tell us about that, Mr. Chair.
Well, the data will probably speak for itself that the PNP has done so much. And I think that was the statement of Ms. Cruz. But the numbers will really speak for itself, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, ito na lang, no? In your other blog, Ms. Joey, or post directed against the Quadcom, mga members tungkol sa pag-iimbestiga over bloggers spreading fake news. Itong TRICOM po namin. You dismissed them and said something along the lines of what? Sabi mo, para kayong mga bata, tangiya nyo. Hindi ko nga masabi. Di ba? Yan ang pag pinapasweldo kayo ng sambayanang Pilipino, pinagputahan ng mga tao, including ng mga vloggers, sagutin nyo mga tanong. Do you confirm this statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Why did you say that?
Because in any rants or bashing or issues I raised in my Facebook, I never really got a response.
So pakiklaro mo nga yung sinabi mong pinagputahan ng mga tao. Will you please make it clear to us, anong ibig sabihin nun? Kasi hindi ko alam yung ibig sabihin nun eh.
Yes, I will explain, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Pinagputahan ng mga tao means pinagtrabahuhan ng manggagawang Pilipino ang nagpapatakbo ng bayang ito, ng kongresong ito. So therefore, the public officials should listen when there is a grievance being raised, petition being submitted by the people, especially when they are expressing dismay or standards not being met. Pinagputahan ng tao means pinagtrabahuhan ng matindi ng mga tao.
Yung, Mr. Chair, yung mga taong nagtrabaho, tinatawag mong PUTA.
No, Mr. Chair.
Ayun ang nabanggit mo eh.
And Mr. Chair, sa Katagalugan po, ang ibig sabihin po niyan, dahil nga po ang tao ay nagtatrabaho, ang isang hardworking na tao ay nagtatrabaho ng long hours, they would always express ng frustration dun sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na challenges. So that is why, ganun po ang Bulakenya po ako, Mr. Chair. I would just like to inform so that you would also have a proper context on my vernacular.
Mr. Chair, marami kong kilalang Bulakenyo na hindi ganyan ang mga salita.
Yeah, marami po. Marami rin po
Please,
ako.
wag mong banggitin ang pagiging Bulakenya mo dito.
But
Baka
it is-
sabihin po ng mga Bulakenya, lahat yan, ganyan ang salita nila.
I am
Please,
under oath,
wag
Mr.
naman.
Chair. It is like that.
Mga
In
disente po ang mga Bulakenya.
Bulakenya po ako, sir. So I can speak for my people.
Isa ka, Mr. Chair, sa Bulakenya hindi disente. Now ito ha. Last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, can you wrap it up? We still have other issues.
Given your consistent use of offensive language, not only against me, against others, for example, personal insults, unfounded allegations, you cannot even verify it with your data. Do you believe your actions are still protected under freedom of expression?
I take exception, Mr. Chair,
Or
on
have you crossed the
alleging
line
unfounded accusations because
Or have you crossed the line into abuse of your right?
I understand my right, Mr. Chair, and I understand that I have no right to abuse my right.
Good. So ibig sabihin doon, you have no right to use abusive language against a person you do not even know personally.
Using profanity is not necessarily abusive, Mr. Chair.
Well, you made that in a personal way. So let the people judge it, no? Because a
Correct,
lot of
Mr.
people
Chair.
are watching
Agree.
now. Let the people judge
Mr.
it.
Chair.
So siguro, yun na lang, Mr. Chair, ang mayatanong ko kay Ms. Joey, siguro ngayon, makakilala na kami ngayon, siguro magiging close na kaming dalawa.
Baka kayo ng sunod na love team. Kung ako, please recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know if Mr. Vicente Bencalo Conanan is present this afternoon?
Yes, she just took her oath.
Would he be the same as Ms. Pebbles Conanan?
Yes
Same.
po. Your Honor, yes.
Yes. Thank you. I have here a sinumpaang salaysay. Paige, could you please present it to her? Would that be your affidavit? Subscribed and sworn to? Pakitignan yung dokumento na binigay po sa inyo. Yung po ba ay affidavit po ninyo? At pirma nyo po ba yun na andyan?
Mr. Chair, yes po.
Thank you. Page, pwede bang? Would you mind if I just call you Pebbles in this hearing?
Mr. Chair, thank you po.
Okay.
Hate ko po yung Vicente.
Okay. Thank you. Pebbles. Pebbles, sinumpa ang salaysay mo ba is ginawa mo ba ito ng kusang loob at wala pong pumilit po sa inyo na gawin at pirmahan ito?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Chair? Ikaw po ay isang vlogger, Pebbles. Tama po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At ito po ba ay full-time mong ginagawa o part-time lang?
Part-time? Minsan po kasi hindi po ako nag-vlog for a month.
So it's not your main source of income?
Yes po, kasi hindi po ako monetize.
Okay. Hindi monetize. Pero meron po kayong ibang trabaho?
Online seller po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, online seller. Pag kayo po ay nag-i-engage sa pagbablog, ano po ang pangalan na ginagamit po ninyo?
Pebbles po, Mr.
Pebbles.
Chair. Kasi nga po, hate ko po yung Vicente.
Opo. Halata naman dahil ayaw mong gamitin Ano pong social media platforms ang ginagamit po ninyo?
Facebook po.
Facebook lang?
Meron din po akong ex, pero hindi po ako ganong nagpo-post doon.
At ilang taon na po kayong nag-vlog?
Since 2014 po, Mr. Chair.
2014, that's about 11 years.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you. Now, dito po sa affidavit po ninyo, meron po kayong binanggit tungkol sa isang Maisog rally sa Hong Kong noong July 2024.
No, Mr. Chair. Yung pong maisog event sa Hong Kong, that was July 7.
July 7. July. Ay, wala naman nakalagay dito yung date Ako lang ang naglagay para malaman ko kung magsasabi ka ng totoo o hindi Pwede po bang ipaliwanag po ninyo sa committee ito kung ano po itong Maisog Rally?
Yan po yung normal, Mr. Chair, na ginagawa ng TOPS Coalition, yung maisog event na sa iba't ibang lugar, katulad ng sa New York, sa Vancouver, maski dito po sa Pilipinas, sa Liwasan. Yan po yung maisog rally na sinasabi.
At ginagawa ito sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas at saka ibang bansa?
Opo.
Thank you. Ikaw ba ay kusang loob na pumunta doon sa mga maisog rally na yan? O sa mga lugar na ito?
Kapag ini-invite po ako, Mr. Chair, nagpupunta po ako. Pero pag hindi po ako invited, hindi po ako pumupunta.
Pag ini-invite ka,
Opo.
may sumasagot po ba sa iyong pamasahe?
Meron po.
Meron. Pati yung accommodations po ninyo?
Yung pamasahe lang po, pero yung accommodations, kapag isang beses pa lang po kasi ako nakapunta ng abroad na maisog rally.
Saan po yun?
Sa Hong Kong.
Sa Hong Kong.
Doon po, yung friend ko po yung nag-sponsor sa akin ng airfare and hotel.
At pwede ko po bang malaman, masabi po ninyo dito sa committee ito, kung saan ka nag-stay at saka ilang araw ka na natili doon sa Hong Kong?
July 7 po, ginawa yung event. July 6, 7, and 8 po. July 6, 7, and 8 po ako nag-stay. Pero yung pangalan po ng hotel, nakalimutan ko na po.
Okay, thank you. Bakit po kayo naimbita sa private dinner na sinasabi mo na naganap noong July 7, 2024?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. After po ng event, meron pong dinner
Naimbita po
ng
kayo?
lahat ng naging speaker dun sa event.
So naging speaker kayo doon?
Yes po.
Okay. Pwede po bang sabihin nyo sa committee ito? Sino ang nag-imbita po sa inyo sa event na ito?
Actually, Mr. Chair, nung pagtapos ng event, tapos nakatayo na po lahat ng mga tao, nagpapapicture yung mga umattend, yung mga followers. Ang nagsabi po sa akin na merong dinner after is si Attorney Harry.
Si Attorney?
Harry Roque.
Si Harry Roque. Siya rin ba nag-imbita na lumawak ka doon?
Hindi po, yung pong organizer ng Maizug, Hong Kong.
Yung nag-organizer ng Hong Kong Maisog Rally. Sa tingin mo, ano po ang dahilan bakit kayo inimbita doon?
Kapareho rin po nung mga ginagawang rally dito sa Pilipinas na sabihin lahat ng ginagawa ng gobyerno na hindi namin gusto kasi that time kalaban po ako ng gobyerno.
Liwanagin po natin yon. Kalaban ka ng gobyerno? Ano
Opo.
po ang ibig sabihin po ninyo sa
ano po?
kalaban ka ng gobyerno?
Mr. Chair,
Kayo po ba ay critic ng gobyerno?
Yes po, kritiko
yun.
po ako.
Kasi
Opo,
malawak
kritiko
po yung
po ako.
sinasabi po nyo na kalaban ka ng gobyerno.
Sorry, kritiko po ako ng gobyerno.
Kritiko ka ng gobyerno. Okay. Meron akong meron pong binabanggit sa iyong affidavit na pagkatapos ng nangyaring maisog rally sa Hong Kong, ikaw ay naimbita na dumalo sa isang pribadong dinner kasama ng mga iba pro-Duterte vloggers at personalities. Meron akong ipapakitang litratong ito sa screen. Pakisabi lang kung ito po ang sinasabi po ninyong dinner na nangyari.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, please flash the photo on the screen.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yan po yung dinner.
Siguro, can we not enlarge the picture, Comsec? Okay. Thank you. Mukhang kuha ito sa isang private room na isang restaurant. Tama ba?
Hindi naman po siya private room, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. So open. Function room.
Hindi po, open po siya.
Ikaw ba, Pebbles, ay kasama sa photo na yan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede bang pakituro o
Katabi po ako ni Sas Rogando. Nasa gitna po ako ni Joey and Sas.
Si Joey? From the left side?
Yes po.
Oo. Ikaw yon.
Naka-blue po. Yes po, naka-blue. Lahat po kami nakaganyan.
Pwede ba? Narayan ka sa photo na yan? Pwede bang pangalanan mo isa-isa ng mga kasama mo sa dinner na yan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Try ko po lahat. Yung kakilala ko lang po, ha.
Opo.
Yung pong nakaupo from left side is si Tio Moreno. Yung nakatayo po na
Tio Moreno, yung nakaupo dito sa kaliwa?
Dito po.
Naka-black?
Hindi po yung naka-brown.
Naka-t-shirt?
Yes po. Ay, ipag doon po kasi ako tumingin.
Kasi nasa left sa photo, yes. Okay.
And yung nakatayo po ng white is si Miss Sas Rogando Sasot.
Okay.
Ako po yung kasunod. Sumunod po si Miss Joey. Next si Sec Trixie, si Attorney Vic. And then yung nakaupo pong green is si Prof. Ana. Uy.
Okay.
Yung naka-red, hindi ko po kilala. Yung katabi po ng naka-red, si Attorney Harry Roque. Yung nakatayo pong naka-black, si Daniel Long. Yung naka-green na nakatayo, hindi ko po kilala. Yung katabi ng naka-green, si Pam. Yung katabi ni Pam, hindi ko po kilala. And then yung pong nakaupo sa right, si Mr. Abines. Yung katabi ni Mr. Abines, hindi ko po kilala. Then si Attorney Glenn Chong and si Doc Badoy.
Alam mo ba, Pebbles, kung sino ang nagbayad sa dinner na yan?
Ang pagkakaalam ko po si Attorney Harry.
Attorney Harry Roque. Okay. Punta na tayo dun sa laman ng iyong affidavit. Sinabi mo sa iyong affidavit, Pebbles, na pinag-uusapan sa dinner na yon na may larawan o picture si Attorney Harry Roque na di umano nagpapakita na gumagamit ng cocaine si PBBM. Sigurado ka ba dyan? Sinabi mo sa affidavit mo na ito?
Late po kasi akong dumating, Mr. Chair. So mga 1 hour na sila nandun sa restaurant, nag-uusap. Bago po kami dumating ni Attorney Vic and ni Pam. So mini-message na po nila ako na nasa na daw po ako, marami ng chikahan. So pagdating ko po, yun po yung topic about the Pulburon video.
Okay. Sinabi mo rin sa iyong affidavit, Pebbles, na walang pinakitang picture si Attorney Harry Roque doon sa pinag-uusapan po ninyo. Pero base po sa iyong obserbasyon, mukha bang yung ibang mga kasamaan mo ay alam na ito o first time din nilang narinig ang tungkol sa larawan na yan?
In fairness naman po dun sa mga kasama ko, hindi po nila alam. Wala po kaming alam lahat.
Okay, thank you. Dito rin sa affidavit po ninyo, pinag-usapan din ninyo sa oras po na yon sa dinner kung paano i-release yung sinasabing picture na hawak ni Attorney Roque. Tama
Yes,
po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At napagkaisahan na mas maigi na yung photo na yon ay pa-release sa isang foreign influencer para mas kapani-paniwala.
Mr. Chair, hindi naman po na pagkaisahan, pero nagbibigay po sila ng mga opinion na dapat siguro sa international blogger dapat na maglabas, or yung Australian reporter na nag-interview kay PBBM, pero hindi po siya napagkaisahan. Kumbaga nagbibigay lang po sila ng mga opinion.
Okay, thank you. Pebbles, kung totoo man ang picture, bakit kailangan pa maghanap ng foreign influencer to release the picture? Bakit kailangan bigyan ng some semblance of credibility ang pag-release dito?
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, para mapanood agad international.
Bakit kailangan ng semblance of credibility? Dahil hindi tunay yung litrato or yung photo? Bakit kailangan ng grupo po ninyo na magkaroon ng semblance of credibility yung litrato o yung photo na yon?
Hindi ko po... Kasi that time po, Mr. Chair, nakikinig lang po ako. Hindi po ako nagbibigay ng opinion na ilabas ng international blogger. Nakikinig lang po ako sa kanila. Wala po akong binigay na opinion na, ay, oo, sige, ilabas mo. Dapat ilabas siya ni ganito. Dapat ilabas siya ni ganyan.
Hindi po ba, Pebbles, having in this business for 11 years, kung kailangan bigyan ng credibility isang bagay, yun ay dahil yung isang bagay na yun ay alanganin. Yung bang pwedeng hindi totoo?
Yes po, Mr.
Dahil
Chair.
kung totoo yun, hindi nyo na kailangan na bigyan ng credence o credibility.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Sa iyong obserbasyon, Pebbles, sino ang nangunguna sa diskusyon nung oras po na yun?
Mr. Chair, si Attorney Harry Roque po.
Si Attorney Harry Roque. Now, pwede ko bang tatanungin, Pebbles, at that time na ikaw ay nag-vlog, ng panahon na yon, ikaw ba ay DGS?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po kayo?
Pro-Philippines.
Pro-Philippines.
Wala po akong pinapanigan.
Wala kayo pinapanigan.
Hindi po ako BBM vlogger that time, hindi rin po ako DDS.
Pero sa mga vlog ninyo, sumusuporta po kayo sa mga Duterte.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. Okay. Dito rin sa iyong affidavit, Pebbles, may binanggit din ni Atty. Roque na sinabi niya na kaya niyang magpabagsak ng gobyerno. Tama rin po ba ang pagkabasa ko dito sa affidavit po ninyo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Ang exactly sinabi niya dyan is nagkamali sila, magaling akong magbagsak ng gobyerno.
Aha. Oh. Sa tingin mo, kaya po ba niya talaga?
Mr. Chair, hindi po, kasi nagtatago po siya ngayon eh.
Tama. Meron. Yung, sa iyong interpretasyon, Pebbles, nung gabi na yon, kung ano man ang pinag-usapan nyo doon, specifically yung supposed photo na gumamit ng cocaine si PBM ay parte ng plano na pabagsakin ng gobyerno ayon kay Harry Roque?
Sa palagay ko po, Mr. Chair, party po yun ang plano ng gusto nilang pabagsakin ng presidente.
Okay. Meron po bang ibang pinag-usapan pa nung gabi ngayon?
Wala na po, Mr. Chair.
Wala na. Okay. Now, meron ka rin binanggit dito sa iyong affidavit, yung may rally sa Vancouver, Canada. Dito po yata, inirelease officially, yung photo na pinag-usapan ninyo doon sa Hong Kong may rally.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, paki-plus po ang video clip na nagpapakita ng pag-release ng Pulveron video sa rally sa Vancouver.
Yan ba'y epekto ng pulburon? Kailangan sumagot siya ng tama, lalong-lalo na mukhang mailalabas na ang pulburon video.
Thank you. Pebbles, nandun ka ba sa rally sa Vancouver?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Paano mo, kung wala ka po doon, paano mo nalaman ito?
Naka-live po yan, Mr. Chair.
Aha.
Nag-live po sila dyan.
May nag-abiso sa'yo na magla-live sila?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Pero kasi, pag binuksan niyo po yung social media, yung Facebook, yan po yung trending.
Yun ang trending. Pebbles, mapapansin sa isang video na si Atty. Roque mismo ang nasa entablado at nangunguna sa rally. Tama.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Siya rin ang nagbibigay ng pahayag sa harap ng mga tao, kaya masasabi ba natin na aktibo siyang bahagi ng event na ito?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So, malinaw na si Atty. Roque ang isa sa mga pangunahing personalidad sa rally kung saan inilabas ang pulburon video.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At base sa video, siya mismo ang nasa sentro ng kaganapan. Tama rin.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, ayon din dito sa iyong sinupang salaysay, isa sa mga dumalo sa Vancouver Mysog Rally ay si Maharlika.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede po bang sabihin mo kung sino itong si Maharlika?
Si Maharlika po yung isang vlogger niya taga-US.
Taga-US. Ayon din dito sa iyong salaysay, parang alam na ni Maharlika ang nilalaman ng video bago pa ito may sa publiko. Bakit po ninyo nasabi ito?
Paulit po, Mr. Chair.
Ayon dito sa iyong salaysay din, parang alam ni Maharlika ang nilalaman ng video bago pa man ito may sa publiko.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang basehan ninyo?
Kasi noon pa po niya sinasabi na may video.
Okay. Ayon sa iyong affidavit, sinabi mong nagpadala sa iyo ng mensahe si Maharlika bago pa man lumabas sa video na tinaguri ang pulburon video. Tama rin po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po yung nilalaman ng mensahe sa iyo?
Na may video po at naka-green na damit si PBBM.
Okay. At sinabi mo rin sa iyong affidavit, hinikayat ka ni Maharlika, nasakyan mo ang ilalabas na video. Ano po ang ibig sabihin nito sa iyong konteksto?
Ang sabi niya po is, sakyan ko na lang. Kasi po, ang sinasabi ko po sa kanya is, nakakainis kayo, bakit kayo may kopya? Kami wala.
So, bakit naman kaya sinabihan ka ni Maharlika tungkol sa video bago pa man lang ipalabas to?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, sa totoo lang po, Mr. Chair, si Maharlika, kaibigan ko po yan, pero kahit kaibigan ko siya at meron siya mga issues, hindi po siya nagsasabi sa akin kung sino yung mga puting ahas niya. At hindi rin naman po ako nagtatanong.
Okay. Hindi na po ako magtatanong doon. May ipapakita akong video. Paki-plus po yung video na sinubmit ni Pebbles bilang Annex B ng kanyang affidavit. COMSEC. Ito po ba yung video na pinag-uusapan po natin na Pebbles?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At yan din ang video na pinadala sa iyo ni Maharlika noong July 22?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ito rin po ba ang tinaguriang pulburon video?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Pwede po bang ipaliwanag nyo sa akin? Ano po bang sinasabi o nakikita dito sa video na ito?
Naggumagamit po ang presidente ng droga.
Okay. Meron din dito sa iyong affidavit. Binanggit mo yung isang raw version at yung enhanced version. Pakipaliwanag po sa amin. Ano po ang ibig sabihin nito sa iyong affidavit?
Yung raw version po kasi, kapag tiningnan nyo, hindi nyo siya masasabi na kahit na hindi po siya talaga, eh hindi nyo rin po talaga masasabi na si PBBM. So, in-enhance po nila yung video para mas maging maliwanag at mas makita.
Okay. Ang ibig nyo bang sabihin, na-edit yung video?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Enhanced version?
Maski po yung raw video, hindi po ako naniniwala na si PBBM yan.
Ano po yung inyong basihan?
Kasi po,
Mr. Chairman, can I? Pwede pakiulit yung sinabi mo kanina, Miss Kunanan?
alin po, Mr. Chair?
Yung indisi, ano yun? Sino yun?
Sa raw at saka enhanced version?
Hindi po si PBBM yan.
Indisi?
PBBM, hindi po yan yung presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ano po yung basihan po ninyo, Pebbles?
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, hindi naman po talaga yun yung mukha ni PBBM. Noon ko po pa kasi siya kilala. And kung yung edad niya that time, kung titingnan po mabuti yung nasa video, kung 30 plus pa lang siya or 40, parang wala pa po yatang cellphone nun.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, sa tingin mo, Pebbles, merong sinadyang alteration sa video upang manipulahin at ang itsura ng taong nasa eksena.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Yun. Ibig sabihin, lumalabas na planado ang pagpapakalat ng video para makapanira kay PBBM. Tama po.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At ayon sa iyo, si Harry Roque ang may pakanan dito.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Pero hindi lamang si Attorney Roque ang high official na nasa meeting na yon. Tama po ba?
Yung sa Hong Kong po, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Politician po ba?
Picture siguro.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Huling katanungan, Pebbles. At sana masagot mo ito. Bakit ka nagsasalita ngayon at bakit ka pumirma ng isang affidavit?
Para itama po ang mali.
Para itama. Aha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to manifest that yung Polvoron video, according to the Philippine National Police Cybercrime Office and National Bureau of Investigation, which have conducted a video spectral analysis, and these officers concluded that the tragic nuts and anti-tragus or parts of the ear of the man in the video did not match those of the PBBM. And there were also independent fact-checking organizations which conducted verification, conducting deepfake analysis insofar as the video is concerned, and all confirmed na hindi po si PBBM ang nasa video. Thank you at maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Pebbles.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
This JJ.
yeah, can I have just a few questions to Ms. Pebbles Kunanan?
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kunanan, nabanggit niyo po kanina na ito pong Pulveron video ay peke.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Paano niyo po masasabi na peke yung video?
Halatang ginawa naman po siya, Mr. Chair. Pinalabas nila na malabo yung raw video para lang masabi na kamukha ni PBBM. Tapos, in-enhance po nila and sa kanila in-AI.
Okay. So, when you say nila, sino po yung sila? Who do you pertain
Alam ko
to?
naman po, Mr. Chair, na hindi lang si Attorney Harry Roque yung nasa likod ng video na yan.
Sino pa kaya, Ms. Pebbles, ang nasa likuran ng video na ito?
Hindi ko na po masasabi. Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi nyo na po masasabi. But sa palagay nyo po ba, yung mga kasama nyo sa dinner sa Hong Kong ay kasama dun sa pagpapalaganap ng peking video na ito?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi masasabi. Okay.
Hindi po sila kasama. Hindi po sila kasama dun sa paggawa ng video.
Okay, kaso lang kasama po sila sa pagpapalaganap at pagkalat ng video.
Mr. Chair, meron pong mga DDS vloggers na hindi po nag-share ng video.
Okay. And meron din pong nag-share.
Meron din po. Karamihan po na nag-share is yung mga vlogger na yung pong yung may mga YouTube, yung mga may revenue makukuha, yung mga small-time vloggers.
Okay. Okay. So, kayo, did you share this video?
Hindi po, screenshot.
Oo. So, Miss Pebbles, Miss Pebbles. So, ano sa palagay ninyo ang dahilan kung bakit magpapakalat ng ganitong peking video na namukhang binigyan pa ng oras, panahon, at pagsisikap para enhance ang isang peking video at palabasin na peke? Bakit pa?
Para pabagsakin po si PBBM.
And how do you come to that conclusion para pabagsakin ng ating presidente?
Kasi galit na po sila eh.
Galit na sila. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, this is precisely the reason why we conduct hearings like this, Ito halatang halata peke. But of course, upang mag-instigate ng disgust, mag-instigate ng galit, at ipahiya ang isang nakapwesto, and for this case, our president, some people would go to the extent of using AI deepfakes to alter videos and to come out with fake news that destroy the very credibility of certain individuals. And unfortunately for this case, the individual happens to be our president. And of course, that has more and greater ramifications dahil presidente po siya ng bansa. Kung ordinaryong mamamayan lang yon, siguro ang ramifications nun siguro makaka-apekto lang sa kanya yung pamilya niya. Kasi dito, bansa na po ang pinag-uusapan natin. And this is the reason why we really need to come up with clear legislation and policies para hindi na po maulit ang mga ganitong pamemeke ng video para lang manira ng tao. Pinasasalamatan ko po si Ms. Pebbles para sa katapangan ninyo para sabihin yung katotohanan patungkol po dito sa pekeng pulburon na video na ito. There were some individuals in that photo. Can we flash that photo again? Comsec, yung photo dun sa Chinese restaurant or restaurant sa Hong Kong. Yan. Okay. Miss Pebbles, nabanggit niyo po kanina at ito naman po ay pwede niyong sabihin sa akin o kung sa palagay niyo pong very private yung information, pwede naman pong hindi. You stayed for 3 days in Hong Kong and that trip was sponsored, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Do you mind sharing the details to this committee on who sponsored your trip?
My friend po, hindi po siya, involved sa politics.
Okay. So basta inilibre ka niya para
Opo.
pumunta doon sa rally na ito. Okay. What was the year of this photo?
July 7, 2024 po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then the individual present, sino? Joey?
Si Tio Moreno po yung nasa right, kung dyan po niyo po titingnan sa monitor.
Siya po yun? Chairman siya ba yun?
Opo, si Joey po. Si Miss
Ma'am,
Joey. Si Miss Joey po yun.
Can you confirm if you are this individual in the photo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then, Attorney Glenn Chong, can you confirm if you are the person in this video, in this photo?
Mr. Chair, I can't see clearly, but I confirm that I attended a dinner in Hong Kong.
Attorney Trixie, yes, do you confirm that you are the individual in this photo?
I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Attorney Vic Rodriguez, ay hindi, wala po siya dito, no? Sino po yung nakapula?
Hindi ko po kilala, Mr. Chair. Baka sa kanila po merong nakakakilala.
Attorney Trixie, can you identify the individual wearing the red shirt beside Attorney Harry Roque?
Sorry, not from this distance, sir. May I?
Yes, you can come closer. Of course. Dapat pala nilagyan namin kayo ng TV dyan sa harapan, no?
Yung nakapulas eh. Mr. Chair, hindi ko rin po kasi siya talaga kilala.
Miss Cruz, kayo po, kilala niyo po yung nakapula? Sorry, medyo malayo. Kasi pwede po kayong lumapit dito para ma-identify.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Glenn Chong, pwede
I
rin
will
po kayo
approach
lumapit para ma-identify yung individual na nakapula at nakaberde. We just want to identify the individuals present in the dinner.
Hindi ko rin talaga siya kilala.
Kilala nyo? Hindi? Hindi nyo rin kilala? Hindi nyo kilala, ma'am? Yun, yung nakapula. Katabi ni Attorney Harry Roque. Okay. No, I just find it a little bit interesting, Mr. Chair, na, you know, a lot of them who were present in the dinner do not know the person in the middle. Oftentimes, the person in the middle is the most important person.
Mr. Chair, pwede pong sumagot. Kasi nung time po na nasa event kami, wala naman po siya.
Okay. Hindi, kaso lang nandyan siya sa picture. Eh.
Nung dumating po kasi ako, nandiyan na po siya.
Nandito na siya. Oh. At nung dumating ka, inabutan mo na rin yung ibang mga...
Lahat po sila dyan.
Nandun na sila. Okay, NBI. Nandito po po yung NBI. Oh, can you please, Comsec, can you please share the photo to the NBI? Maybe NBI can help us identify who these individuals are. So, Pebbles, thank you so much for sharing that. Actually, there's been so much talk about this whole Pulveron video and issue. We all know that it's fake, but it's been circulated. In fact, yun yung dapat kong i-raise dyan sa Meta kanina. Kasi sa totoo lang, yung Meta, isa yan sa mga platforms na nag-share ng fake videos na ito eh. So, dito po sa mga vloggers na nandito, meron ba sa inyo nag-share ng video na ito? Can you raise your hand if you did?
Yes, Your Honor. Ako po, nag-share ako niyan dahil morally convinced ako. Dahil ako yung nag-imbestiga po.
Tinatanong ko lang kung sino sa inyo ang nag-share. Hindi nyo na po kailangan ipaliwanag kung bakit. Gusto ko lang po malaman sa inyo
Ako
na
po
nandito.
nag-share po.
Okay, isa po kayo. Yes, okay, Mr. Morales. Thank you for informing the committee. And who else?
Mr. Chair, I shared the video showing the video, not the video itself.
You shared the video.
The video showing the video, not the video itself.
You showed the video showing the video.
Yes.
Which is pretty much showing the video.
But not the video, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sino pa
Thank you,
po
Mr.
sa inyo? Yes?
I think, Mr. Chair, I also shared the video and I am also asking for answers.
Okay. So, yun lang siguro yung isa sa mga magandang learning experience natin sa committee na ito peke, deepfake ang ginamit. Medyo questionable naman talaga kung titingnan mo at first glance. Maybe we should have used a little bit of caution and a little bit of prudence and practice a little bit of responsibility when sharing this video. Kasi pwede nyo naman po ipa-verify, pwede nyo naman po malaman kung totoo o hindi bago nyo ipakalat, bago nyo ilagay sa wall ninyo, bago nyo ilagay sa page ninyo. But you were reckless enough to post it regardless of the fact, not knowing and not verifying the truthfulness of the video. Now, some of you may say we were looking for answers. Some of you may say na hindi dapat mangyari ito. Kaso lang, siguro may iba namang pagkakataon para malaman, di ba? I'm sure kung kayo po yung tao na nasa kabilang banda, hindi nyo rin po magugustuhan na gawan kayo ng deepfake video at palabasin na gumagawa kayo ng isang bagay na labag sa ating batas. So, with that being said, Mr. Chair, I just like to wrap up my questions by asking BIR. BIR, nandito po kayo? O nakaalis na sila? Oh, you, ma'am.
He went out for a while. I think he had a bathroom break or restroom
Okay,
break.
thank you for letting me know. So when he comes back na lang, Mr. Chair, tatanong ko lang yung BIR kung dun sa documents na hinihingi namin ni Kong Romy Acop kung na bigay na nila dito sa committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just would like to make a manifestation also and ask the DOJ, sapagkat noong nakaraang linggo, ilan sa ating mga kababayan ang inabala, pinastos, hinaras, at ginulo ng isang YouTuber na nagngangalang Vitaly Dorovetsky, isang dayuhan. So, meron po tayong news clip dyan na gusto ko sanang ilabas din dito noong mga nangyari noong isang linggo tungkol sa YouTuber na ito na isang foreigner, ano po, sa atin. Vitaly Zodorovetsky, Mr. Vitaly. Meron po siyang 10.2 million subscribers sa YouTube. 7.6 million followers sa Facebook, 758,000 followers sa Instagram, at 600,000 followers sa .x, dating Twitter. O ibig sabihin, kanyang karaming interesado sa kanyang mga posts. Kaya pwede po ba na ating panoorin ang news clip na ito?
Ang pangbabastos niya sa mga gwardya at empleyado sa Taguig City. Merong pang CQ na tinangkang agawan ng baril. Nasa frontline ng balitang niya, si Ian Suyo.
Aakalain mong isang simpleng vlog lamang yan. Ang lalaking nakaitim na t-shirt, nilapitan ng isang ginang na naglalakad sa labas ng mall sa BGC, Taguig City.
I'm gonna rob you if you keep walking away. I want to give you money. No, okay.
Pero ang babae, hindi siya pinansin at dire-diretso lang na naglakad. Ang foreigner naman, may pahabol pang panglalait.
Okay, because you got a COVID mask, you liberal. Go get your vaccine.
Pumasok ang lalaki sa isang mall at bigla niyang inagaw ang sombrero ng security guard saka tumakbo. Bukod pa dyan, isa pang security guard ang kinulit ng dayuhan at nagtangkapang kunin ang baril nito. Isa namang gwardya na nasa tabing kalsada ang binastos ng vlogger.
I have a very important question for you. Can I shove this up your booty?
Sinakyan pa niya ang motorsiklo ng CQ. Dumaan rin siya sa isang restaurant at kinuha ang isang electric fan saka umalis. Ang lalaking yan nakilalang si Vitaly Dorovetsky, 33 years old, isang Russian-American vlogger. Sunod-sunod ang reklamong natanggap ng Taguig City Police mula sa pamunuan ng BGC dahil sa panggugulo ng lalaki.
Parang hindi po normal yung behavior nitong vlogger na to. Kasi doon pa lang po hindi magandang biro iyon eh. Kasi dapat maging aware din po, lalo na sila, bukod sa police, syempre, yung mga guard natin na yan, syempre, sila din po yung nagme-maintain ng peace and order. So, hindi nila alam kung ano yung next na gagawin nitong vlogger na to.
Kanina, nagtungo sa tanggapan ng pulisya ang mga empleyado para magreklamo. Ngunit tumanggi silang humarap sa aming kamera. Sa kabuuan, 4 na CQ at isang store manager ang nagsampa ng patong-patong na reklamo laban sa vlogger. Kabilang dyan ang unjust vexation at theft. Nakikipagtulungan na rin daw ang mga pulis sa NBI at Bureau of Immigration. Matapos makapagreklamo ng 4 na security guard at isang store manager, sunod na hakbang na raw ng Taguig PNP ay para alamin ang kinalalagyan ng suspect na vlogger at posible raw itong maharap sa deportation. Nagbabalita mula sa frontline, Ian Suyu, News 5.
Your Honor, sorry, Your Honor. Here, Your Honor, from the BIR, Your Honor, I apologize for being out when they called me, Your Honor. I went to the restroom, Your
No
Honor.
problem. No problem, but DSJJ is still on... Oh, dito pala. Okay, you know,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Honorable Abante, you have now floor, then next will be DSJJ.
Thank you. I'd like to just find out from the DOJ kung ano na po ang development ng kasong ito. Itong Keep Vitaly, na harmful effect ito ng unregulated social media platforms. Tinalo pa ang mga vloggers natin sa mga followers. Can you imagine? 10.8 million followers po ito. So, DOJ, can you tell us the development of this case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I am here in my capacity as a representative of the DOJ, I am actually with the DOJ Office of Cybercrime and I am not involved with the filing of the case. But as to my knowledge, I only know what is in the news, which is the involved government agencies are PNP-CIDG and Bureau of Immigration. But I can check if the proper complaints have already been filed with the City Prosecutor's Office, Your Honor.
The Philippine National Police, can we ask about the case? Because it was the police that people went to file charges against this crazy and brutal and harmful and malicious Mr. Vitali.
Sir, thank you. Sir, actually, I believe the Taguig City Police Station take cognizance of that case. And I think it was the case was already filed by the Taguig City Police Station. And they have coordination with the Bureau of Immigration.
Mr. Chair, I think what this guy did should be an eye-opener to all of us, especially our bloggers here, na pag hindi natin po ito niregulate, we are not just going to have one foreigner that will come here to give harmful effects on regulated social media platforms na ginawa nitong taong ito, but we're going to have more, Mr. Chair. So, if left unchecked, masakit mang tanggapin, ngunit magkakaroon tayo ng mas maraming Mr. Vitali sa ating bansa. So, Mr. Chair, I just would like to make a manifestation here exposing this Mr. Vitali. I hope that our law enforcement agencies would really do something about this at atin pong i-check pa ang ilang mga foreigner bloggers natin na gumagawa ho ng malaking kalokohan dito po sa ating bansa. At pinapanood po ito ng 10.2 million subscribers sa YouTube, 7.6 million followers sa Facebook, 758,000 followers sa Instagram at 600,000 followers sa X, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang pong sabihin dito sa ating committee na meron tayong dapat na gawin. The law enforcement agencies should really fast-track this case and find out kung sino pa ang mga foreign bloggers natin na gumagawa ng itong klaseng kalokohan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lamang.
Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chair, very quickly lang sa BIR. BIR, have you submitted to the committee the documents that we have requested from you last hearing?
Your Honor, we have yet to submit the documents, Your Honor, but we have it already, Your Honor. As to the, Your Honor, as to the taxability or the compliances of the, are we talking about the platforms, Your Honor? Like the
Yes,
Facebook?
yes. The taxes that the platforms contribute.
Yes, Your Honor. As for the taxes, Your Honor, what we can say now, Your Honor, is their compliance, whether or not they complied or not, or whether or not they have a pending audit, Your Honor. But as to the submission, Your Honor, of the taxes paid, Your Honor, I do apologize, Your Honor, but as of the moment, Your Honor, without the exceptions provided in the tax code, Your Honor, we cannot provide the data based on the based on 270 of the tax code, Your Honor, for prohibiting us to divulge any details of a taxpayer, Your Honor, without one is an executive session or a written written consent of the taxpayer, Your Honor.
So, but you do confirm that ByteDance, Meta, do pay their taxes, correct?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. As Meta, Your Honor, since they are a foreign corporation that do not have a physical presence in the Philippines, Your Honor, their taxes, the taxes they incur is withheld by the
Anyway,
business.
Mr. Chair, siguro antayin ko na lang yung mga documents na manggagaling kay Attorney Uy. Yeah, and then Attorney Uy, can you just submit it to the committee and we can evaluate and move forward? Thank you very much,
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to tell the BIR also that sabi nga dito ng Meta, they gave us a briefing on Meta's policies and enforcement that they have invested, no? Invested. Na ibig sabihin, they should be really paying taxes, no? Because they have invested, sabi nila, are estimated to enable $34 billion in additional GDP and support creation of 380,000 jobs in the country upon completion. So they have the Pacific Light Cable Network, Jupiter Cable System, Apricot Cable System, Bill Frost Cable System. Are these four companies in the listings of the BIR?
Your Honor, as to the specific corporations that you just mentioned, Your Honor, we will try to look with our system, Your Honor. It is the first time that we have heard that names of the corporation, Your Honor. However, Your Honor, as to the counterpart Facebook Philippine representative office, Your Honor, as we check, Your Honor, they do pay their appropriate taxes, Your Honor.
Who is that, Mr. Chair?
Facebook Philippines representative office.
Facebook Philippines.
Representative office, Your
But
Honor.
these four companies I mentioned, you don't know anything about it?
Not yet, Your Honor, but we will look into it, Your Honor.
So please submit to us any kind of data that you have.
Yes, Your Honor. We will
As far
do
as these four companies are concerned, because they gave us a briefing and they made a statement that they have actually invested so much in the Philippines.
Yes, Your
Now,
Honor.
we know for a fact that Meta, who should be the regulatory agency for Facebook, is also engaged in business in this country. Because of this, they must pay the right taxes.
Yes, Your Honor. We will comply with the request of the committee, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have something, question and issues to DICT. I have some questions. Nandito ba yung mga tiga-DICT, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, nandiyo ba yung DICT?
Do we still have DICT? Wala na yata because accordingly they have a a coordinating meeting, considering that they have a change of leadership sa DICT.
Well, Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, salamat. Kung wala na, next hearing na lang po siguro. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Do you still have questions to the members? If not, we will deliberate on admin matters. During the last hearing, we invited we issued subpoenas to 11 social media personalities. Only 8 appeared. So the subpoena was still in effect, as I've announced during the last hearing. And today, again, there are 3 personalities who did not appear while the subpoena is still in effect. Mr. Alan Troy Rolando Sasot, Ms. Lorraine Marie Tablang Badoy Partosa, and Mr. Jeffrey Almendras Celis. So it's up to this committee to take action on this.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, on record, I have with me a letter from Ms. Alan Troy Rugando Sasot, and the first and second reply of Ms. Sasot is still the same, no? She is. Alan, he siguro. Anyway, she is residing abroad in Beijing, and once again, the reply is still the same. Now, Mr. Chairman, with this, we have invited her, during the first hearing, and this is now the 4th hearing, Mr. Chairman. But, before I move for the status of Ms. Alan Troy Rugando Sasot, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that we will ask the DFA and the Bureau of Immigration for the present status of Ms. Sasot, and for the 2 agencies to report to this committee ASAP, so that we will know what's really the status of Ms. Sasot. And with that, Mr. Chairman, since 4 invitation, and that includes a subpoena ad testificandum for Ms. Sasot, may I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that we cite in contempt Ms. Sasot in violation of Section 11, Paragraph A of our internal rules, refusal to answer summons without legal excuse. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Is there any second? Second. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
Second, Mr. Chairman, is a subpoena ad testificandum was also issued to Mr. Celis, Jeffrey Celis, and an invitation, a show cause order, and a subpoena ad testificandum was issued to him, but still he is not present in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. And before that, Mr. Chairman, I have some information that Mr. Celis has left the country abroad. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that we will direct the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Bureau of Immigration to the status of Mr. Celis. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any second? Any second from the members?
Second.
Second.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
Now, next, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that in violation of Section 11, Paragraph A, refusal to answer summons without legal excuse, I move that we cite in contempt Mr. Jeffrey Celis. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
At lastly, Mr. Chairman, for all those, for the last one is for Ms. Lorraine Marita Blang Badoy Partosa. We have a letter addressed to this committee with regards to the subpoena ad testificandum that was issued to Ms. Badoy. She's now in Hong Kong, and attached is the travel schedule and ticket. Before I move, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that, once again, may we ask the Bureau of Immigration to the travel records of Ms. Badoy. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? There being none, motion's carried.
Now, Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully move that we cite in contempt Ms. Badoy Partosa in violation of Section 11, Paragraph A of our internal rules for refusal to answer summons without legal excuse. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? There being none, motion's carried.
Now, in the case of Ms. Mary Jane Kiambao-Reyes, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of her letter. Is now abroad, and for the record, she was present last hearing, Mr. Chairman. And with this, Mr. Chairman, he was just invited into today's hearing, and I think the content of this, her excuse letter is valid. So, me might as well invite Ms. Mary Jane Kiambao-Reyes for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. Now, in the case of Mr. Aaron Peña, he was also present in the last hearing, but now I sent us a letter, reply to the invitation to today's hearing. Nasa Davao po siya ngayon, tapos may event. No? So, since he was present last hearing, once again, Mr. Chairman, we will just invite Mr. Aaron Peña in the next hearing. Now, in the case of Mr. Ernesto Abines Jr. and Mr. Elmer Hugalbot, that was issued the subpoena last hearing, we have received a copy, a reply letter coming from both Mr. Abines and Mr. Hugalbot. And again, the reason why they're not present in today's hearing is all about their financial capacity to spend in attending this hearing. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that we will once again issue the subpoena ad testificandum to both Ernesto Abines and Mr. Elmer Hugalbot, and for this committee to address the issues of financial capacity of Mr. Abines and Hugalbot. Siguro, tayo na pong kumuha ng ticket so that in the next hearing they will be present. Now,
Is that a motion?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? There being none, motion's carried.
Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, once again, we'll just issue for all those unserved subpoena to Ms. Catherine Binag, Ms. Claire Contreras, Mr. Lord Byron Cristobal, Jeffrey Cruz, Alex Distor, Mr. Edwin Hamora, Mr. Julius Milanose Mawe, Mr. Joe Smith Medina, Mr. Cyrus Preglo, Ms. Maricar Serrano, and Mr. Kester Ramon Jan Balibalos Tan, for once again serve the subpoena ad testificandum because this is still unserved, and for the COMSEC to coordinate with the SAA and SAA to coordinate with the government agency, especially the PNP, for this subpoena ad testificandum for all those mentioned names to be served for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Any objection? There being none, the motion's carried. May I remind the 11 personalities that was just mentioned, the subpoenas were issued to you last hearing, so the subpoena is still in effect. So I just would like to issue a warning that if you do not attend to the next hearing, then the next step for the committee to do is to cite you in contempt. And there are other 3 personalities to be issued subpoenas because they were already issued show cause order to this, 3 personalities but did not appear again. Mr. Alvin Curay, Ms. Maria Christine Cloud Curay, Mr. J. Yumang Sonsa.
Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a subpoena ad testificandum for 3 mentioned names, Mr. Alvin Coray, Ms. Maria Christine Cloud Coray, Mr. J. Yumang Sonsa. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? There be none. Motion's carried.
Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to inform this committee that we have received a copy reply to our invitation for Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez. He was present at the hearing, and he refused to be present today for reason that he has already explained and discussed to us his participation as a blogger. But nonetheless, Mr. Chairman, for me, supposedly, he has all the time in today's hearing to explain why he should not be cited in contempt, because during the last hearing, Mr. Chairman, I already warned all those resource persons that be cautious not to issue statements maligning, attacking the ongoing investigation, Mr. Chairman. And I have a copy of the blog after the hearing, no? While I personally talked to him and warned him about a possible violation, no, for discussing, maligning, and attacking this committee hearing. And I'd just like to read in toto, Mr. Chairman, the content of his blog. Point to ponder, and quote, "It was bluntly obvious that there was a concerted effort to humiliate us and bring us down on our knees, and when it was deemed a success yesterday, the enchimadas, Talianistas, Dilawans, Peking Pula, and even mainstream media are gleefully celebrating and pouncing on our forced breakdown and takedown in TRICOM hearing. Imagine all that effort, hype, and hysteria dedicated to a puny bunch of bloggers. Ewan ko ha, pero pwede naman kami ignore, di ba? Pwede naman kami baliwalain. After all, if we indeed are fake news purveyors, the best thing they should do is fight us with their own kind of information dissemination. For the admin, let your work, policy direction, and placement speak for itself. And let your social media army hype till kingdom come. Pero kami talaga ang priority at national interest. Mr. Chairman, with this blog made by Mr. Mark Lopez, Mr. Chairman, this is in violation of, once again, Section 11, Paragraph F of our internal rules, undue interference during the proceedings, Mr. Chairman, or committee investigation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, once again, I respectfully move to cite in contempt Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez, for such violation. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
Now, Mr. Chairman, for the second motion, in the case of Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez, under our rules, in violation of letter F, is only maximum of 10 days. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez be detained in the premises of the House for 10 days, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? There being none, motion is carried.
While Mr. Jeffrey Celis, Ms. Badoy, and Ms. Sasot violates Section 11, Paragraph A, may I respectfully move that the three mentioned name be detained until the committee hearing will be terminated and be detained in the premises of the House. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried. Any other matters from the members? There being none, any motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We would like to thank everyone for attending this hearing. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Hearing is suspended.
Bukas na